Chapter 409. What's going on? Long Chen was shocked. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have lost all feeling. He couldn't move at all. Then, he watched as the stone talisman was embedded in his chest and gradually merged with his flesh. It could even be said that the stone talisman had completely transformed into Long Chen's flesh and blood. Then, the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness stopped moving. Long Chen carefully looked at his chest and realized that nothing had changed. The only change was that in the center of his chest, there was a dragon-shaped rune. This was an illusory dragon-shaped rune that was faintly discernible on Long Chen's chest. It looked like the divine dragon that was flying in the sky of Ni Yang's wonderland. That stone talisman has actually merged with my body. Long Chen was shocked. He was about to ask Lingxi what was going on when his head suddenly shook. A stream of information surged into Long Chen's mind. Long Chen quickly understood what was going on. This rune is called the Void Dragon Rune. This was what Long Chen understood from that stream of information. In addition, he also understood other information. The Void Dragon Rune should be a rare rune. Long Chen didn't know its specific origin, but he knew that he should be the owner of the Void Dragon Rune now. Of course, due to his limited strength, he could only control a small part of the Void Dragon Rune's power. However, this small part of power was actually as heaven-defying as the primordial blood spirit dragon's mystique. Chen, how did this happen? Lingxi hurriedly asked when she saw that Long Chen had finally returned to normal. This thing has merged with my body. Moreover, it seems to have recognized me as its owner. Its name is the Void Dragon Rune. Long Chen was afraid that Lingxi would be worried, so he quickly told her everything. Really? The Great Void Dragon Talisman, then, could it be related to the ancestral dragon that controls time? Lingxi's face was full of excitement at the thought of this. I don't know about that, but I can use this Void Dragon Rune now to launch a very powerful mystique. Long Chen smiled mysteriously. Really? Hurry up and tell Xiaoxi. I can only use the word crazy to describe this mystique. This mystique is called time reversal. Long Chen said excitedly. Time reversal. Lingxi couldn't understand for a moment. What exactly did this mean for the body? Long Chen saw that she didn't understand, so he explained in detail, time reversal. For the time being, I can only use it on myself. Time reversal, as the name suggests, I can control the Void Dragon Rune and completely reverse time, allowing my time to return to the past. Of course, the current time reversal can only be used on myself. It doesn't seem to be able to use it on others. Lingxi was shocked, and asked nervously, what's the use of this? Using it on yourself? If you were to return to 3 months ago, wouldn't you only be in the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier? You stupid brain. Long Chen was really a little speechless with her. I can use time reversal now, and it's not even 3 months ago. Even if I use it with all my strength, I can probably only turn my time back to 10 breaths ago. 10 breaths of time. What's the use of this? Lingxi's eyes widened, and there was still a strong sense of confusion in her eyes. She really couldn't understand why Long Chen was so excited. Little Shi, I've realized that you're a stupid donkey. Long Chen really couldn't bear it anymore, and he poked Lingxi's head with his finger. Hurry up and tell me, I just don't understand, Lingxi said with an aggrieved expression. Think about it, if I'm in a battle and I'm on the verge of death, and even if I only have a thought, as long as I use this thought to use the Void Dragon Rune, I can make my body return to 10 breaths ago. If I'm injured in a normal battle, it will only be for an instant. The me 10 breaths ago will definitely be in perfect condition. In other words, it's equivalent to having an immortal body. Do you understand? An immortal body, you know? As long as the opponent doesn't instantly annihilate my soul, I can use the Void Dragon Rune to revive. This Void Dragon Rune is equivalent to a nature-defying life battle technique, Long Chen said very excitedly. Lingxi completely understood. Wow, that's crazy. After hearing Long Chen's description, Lingxi was shocked. She only knew that Long Chen should have inherited the blood essence of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Long Chen's mystiques from the primordial blood spirit dragon were each more crazy than the last. And now, just by obtaining a mysterious void dragon rune, he actually had a mystique that shocked even Lingxi. Time reversal. Even in the place where Lingxi grew up, no one was able to control time. Only some of the ancient super powerhouses and even the primordial divine dragons were able to slightly manipulate time. Yet, Long Chen was able to do so. Brother Chen, you must keep this great void dragon talisman well. You must not let anyone know the use of this thing. This great void dragon talisman is definitely a treasure among treasures. You can already display such might with just a little bit of control over it. It will definitely be even more heaven-defying in the future. Even where I am, this great void dragon talisman is something that all the experts would risk their lives for. At this moment, Lingxi had already deeply realized the power of the great void dragon talisman. Time reversal. This was a law above all. As long as Long Chen was not completely dead, he could use this move to reach a perfect state. This was almost equivalent to having an extra life in battle. Such a mystique was even more heaven-defying than Long Chen's blood escape. With the blood escape and this time reversal, I'm almost immortal. However, even the most powerful mystiques have limits. If I use the blood escape, it will exhaust all my chi every time. As for time reversal, it has a cooldown time. I can only use it once a day at most. If the opponent is really strong, they can kill me twice. Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a little regretful. Brother Chen, don't be too greedy. There is no such thing as a truly limitless mystic ability. All of the mystic abilities are within the rules of the heavenly Tao. If you can reverse the flow of time limitlessly, wouldn't you be immortal? Furthermore, even if there is a limit, a mystic ability like yours can already be considered as top-notch. Even within my family, there isn't a mystic ability of such a level. You should be satisfied with that. Lingxi was more knowledgeable than Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen was already satisfied. With this time reversal, it is equivalent to having 2 lives. This is already a great thing. And Xiaoxi, I vaguely feel that this void dragon talisman must be related to the ancestral dragon you mentioned. It's called void, something. Maybe by relying on this void dragon talisman, I can find the ancestral dragon's blood essence inheritance. Long Chen smiled. Don't think too much about it. The ancestral dragon's blood essence inheritance is basically extinct. There has never been a record of anyone finding the ancestral dragon's blood essence inheritance. Even I am not 100% sure that it is the ancestral dragon's blood essence inheritance. I really don't understand why the ancestral dragon's blood essence inheritance would appear in an ordinary manual. Lingxi said as she rolled her eyes at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled helplessly. The blood essence on the dragon's seal could only be the work of Long Qinglan. At this time, he was already quite satisfied. He lowered his head and looked at the dragon talisman on his chest. At this time, this Long Chen seemed to be beating with his heart. Blood refining chi, dragon soul transformation, blood sacrifice, blood escape, blood devouring world, and now I have the time reversal. These 6 mystiques are all rare and absolutely heaven-defying. I don't believe that I can't reach the peak of cultivation with these trump cards. Long Chen was full of confidence. Long Chen believed that Lin Zichen, who was blocking his path, and the Sword Emperor, who dominated the Zhanyang kingdom, were just small stumbling blocks in his path. There would be a day when Long Chen would kick them away. Little Shi, with this time reversal, I'm even more confident in finding the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit for you. Just you wait, I'll restore your physical body very soon. I'll let you live like an ordinary person and have everything that an ordinary person has. Furthermore, you'll be able to recover your original strength and have everything that an ordinary person has. Long Chen said to Lingxi with a blazing gaze. The 9 heavens celestial spiritual fruit could be said to be Long Chen's biggest dream and his most persistent persistence. Chen, to be honest, I have experienced enough of the mysterious heavenly jade lotus to have the feeling of a normal person. Lingxi suddenly said with her head lowered. Silly, how is that enough? That was all fake. This time, I will give you the real thing. Long Chen said with lofty sentiments. Lingxi gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, but, what if we have to separate after obtaining the 9 heaven celestial spiritual fruit? Why separate? In this Zhangyang country, who can make us separate? No matter who it is, as long as they have designs on my Shaoxi, I will directly cut them into pieces. Won't that be enough? Long Chen said with a smile, patting his chest. No matter how good Long Chen's imagination was, it was difficult for him to imagine that Lingxi's family could sense her presence from such a far distance. As for Lingxi, she could only resign herself to fate. For the rest of the time, Long Chen began to quietly cultivate and familiarize himself with the Void Dragon Talisman. The Void Dragon Talisman was undoubtedly extremely mysterious to him. Long Chen tossed and turned for a long time, but in the end, he only knew the name of the Void Dragon Talisman and the method to use time reversal. Forget it, I'd better cultivate honestly and strive to reach the 9th layer of the Heavenly River tier. Only then will I be able to obtain the 9 heaven celestial spiritual fruit. Thinking of this, Long Chen began to cultivate. Time gradually passed, and Xiao Lang spent a total of 5 days refining the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon fruit. When Xiao Lang appeared in front of Long Chen again, he was already an Earth-rank 9th level demonic beast. There were no heaven-rank demonic beasts in the Zhangyang country, so at least in the territory of the Zhangyang country, Xiao Lang was the top demonic beast. Chapter 410. At this time, Xiao Lang's power had increased a lot. His black eyes, sharp claws, sharp teeth, and the rich fire attribute aura made Long Chen feel a little fearful when he looked at him. Long Chen faintly felt that Xiao Lang had the divine fire doppelganger, the great skill of Dao Heart Magic Seed, and the most terrifying 9 Serenities demon Ancestral Fire. He was afraid that even he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Lang now. With the strength of their team, in Zhangyang Kingdom, except for Sword Emperor and Zhao Qingyun, they could absolutely sweep away the others. Since Xiao Lang had successfully reached Earth Rank 9, it was time to return to Biyao Imperial City. Now that the chaos in Ni Yang's fairyland had passed by 5 days, the movement should be almost over. It was more suitable for Long Chen to return to Biyao Imperial City at this time. Now that my strength is not enough, I can only try to kill Lin Zichen. Let's go, Xiao Lang, to Biyao Imperial City. Long Chen instructed, and then he and Xiao Lang stepped on the road to return to the Imperial City. This time, because it was not a desperate escape, Long Chen slowed down. When they arrived at Biyao Imperial City again, it was early morning. Long Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the city bathed in the morning light. Now, Lin Zichen should be busy in the Imperial Palace. It seems that it is not easy to get him out, and to stay away from Sword Emperor, in a safe environment. Forget it, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Anyway, I have already planted a foreshadowing in the first prince's place, and now is the time to use it. Long Chen pondered. As for Xiao Lang, don't worry, I will naturally give you half of your enemies. I will enter the Imperial City now. Xiao Lang, you find a place nearby and stay obediently. If I have any action, I will naturally tell you. I can't stay in the Imperial City for long, so after I enter, I will basically act quickly to lure Lin Zichen out, under the premise that I don't alarm Sword Emperor. Basically, Xiao Lang unconditionally followed Long Chen's decision. Long Chen had already planned this, so he nodded and turned around to play by himself. For demonic beasts, there was no need to cultivate at all, because as long as they grew to adulthood, their grade was already determined. However, Xiao Lang was different. He was a very rare level-up demonic beast, but he didn't need to cultivate. He only needed to devour fire attribute items to advance. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Xiao Lang was very idle. During these times, he would usually choose to sleep. Firstly, when he burned his life previously, his soul was injured. Sleeping was just the right time to help him recover. Secondly, generally speaking, under the circumstances of sleeping, he could better digest the food he ate, and his cultivation would improve faster. More importantly, when Lingxi was around, Xiao Lang was basically ignored by Long Chen, so he could only sleep. After settling Xiao Lang down, Long Chen changed his attire and made himself look like a 25-year-old youth. He even gave himself a new name, Yang Qing. In fact, it was made by cutting out the first and last characters of Yang Lingqing's name. When he gave himself this name, Long Chen realized that he missed Yang Lingqing. I wonder how that silly girl is doing now. Will that woman called Li Xuanji treat her well? Thinking up to this point, Long Chen was a little worried. He secretly decided that he definitely had to grow up quickly, and then go to that place that Li Xuanji thought he definitely couldn't go to. Then, he would snatch Yang Lingqing back. He wouldn't be at ease putting his own sister in anyone's hands. Long Chen realized that he still lacked a sword, because the star sword had already been destroyed. However, this was not a problem. Long Chen had recently killed quite a number of people. He didn't have a high-grade earth-grade sword, but he did have quite a few mid-grade earth-grade swords. In the Imperial Palace, he could only display the strength of the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier at most, so Long Chen knew that it was best for him not to make a move. Thus, the sword was only for show. I remember that the Red Sun restaurant should be here. This restaurant was something that Long Chen had only seen casually on his way to Prince Yu's residence. He had never been there before. At this moment, following his memory, he arrived at this restaurant. Seeing that he was young and seemed to have a high cultivation level, a manservant immediately came out to welcome him. He nodded and bowed to Long Chen and said, "Sir, give me a guest room." Long Chen directly interrupted him. The manservant hurriedly made arrangements. He had just entered the guest room and closed the door when a knocking sound came from behind him. Long Chen smiled knowingly and opened the door. As expected, he saw the eldest imperial prince, Lin Batian, looking at him excitedly. "Come in." Long Chen laughed softly and stepped aside. "Thank you, sir." The eldest imperial prince hurriedly nodded and walked into the room. At this moment, there was another person following behind him. This person was wearing a heavy black full-body armor, a helmet on his head, and military boots on his feet. He was dressed like a general. Long Chen looked up and saw that this person was about 40 years old. He looked rough and wild, but there was a bright light in his eyes. It seemed like he was a meticulous person. This person was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. The moment he entered, Lin Batian looked at Long Chen sincerely, and said, "I am very excited that Sir could come. May I ask, since Sir has appeared here, it must mean that you have agreed to assist me?" Long Chen nodded and did not say anything else. He did not want to give himself away. "Thank you, Sir. How should I address you?" Lin Batian asked respectfully. He was the prince of a dynasty, and the reason why he was so respectful to Long Chen was naturally because of Long Chen's extraordinary strength. "My name is Yang Qing," Long Chen said. "So it is Sir Yang." Lin Batian nodded, and then introduced to Long Chen, "This is my uncle, and he is also the first commander of the Imperial City Guards. His strength is at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and Sir Yang should have heard of his name." Long Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged general. He thought to himself, so this is the first commander of the Imperial City Guard Army. If he had acted back then, I'm afraid I would have lost my life. If he knew that I killed the other 6 commanders, I wonder what expression he would have. The name of the first commander is naturally well known. However, there is no need for your highness to address me as Sir Yang. If you have any respect for me, you can directly address me as Brother Yang, Long Chen said calmly. "Since that is the case, then I will address you as Brother Yang. Brother Yang's decision to help me is something I really cannot express my gratitude for. I once said that if Brother Yang had any needs, he could just ask me." "Wait." As the eldest imperial prince spoke up to this point, the first commander suddenly interrupted him. He then looked at Long Chen with a stern gaze, and asked, "May I be so bold as to ask, Brother Yang, what cultivation level are you at now? Long Chen understood that the first commander was worried that the eldest imperial prince would be deceived. Moreover, Long Chen's whereabouts were indeed suspicious. An elite like him had suddenly appeared in the imperial city, and this caused the first commander to be extremely cautious. 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen said calmly. You are so young, and yet you are already at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, you are able to easily kill other cultivators at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. With Brother Yang's talent, you should be well known in the Xiangyang nation. Why have I never heard of Brother Yang's name before? The first commander was a little overbearing now. Lin Batian was shocked, and hurriedly explained, Brother Yang, he only wants to understand your identity. Although his words are a little harsh, I hope that Brother Yang does not take offense with him. It's fine. Long Chen looked at the first commander, and said with a smile, when I came to the Xiangyang nation, I originally did not intend to reveal my identity. However, since he wants to know, I might as well tell him. Anyway, I will not be staying here for too long. To tell you the truth, I am from the West Sea Nation. May I ask, do you know what young elites there are in the West Sea Nation? Although the West Sea Nation and the Xiangyang Nation were neighbors, the distance was quite far, and there was even a large mountain range between them. Normally, they did not have much interaction. The eldest imperial prince spent most of his time at the border, and his battles were only in the eastern region. So you are an elite of the West Sea Nation. My apologies, Lin Batian hurriedly said. To tell you the truth, the reason why I am helping you is because I heard that there are heaven-level spirit medicines in the Ni Yang Wonderland. Previously, His Highness promised me that as long as I help you succeed in the competition for the throne, as long as you can obtain it, you will find it for me. May I ask, if I want a heaven-level spirit medicine, can you get it for me? Long Chen simply made up an excuse. This way, his purpose was very clear, and the first commander would not suspect that he had other intentions. In your dreams. For the first commander, Long Chen's demand was too much, so he couldn't help but blurt out. You shut up. At this time, Lin Batian couldn't help but be angry with the first commander. Although the first commander was his uncle, if he wanted to ruin things, Lin Batian would not be polite. Then, Lin Batian looked at Long Chen and said, Brother Yang, I can promise you a heaven-level spirit medicine, but I have a condition. That is, if I succeed in the competition for the throne, you must do your best and take the most credit. What do you think? That is not a problem. Long Chen smiled indifferently. Brother Yang is really a straightforward person, I admire you. Lin Batian praised, then he turned his head and rolled his eyes at the first commander. Seeing that he and Long Chen had reached an agreement, the first commander lowered his head and no longer spoke. When will Brother Yang enter the palace with me? Lin Batian asked expectantly. For example, I need to deal with Lin Zichen. I heard that he's at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. To be honest, although I'm at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, I've defeated someone at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier before. This Lin Zichen is younger than me, so he's probably no match for me. Long Chen deliberately acted as if he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In this place, it was all about scheming and being schemed against. Long Chen now acted as if he knew nothing about the Xiangyang country. This way, the other party would lower his guard. Hearing Long Chen's words, the first commander sneered. Chapter 411. He originally thought that Long Chen might have some strength, but he didn't expect Long Chen to say that he could defeat Lin Zichen. This made the first commander look at Long Chen less solemnly than he did at the beginning. Looks like Batian is only making use of his strength. If he really succeeds in becoming the crown prince, Batian will definitely kill him. The first commander thought to himself. In fact, he knew Lin Batian very well. This was exactly what Lin Batian was thinking. Not to mention that the Ni Yang Immortals realm had gone through such a huge incident, there weren't many heaven-level spirit herbs left in the imperial family's hands. Even if Lin Batian became the crown prince, he wouldn't be able to obtain any heaven-level spirit herbs. Heaven-level spirit herbs were all in the hands of the Sword Emperor. Lin Zichen is my fourth brother and the #1 prodigy of the Xiangyang Kingdom's younger generation. At such a young age, he is already an elite at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. His cultivation level is second only to my father. Since Long Chen wanted to know more about Lin Zichen, Lin Batian explained everything to him in detail. About half an hour later, Lin Batian tentatively asked, "Brother Yang, I've already told you about the current situation. Should you come with me to the Imperial Palace now?" Long Chen nodded his head and said, "Although that Lin Zichen is not bad, with my strength, it's not impossible to deal with him. This matter shouldn't be too difficult. So, from now on, consider the transaction to be effective. Prepare the heaven-rank spiritual herbs. I believe that you'll need them for me soon. Thank you, Brother Yang, for your help. When I become successful in the future, I will definitely not forget your kindness." Lin Batian said gratefully. Long Chen smiled. Following Lin Batian, Long Chen began to walk towards the Imperial Palace. This was his first time going there. At this moment, the first commander was walking beside him. His eyes seemed to be looking ahead, but in fact, he was looking at Long Chen's movements. However, he couldn't see anything from Long Chen. To me, the palace is a dangerous place. I can't stay here for long. Long Chen thought to himself. Today, the first prince was dressed like a noble young master. There were not many people in the imperial city who had seen him before, so he was not recognized. This was why he could walk on the streets normally. Otherwise, the dignified first prince would definitely be surrounded by onlookers. The three of them walked on a wide street that led directly to the imperial palace. That was why it was bustling with activity. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly heard people talking. "Have you heard about it? In the Snow Peak mountain range in the north, there is a demonic beast rampage. Countless demonic beasts have rushed into the Xiangyang Kingdom. I heard that a city has been completely occupied by the demonic beasts and there are tens of thousands of casualties. I've also heard that the demonic beasts are currently attacking the northern city, Jiang City. If the imperial city still doesn't send troops to support, Jiang City will probably become a slaughterhouse for the demonic beasts. There are so many weak, elderly, women, and children. How can they survive after encountering the demonic beasts? I heard from the people who fled here the other day that it is really a wasteland." Long Chen frowned when he heard this. He raised his head and asked Lin Batian, "Jiang City in the north, such a thing actually happened?" Lin Batian nodded his head and said, "I've been worrying about this recently. To be honest, I'm guessing that Imperial Father will ask me to lead the troops to suppress the demonic beasts. After all, it is a horde of demonic beasts. With the strength of a single person, it is difficult to fight against it. However, I also heard that there is a demonic beast above the 9th grade Earth rank in the horde. With the strength of my troops, it is impossible to fight against it. Now, Imperial Father has the intention to appoint a crown prince. In other words, you can suppress the horde of demonic beasts. Only Lin Zichen can kill the head of the demonic beast. Also, the fight for the throne." A light flashed in Long Chen's mind. Everything depends on Imperial Father's instructions. When the time comes, if he asks me to go, I will have to leave. The most depressing thing is that Lin Zichen is always by Imperial Father's side. His chances are much higher than mine. Lin Batian said helplessly. After that, the three of them continued towards the Imperial Palace. This was the first time that Long Chen had entered this magnificent Imperial Palace. He could not stop praising the decorations in the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was many times more luxurious than the Heavenly Demon Palace. The Heavenly Demon Palace looked like a place for cultivation. Although the Imperial Palace was luxurious, it was filled with a bloody and murderous aura. From here onwards, this is the temporary imperial residence of the princes who have yet to be conferred the title of prince. My temporary imperial residence is called Xianwen Palace, and Lin Zichen's palace is that one. Lin Batian pointed at a building that was no less luxurious than Qianwen Palace and said, "This is Lin Zichen's Star Palace." Usually, Lin Zichen cultivates in this star palace. Just as he said that, Long Chen suddenly felt a dangerous aura. He lifted his head and saw that at the entrance of Star Palace, there was a handsome young man in a white luxurious robe. He was being escorted by two beautiful women. The two groups of people instantly looked at each other. The first prince was slightly more miserable because the two men standing beside him were naturally the target of Long Chen's visit, Lin Zichen. At that moment, he was hugging the waists of two beautiful women and teasing them as he walked in front of Lin Batian. He then raised his head and looked at Lin Batian with disdain. "Your Highness, you're really strong. Whether it's on or off the bed, you're many times stronger than some people. I think so too. I'm still feeling numb all over. It's all your fault. You used too much strength." At that moment, the two beautiful women were glued to Lin Zichen's body. They used their full breasts to rub against Lin Zichen's arm and coquettishly looked at the first prince with disdain. "Qing Qing, Wei Wei, you too." When he saw the appearance of the two beautiful women, Lin Batian was furious. He had brought these two beautiful women back from the battlefield. The night before yesterday, they were still lying on his bed. How did they end up in Lin Zichen's arms after not returning for a day? What's wrong with us? His Majesty IV promised us, so of course we'll follow him. Are we going to stay and die with you? Everyone is saying that you don't have much longer to live. The beautiful woman named Vivian rolled her eyes at Lin Batian and said, "Wei Wei, don't speak nonsense. Be careful that I don't slap you." Lin Zichen chuckled and pushed the two beauties behind him. He then looked at Lin Batian and said, "Imperial brother, I have to say that you have good taste. Since the two of them have chosen me, as my eldest brother, you shouldn't be so stingy as to give way to my fourth brother, right?" Lin Zichen was simply too much. Not only did he steal Lin Batian's playthings, he even humiliated him. How could Lin Batian not be angry? Lin Batian was about to explode when the first commander hurriedly pulled him back and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, calm down. Don't fall for his trap. He's forcing you to make the first move. If you make the first move, he'll definitely take the opportunity to injure you." The first commander's words finally woke Lin Batian from his stupor. That was close. Lin Batian was very confident in his skills in bed. Every time he did it, he would make the two girls hover between life and death. Today, the first commander actually mocked his ability in bed. He immediately felt humiliated. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was just Lin Zichen teaching the two beauties. Lin Batian was able to obtain military merits because of his meticulous thinking. At this moment, instead of being angry, he laughed and said, "That's natural. If fourth brother really wants it, then I'll give it to you. Anyway, I'm almost done with it. However, fourth brother's hobby is really strange. You actually like things that others get tired of. Next time, if I have something good to enjoy, I'll give it to you as well." Lin Zichen's face darkened when he heard Lin Batian's words. He was originally waiting for Lin Batian to return. As soon as Lin Batian returned, he came out to provoke him. He wanted Lin Batian to make the first move so that he could injure Lin Batian. However, Lin Batian was lucky that he had the first commander with him. Thus, he did not fall into Lin Zichen's trap. In reality, Lin Batian knew very well what kind of person Lin Zichen was. He had only lost his head in a moment of anger. Lin Zichen was infatuated with martial arts, and women were nothing to him. The performance of the two beautiful women was merely forced out by Lin Zichen. "You're lucky. However, Lin Batian, you're only at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. How dare you go against me? If father doesn't allow me to kill you in the Imperial Palace, then you'd better not go out. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Lin Zichen put his hand down from the two beautiful women, his face instantly darkening. Lin Batian laughed coldly and said, "A mere martial artist wants to control the imperial court. If you had father's ability, I would naturally feel inferior. However, Lin Zichen, apart from killing people, what else do you know? If you control the imperial court in the future, the Sanyang nation will definitely be destroyed in your hands. Let's wait and see. Lin Zichen laughed coldly and left Lin Batian behind. Just as he was about to return, he suddenly saw Long Chen. There was a faint, terrifying aura on Long Chen's body. This must be your capable subordinate. Lin Zichen looked at Long Chen and smiled. I'm here to take your life. Long Chen suddenly said. What did you say? Lin Zichen thought he had heard wrongly. Although Long Chen was dangerous, he was definitely not to the extent that he was afraid of him. A mere commoner dared to shout at him. Wasn't this rebelling? Long Chen shut his mouth and did not say another word. In Lin Batian's eyes, he was just an ignorant fool. However, Long Chen was now Lin Batian's subordinate. Of course, Lin Batian would not allow Long Chen to be bullied by Lin Zichen. He stood in front of Long Chen and smiled. It doesn't matter what you say. However, you've already stood here for long enough. Shouldn't you get lost? Chapter 412. Lin Zichen didn't get any benefits here, so he left in embarrassment. As for the two beauties, he didn't even touch them, so he didn't want them. Lin Batian naturally wouldn't pamper them anymore. He summoned his men and sent the two beauties out of the palace. Lin Batian didn't care if they were dead or alive. This palace is really cruel. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh after witnessing this scene. After walking into Lin Batian's Qianwen Palace, Lin Batian treated Long Chen with great hospitality and even gave Long Chen two beautiful maidservants. After Long Chen declined, he returned to the residence that Lin Batian had arranged for him and started to think about what he should do next. Chen, we've already entered the palace and met Lin Zichen. What should we do next? Run to the other side and kill him. Ling Shi sat on the edge of the table, propping up her chin with her hand as she stared at Long Chen. Her large eyes were sparkling with a crystalline light. We can't kill Lin Zichen in the palace no matter what. Let's not talk about the Sword Emperor. With Lin Zichen's strength, I can't say for sure that I can defeat him. Long Chen frowned and said. Then what should we do? Ling Xi rolled her eyes. We have to think of a way to lure Lin Zichen out of Biyao Imperial City. Moreover, we have to lure him far away. Otherwise, it'll be like last time in Niyang City. We had to escape for a long time just to kill Sword Demon. Little Shi, please help us think of a way. It could be seen that Lingxi liked to use her brain from the fact that she liked to break the prohibition. At that moment, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, Chen, do you still remember what you heard on the street during the day? The demonic beasts attacking the city. As soon as Lingxi said this, Long Chen immediately laughed because he had already thought of a solution after receiving a little hint from Lingxi. Little Shi, you're really smart. That's a good idea, but it'll depend on the Sword Emperor. Let me think, what should I do? Long Chen poked Lingxi's head with his finger as he spoke in praise. First, let me think. I should create chaos and kill someone, Long Chen said. Why? Lingxi asked. Think about it. Lin Zichen's strength is much stronger than Lin Batian. However, from what happened during the day, the Sword Emperor probably did not allow Lin Zichen to kill Lin Batian. This shows that the Sword Emperor still cares about his eldest son. Moreover, after I killed the 9th prince, he actually sent so many people to kill me. It shows that he values his son very much. He probably does not want his son to have too much conflict. However, the fight for the throne must be carried out. The more intense the fight between Lin Batian and Lin Zichen, the more impatient he will be. Currently, there is a big matter in the north of Sanyang Kingdom that needs to be dealt with. Brother Chen, are you saying that if the two of them were to fight in the palace, the Sword Emperor would very likely send one of them to Jiang City? Yes. Long Chen nodded and continued, if Lin Batian goes and Lin Zichen is forced to stay in the palace, then the leader of the demonic beasts will not be able to be killed. Therefore, the Sword Emperor will very likely send Lin Zichen there. If the demonic beasts do not have a leader, it will be easy for them to be defeated. At that time, it will be much easier to deal with them. As long as the Sword Emperor sends Lin Zichen there, our goal will be achieved. Although this plan is complicated, it might really work. Moreover, what Long Chen needs to do is to provoke the hatred between the two of them. This is not difficult. Chen, who did you say you want to kill just now? You will know when you see it. Long Chen smiled mysteriously. He asked Lingxi to return to Lingxi's sword and started to act. The palace was the Sword Emperor's territory. Long Chen did not dare to stay here for long. Moreover, the conflict between Lin Zichen and Lin Batian gave him an opportunity to act immediately. In the Qianwen Palace, Lin Batian's residence was relatively close to the first commander's residence. Long Chen relied on the spirit-devouring demon eyes and easily found the first commander's residence. Chen, the person you want to kill is him. Lingxi did not expect this. Yes. Today, Lin Zichen planned to teach Lin Batian a lesson. Lin Batian almost fell for it, but the first commander woke him up. Lin Zichen failed to injure Lin Batian, so it is normal for him to kill the first commander out of hatred. Moreover, there is another important point. The destructive power of the Emperor's sword Qi is not much weaker than the Demon Emperor's sword Qi. Little Qi, don't feel any pressure. Honestly speaking, they're all our enemies. Even if it's the first commander, if he discovers my identity, he won't let me off. I once killed 6 great commanders. Today, I'll send them off to reunite. Without killing, how can I take revenge? That sword attack of Lin Zichen's is still deeply engraved in my mind. Long Chen saw that Lingxi did not have the heart to kill this stranger, so he explained softly. Then, about 50 meters away from the first commander's room, Long Chen had already completed his dragon's soul transformation. It was already nighttime, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. There were basically no stars to speak of, so it was a little hard to see the fingers of one's hand. If he wanted to kill the first commander, the great demon seed technique of Dao was no longer needed. With the spirit-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could see that the first commander was currently cultivating. Long Chen took a deep breath, and the demon emperor's sword appeared in his hand. Die. With a soft word, Long Chen instantly turned into a black shadow and entered the room through the window. In an instant, the demon emperor's sword in his hand exploded with demon emperor's sword Qi, and he appeared in front of the first commander in an instant. Who? The first commander let out a cry of surprise. In the midst of his cultivation, he suddenly pushed out his palm, attacking Long Chen's demon emperor sword Qi. In this critical moment, this was the only thing he could do. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of Long Chen's demon emperor sword Qi. That demon emperor sword Qi directly shattered his arm, and then landed on his body, instantly chopping off his head. Then, the rest of the energy dissipated, causing the entire room to collapse. A rumbling sound rang out, and then smoke and dust filled the sky. It's done. With just a single move, Long Chen killed the first commander. He did not hesitate at all. The first thing he did was to rush out of the scene, and then he estimated how much time it would take to get from his original residence to here. In this time, when Long Chen arrived at the scene, the first prince, Lin Batian, who was nearby, had already arrived, and his face was in ruins. The rest of the people in Qianwen Palace also arrived one after another. How could this be? The first prince's face paled. Now that the entire room had collapsed, where did the first commander go? The first commander was not only the most capable subordinate under him, but also his uncle. Naturally, Lin Batian was concerned about his safety. Quick, quick, turn this place over and see if the first commander is inside. Lin Batian already had a bad premonition in his heart, and immediately ordered the other guards. At this time, he saw Long Chen, and hurriedly called for Long Chen. Your Highness, what's going on? Long Chen looked at the ruins, and asked with a face full of doubt. I don't know, but I can't sense the first commander's aura in here. Could it be that he was fighting with someone just now, and now he's chasing after them? That's not possible. It's impossible that there was only one sound. At this time, the first prince's mind was a mess. How is that possible? This is the palace. Why would someone come to assassinate him? Long Chen pretended to be surprised as he asked. I don't know either. Otherwise, where would the first commander go? It can't be down here, right? Lin Badian said. However, just as he said the last sentence, one of the guards who was inspecting the ruins suddenly let out a scream. Then, everyone followed his gaze and saw that there was a bloody head on the ground. At this time, the lower half of the head was already dyed red with blood. The only thing that could be seen was that his eyes were wide open, as if he was in complete disbelief before he died. He died suddenly, and he didn't even see who his opponent was. It wasn't strange for him to have such an expression after death. According to Long Chen's estimation, when Lin Batian saw the head, he was completely stunned. Then, he let out an angry roar, and his eyes quickly became bloodshot. This head belonged to the first commander. Who was it? Who killed my uncle? Who was it? Lin Badian looked as if he had gone insane. His vicious gaze swept across every single person present, before finally stopping at Long Chen. I heard an explosion just now, and when I rushed here, he was already dead. This means that the person who killed him was at least 10 times stronger than him. Who in the Zangyang kingdom has such strength? Long Chen was calm, and quickly analyzed the situation for Lin Badian. Lin Baishan's eyes widened, and he shouted in a low voice, Lin Zichen, you've really gone too far. Your Highness, the fourth prince, Lin Zichen, seems to be looking down on you just because he's at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, the first commander shouldn't have offended him. Long Chen frowned. Lin Zichen is a ruthless person, and he's a vengeful person. Today, he planned to teach me a lesson, but because of my uncle's warning, all his efforts were in vain. Since he couldn't kill me, he killed my uncle to vent his anger. This is really too much. I, Lin Batian, am not someone who can be easily bullied. Brother Yang, do you dare to follow me to the Star Palace? At this moment, Lin Baishan's eyes were almost blinded by hatred. Moreover, Long Chen's acting was very good. Even if he cracked his head, he would never have thought that the murderer was Long Chen. I dare. I've long heard of Lin Zichen's name. Today, I'm going to meet him. Long Chen said calmly. Chapter 413. This time, things had gotten out of hand, but everything was going according to Long Chen's plan. Lin Badian was truly enraged by Lin Zichen this time. Although he knew that he was no match for Lin Zichen in terms of martial arts, he still had to vent his anger. Otherwise, if word got out that his right-hand man had been killed and he, the eldest prince, did not even dare to make a sound, his reputation would definitely plummet, not to mention the fight for the throne in the future. Moreover, he still had something to rely on, and that was Long Chen. Long Chen had killed a martial artist at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier before Lin Baishan's eyes, so in Lin Baishan's heart, although Long Chen was no match for Lin Zichen, he could still use him to stall for a while. As for the other guards in the Qianwen Palace, there were not many of them that could be used. Lin Batian brought Long Chen with him and headed in the direction of the Star Palace angrily. Long Chen followed behind him. He could already feel that Lin Batian was like a bomb that could explode at any time. His lips curled into a cold smile. There were 3 people in the royal family that Long Chen had to kill. These 3 people were involved in the hatred of Xiao Lang's family and Long Chen's escape. The sword demon was already dead, and Long Chen's attack just now was to pave the way for him to deal with Lin Zichen. Soon, Long Chen and Lin Batian arrived at the entrance of the Star Palace. Lin Batian ignored the guards and directly smashed the door with his foot, then shouted, Lin Zichen, you bastard. What are you doing hiding? Get out here. Lin Zichen believed that everyone in the vicinity could hear him. In fact, at least half of the people in the palace could hear him, not to mention Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen had failed in the day and was furious at Lin Badian. Now that Lin Badian had come to cause trouble, Lin Zichen's gaze turned cold. He stood 10 meters in front of Lin Badian. He looked at the shattered door and snorted, "What? Are you out of your mind today? Lin Zichen, you're still pretending? You must be joking. Let me tell you, you don't have to pretend anymore. You're a real man, don't be a coward. You've done something but you don't dare to admit it." Lin Badian laughed coldly. At this moment, Lin Zichen's face was filled with arrogance. He did not put Lin Badian in his eyes at all. Only he would be so arrogant as to kill the first commander just like that. Are you out of your mind? I think you're just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. Lin Badian, let me tell you, you're the one who provoked me this time. I won't hold it against you. Fix the door for me today and you can scram. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. Lin Zichen's eyes were dark and sharp like the blade of a sword. Lin Badian saw that Lin Zichen was not only refusing to admit his wrongdoing, but was also being extremely arrogant. His murderous aura grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Lin Zichen for a while and said, "I admit that in terms of martial arts, I, Lin Badian, am not as good as you. However, you're useless in other aspects. Today, you started the fight, and it happened in the palace. I'll go and get my father to judge this. I'd like to see how you explain yourself." After saying that, Lin Badian walked towards the Sword Emperor's residence. "You want to leave? Not so easy. You destroyed my door. Do you think you can leave without giving me an explanation?" Lin Zichen blocked Lin Baishan's path. This made Lin Badian even angrier. He smiled coldly and took a few steps forward. He was basically standing next to Lin Zichen. "Lin Zichen, you still dare to be so arrogant after killing my men. To be honest, I really admire you. However, you can try and stop me today. I can report you to my father again." "Killed your men?" Lin Zichen was stunned. "When did I kill your men? Are you still playing dumb?" Lin Badian walked past him and was about to walk towards the palace. "Lin Badian, don't think about leaving if you don't explain yourself." At this moment, Lin Zichen reached out to grab Lin Badian. "Yang Qing." At this moment, Lin Badian finally let Long Chen attack. Long Chen arrived at the right time and pulled Lin Badian behind him at the crucial moment. He then stood in front of Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked at Lin Baishan's new subordinate carefully. "Seems like you did your best to be able to drag him back from my hands." Lin Zichen looked Long Chen up and down for a while, then continued, "However, in front of me, this is only a small trick. Lin Badian came to cause trouble today and even said that I killed his men. I am the fourth prince, and I cannot be wrongly accused. In that case, let me kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zichen's true energy that belonged to the first level of the heavenly river tier exploded. With a roar, his fist was like a thunderstorm, blasting towards Long Chen. Facing Lin Zichen again, Long Chen was no longer as helpless as before. Previously, even if he used the blood sacrifice, he was still no match for his opponent. Now, he did not even have to use the dragon soul transformation. He reckoned that since there was such a commotion here, the main culprit should have arrived. He and Lin Zichen would not be able to fight for long. Although it was a casual punch, it was definitely extraordinary when executed by someone at the 9th level of the heavenly river tier. Ocean calming tidal fist. Long Chen roared. Facing the attack of a person at the 9th level of the heavenly river tier, he did not retreat, but instead advanced. His whole body pounced towards his opponent like a tidal wave, carrying with it a huge, turbulent wave. He threw a punch, and waves of ripples collided with Lin Zichen's casual punch. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and Lin Zichen stood firmly on the spot, while Long Chen was sent flying. He suddenly spun in midair, and Long Chen stumbled and landed on the ground, barely stabilizing his body in a sorry state. This was not an act for Long Chen, it was a real fight. Before he had used the dragon's soul transformation, his true chi was much stronger than that of an ordinary person at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, but it was still far from Lin Zichen's level. This time, he was not injured, which showed how powerful he was. As for the Ocean Calming Tidal Fist, it was a high-level Earth-level battle technique among the West Sea nations' battle techniques that Zhao Qingyun had. Long Chen had cultivated this Ocean Calming Tidal Fist on the way to the Imperial City just in case he had to use it in the future, and it came in handy now. You're the first person in the 8th layer of the Tian River realm to be able to take a punch from me without getting injured. You're indeed worthy of Lin Baishan's attention. I have to say that you're a good dog, but it's a pity that you've chosen the wrong master. Lin Zichen sneered, not giving Long Chen any chance to retaliate. Brother Yang, be careful. As a person at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, the eldest Prince Lin Batian was of no help at all. Stop it. At this moment, an imposing voice was heard, and Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had heard this voice before, and it belonged to the Sword Emperor. When he had killed the Sword Demon, his angry roar had been heard from the direction of Niyang City. At this moment, Long Chen hurriedly stopped, and looked at the person who had spoken with a slightly respectful gaze. Indeed, at this moment, a man was walking slowly out of the darkness. This man's appearance was similar to Lin Zichen's, and he was handsome and tall. He looked to be in his 30s, and this was the age when men were at their most charming. Of course, this man was not only extremely charming, but he also exuded a dignified aura. Even Long Chen had to lower his head when he looked at this man, because in front of this man, he felt as if he had nowhere to hide. I must not let him see through me. Under the immense pressure from his opponent, Long Chen repeatedly warned himself. They were both in the Heaven Ascension state, but the difference between them was that Zhao Qingyun had a leisurely and sage-like temperament. On the other hand, the Sword Emperor had a heroic aura. His entire person was like a sharp sword, and his pure black eyes were cold and piercing. He was practically the same as the Demon Overlord sword in Long Chen's Cosmos sack. At this moment, seeing that Long Chen and Lin Zichen had stopped fighting, the Sword Emperor's gaze turned coldly towards Long Chen. Instantly, a huge pressure pressed down on Long Chen, and he could not move an inch. This was the first time that he had felt such a powerful Heaven Ascension realm cultivator. A cultivator from the Shihai Kingdom, huh? His Ocean Calming Tidal Fist is not bad. The Sword Emperor nodded slightly, and then looked at Lin Batian and Lin Zichen with a gloomy gaze. Father, I had no intention of fighting with him at all, but he went too far this time. He actually snuck into my residence and killed the first commander. Nonsense. When did I? At this moment, Lin Batian and Lin Zichen hurriedly tried to explain themselves, but the Sword Emperor was obviously not in the mood to listen to them. He snorted coldly and interrupted them. You don't have to tell me anything. Get lost right now, and don't embarrass me. As for the position of Crown Prince, I will make arrangements during the morning assembly tomorrow. Get lost now. Yes. In front of the Sword Emperor, even Lin Zichen did not dare to breathe loudly. After rolling his eyes at Lin Batian, he hurriedly left with his tail between his legs. Lin Batian was as quiet as a cicada in winter, and without saying a word, he hurriedly left with Long Chen. Only the Sword Emperor remained standing at the same spot. Why does this guy feel so familiar? The Sword Emperor frowned. After returning to their residence, Lingxi quickly asked, Chen, did our plan succeed today? She could not understand what was going on. It should be successful. Let's see what the Sword Emperor will do tomorrow. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was not easy to kill Lin Zichen. Under the watchful eyes of the Sword Emperor, it was like a mortal strolling in front of a tiger. Chen, I feel that the Sword Emperor tonight is a little strange. At this moment, Lingxi finally said in a puzzled tone. How strange? Long Chen was startled. His soul seems to be incomplete in half. I don't know what's going on. If you use your soul-devouring demon eyes, you should be able to see it. However, the strange thing is that although it is incomplete, it does not seem to affect his survival. Moreover, it seems that his power is even purer. Chapter 4:14. Long Chen couldn't figure out what was so strange about the Sword Emperor. The next morning, Lin Zichen would have to make a decision on whether or not to leave the imperial city. When Lin Badian left for the morning assembly, Long Chen was already waiting in the Qianwen Palace. Not long after, Lin Badian hurriedly returned. Long Chen quickly asked, "Your Highness, how was it? We're about to face a huge challenge. There's no time left. Let's talk as we go. We'll go to the Imperial Guards and transfer the 3,000 Ghost Pegasus heavy cavalry away." Long Chen was slightly startled when he transferred the 3,000 Ghost Pegasus heavy cavalry away. Could it be that the Sword Emperor sent Lin Badian instead of Lin Zichen? It was said that there were Earth rank 9 demonic beasts and above among the demonic beasts. Without Lin Zichen, Lin Badian wouldn't be able to deal with them. "Your Highness, could it be that His Majesty wants you to deal with the demonic beasts by yourself?" Long Chen asked as they hurried along. "No, my imperial father announced in front of the officials that Lin Zichen and I will go to Jiang City in the north. They will send people to supervise the demonic beasts in the north. We'll both go and suppress the demonic beasts in the north. Whoever makes the most contributions will be the crown prince. This means that we'll have to fight with Lin Zichen in Jiang City in the north." Lin Badian didn't sound flustered. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. Long Chen was delighted. He had achieved his goal. After killing the first commander yesterday, the Sword Emperor was annoyed by the conflict between Lin Badian and Lin Zichen. Moreover, no one could deal with the demonic beasts in the north except for Lin Zichen. Therefore, it was easy for the Sword Emperor to send Lin Zichen out. Long Chen didn't expect Lin Badian to be sent out. However, it wouldn't affect his plan. As long as he could get Lin Zichen out, his goal would be accomplished. "Don't worry, Your Highness. If Lin Zichen tries to assassinate you, I'll definitely be able to stop him. I haven't used my full strength in the battle last night." Long Chen patted his chest confidently. "Really, I'll leave everything to you. To be honest, Lin Zichen is indeed difficult to deal with. Even you might not be able to defeat him. So, to ensure fairness, Father forbade Lin Zichen from attacking me. He'll send someone to supervise him. So, the most important thing for you to do is to help me create more achievements." Long Chen quickly nodded. Long Chen understood that in this world where strength reigns supreme, everything depended on one's strength. Although Lin Zichen was not as good as Lin Badian in other aspects, in the heart of the Sword Emperor, Lin Zichen should be his successor. However, the Sword Emperor did not want Lin Badian to be a cripple, and he even gave Lin Badian this seemingly fair chance because of the rumors in the Xiangyang kingdom. When they reached Jiang City, Lin Zichen would directly kill the strongest demonic beast. With his strength, how could Lin Badian be a match for him? "Your Highness, is Lin Zichen coming with us?" Long Chen thought of this question. "No, he'll go by himself. But don't worry, Father just said that the demonic beasts in the north are currently in a dormant state. It might take some time before they attack Jiang City. Even if Lin Zichen reaches Jiang City with his speed, it'll be useless. This battle is fair, Father has given me this chance, I must fight for it." As he spoke, the two of them quickly rushed to the Imperial Guards. This was the other army of the Imperial family apart from the Imperial Guards and the Ni Yang army. The fighting strength of the soldiers was similar to the Ni Yang army. Every single one of them was an expert, especially the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry Battalion. Lin Badian was the commander of the Imperial Guards. At this moment, when he rushed into the Imperial Guards camp, a group of people immediately came out to greet him. Lin Badian quickly said in a clear voice, "8 great generals, come out and bring the most elite Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry Battalion with me to Jiang City in the north." Yes. Everyone accepted the order, and in a short while, the rumbling of horse hooves could be heard. 3,000 of the most elite Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry Battalion appeared in front of Long Chen. "Brother Yang, get on the horse. Lin Badian rode on the largest ghost horse, with another in his hand, and charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen flipped onto the horse and followed Lin Badian, as well as the 8 great generals of the imperial guards, out of the imperial palace, and galloped towards Jiang City in the north. Along the way, people all stared at them. To be able to command 3,000 ghost horse heavy cavalry battalion, they must be important people. When the first person recognized Lin Badian, their identity was quickly spread among the crowd. That mighty man leading them must be the eldest prince, Lin Badian. The 8 people behind him are the 8 great generals of the imperial guards. I heard that 2 of them are at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. That's true, but who is the young man next to the eldest prince? He's just 1 step behind, but his status seems to be higher than the 8 great generals. Who knows? Amidst the discussion, the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry Battalion left the Imperial Palace, leaving a trail of dust behind them. All the way north. Long Chen turned around to look at the 8 great generals. These 8 great generals were slightly stronger than the 7 great generals of the Imperial Guards. Among them, the 2 burly men were at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and their strength should be similar to that of the first commander. Together with the first commander, these 3 people should be the eldest prince's 3 most powerful left and right arms. Of course, in the eldest prince's eyes, there was also Long Chen. Chen, where do you think Lin Zichen is? Thinking of this person, Lingxi was also very disgusted. Right now, they are still near the Imperial Palace. If he wants to deal with Lin Badian, he probably won't make a move yet. It's also not suitable for us to make a move. However, once we are out of here, if he appears, I will immediately expose my identity and take revenge. At this point, Long Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows, and said, Xiao Lang is already following us, and at the same time, there are also 2 elders at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier following us. At the same time, there are also 2 elders at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier following us. They should be experts sent by the Sword Emperor to supervise Lin Zichen and Lin Badian, and at the same time to evaluate their battle results. These 2 should be the Sword Emperor's trusted aides. Oh, I understand. They can't keep up with Lin Zichen, so they followed Lin Badian. As long as they follow Lin Badian, it should be enough. Long Chen nodded, and said, Now, everything is going according to my plan. Now, all we need to do is wait for us to leave the Imperial Palace, and then Lin Zichen will appear. I think my appearance will definitely give him a huge surprise. At that time, Lin Zichen forced Lingxi to give up the mysterious Sky Jade Lotus, and even almost took Long Chen's life. He thought that Long Chen was completely silent. How could he have imagined that not only did Long Chen return, but he was also much stronger than he had imagined? The 3,000 Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry raised a thick cloud of dust, like a huge monster, flying towards the Jiang City in the north. As they hurried along, time gradually passed, and after a few days, it was already possible to kill Lin Zichen here, but Lin Zichen did not appear. Looks like the Sword Emperor really doesn't want Lin Zichen to make a move against Lin Badian. Lin Zichen, you chose to stay in the dark, but when we reach the Jiang City, if you want to establish merits, you will definitely show yourself, and that will be the time of your death. Long Chen swore in his heart. The distance between the Jiang City in the north and the Imperial City was even further than the distance between the Yuanling City and the Imperial City. Moreover, it was also a border city of the Zhangyan Kingdom, and the level of the city was similar to that of the Yuanling City. The strongest cultivator in the city was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and was definitely not a match for the terrifying demonic beast. In these few days, Lin Badian had gathered enough information. In the demonic beast tide, most of the demonic beasts were of the profound grade, and there were not many earth-grade demonic beasts. However, there was an extraordinary demonic beast, and whenever this demonic beast appeared, it would definitely lead to the destruction of the city and the deaths of the people. That demonic beast is probably not originally from the Snowy Peak Mountains. It could be that it migrated from the outside world, and found that the people around it are very weak, so it became so arrogant. Lin Badian said. The 3,000 ghost horse heavy cavalrymen spent most of their time on the road, and only had a small portion of time to rest. However, those who could become ghost horse heavy cavalrymen, and were known as elites, were basically all elites at the Heavenly River tier or above. They could still handle this bit of fatigue. As for the ghost horse heavy cavalry, they were full of vigor, and they could still hold on for this period of time. Finally, after about 10 days, a city that was about the same size as the Yuanling city came into view. At this moment, Long Chen looked into the distance, and saw that there were already many demonic beasts gathered outside the tall city walls. Most of them were profound-grade demonic beasts, and with tens of thousands of them gathered together, it was quite a terrifying scene. At this moment, countless demonic beasts were roaring angrily, and the soldiers and cultivators of the Jiang city basically suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, there were no flying demonic beasts, or else the city gate would be completely useless. From afar, Long Chen could hear the deafening battle cries and the angry roars of the demonic beasts. As far as his eyes could see, there were broken limbs and corpses, and what unfolded in front of him was a scene of blood flowing like a river. Oh my God, are these demonic beasts crazy? If it wasn't for the huge hatred, they wouldn't have attacked so recklessly. If this situation continued, the Jiang city wouldn't be able to hold on for long. On top of the city gate tower, the city lord of the Jiang city brought along the various martial Dao masters of the Jiang city. At this moment, they were looking at the massacre below with gloomy eyes. The death of every cultivator made them feel very pained. It's still okay now, we can still hold on. However, when that demonic beast comes out, the Jiang city will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. The city lord of the Jiang city sighed and said helplessly. City lord, there seems to be an earth-grade demonic beast over there, right? One of the old men said. To catch bandits, first catch their leader. We can't let this earth-grade demonic beast kill more people. I'll deal with it. Everyone, you guys stay here and take charge of the situation. City Lord, let me do it. You're the only expert at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River realm in the Jiang city. You should conserve your strength. I'll deal with this earth-grade demonic beast, another old man said decisively. Just as he said that, a rumbling sound rang out. Everyone's hearts trembled and they hurriedly looked towards the south. At that moment, a large amount of yellow smoke was rising from the horizon. Within the smoke and dust, a group of black cavalry could be faintly seen. Chapter 4:15. In front of the excited eyes of the people of Jiang City, the densely packed black cavalry riding on the tall ghost horses came crashing over. The entire ground rumbled and trembled. It's the ghost horse heavy cavalry of the Imperial City, the Sword Emperor is here to save us. It was unknown who said it first, but then, loud cheers rang out. Hope rose in the hearts of all the people who were in despair. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen took the lead and rushed to the front. In front of him, there was only a tall giant tiger blocking his way. This giant tiger was a demon beast above the earth rank. At this moment, there were more than 10 warriors leading it. Beside the giant tiger, there were already many casualties. Evil beast. Long Chen rode on the ghost horse heavy cavalry and flew past the giant tiger. When he was close to the giant tiger, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Of course, it was just an ordinary sword, but to everyone's surprise, with this ordinary sword, Long Chen swung it and actually chopped off the giant tiger's head that was more than half a meter in diameter. With a swoosh, the giant tiger's head flew up to the sky. At this moment, the ghost horse heavy cavalry was like a sharp knife, directly piercing into the group of demon beasts, like wolves entering a flock of sheep. In an instant, the demon beasts that were a great threat to the warriors of Jiang City were like radishes and cabbages in front of the ghost horse heavy cavalry. They were easily killed. In a very short time, the ghost horse heavy cavalry created a bloody path in the air. With Long Chen leading the way, they killed their way to the gate of Jiang City. Then, he suddenly turned his horse around. At this moment, he was holding a halberd in his hand. Along the way, he had killed at least a dozen demon beasts. It was very dazzling, attracting everyone's attention. The ghost horse heavy cavalry also consciously took him as their leader. Send His Highness to the city, the rest of you, follow me. This was just a small matter. As the leader, Lin Badian only needed to give orders. If anything were to happen, it would be a huge problem. Long Chen was just putting on an act to do his part. At the same time, the demonic beasts in Jiang City were harming people. Towards these beasts, Long Chen wanted to do something for the innocent civilians. Lin Badian was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance. He was escorted by a few generals to the city gate, where the big shots of Jiang City were already waiting. Long Chen continued to lead the other 3,000 ghost horse heavy cavalry, sweeping through the crowd of demonic beasts. Xiao Shi, ever since I was young, I've had the dream of being a general and galloping on the battlefield. This trip to Jiang City has somewhat fulfilled my dream. Long Chen chuckled. The halberd in his hand danced rapidly. Basically, every time he attacked, he would take the life of a demonic beast. More and more warriors were saved by Long Chen. They all looked at Long Chen with grateful eyes. Chen, why hasn't Lin Zichen appeared yet? Lingxi asked curiously as she looked around. The leader of the demonic beasts hasn't appeared yet. I don't think he will appear. Long Chen understood Lin Zichen's character, so everything was under his control. While Long Chen was killing the enemies to his heart's content, the big shots of Jiang City had already welcomed the eldest prince into Jiang City. They were watching from the city gate tower. At this moment, the city lord of Jiang City looked in Long Chen's direction with admiration and said, "Your Highness, this young general is really powerful. That demonic beast was at least Earth rank 2, but he killed it so easily. 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, what do you think?" Lin Batian smiled proudly. Long Chen had really made him proud. If this continued, how could Lin Zichen's battle achievements be greater than Lin Baishan's? 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. The people of Jiang City were already stunned. To them, someone who was not even 30 years old had actually reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was completely beyond their imagination. One had to know that the most heaven-defying prodigy in Jiang City had only just reached the 1st level of the Heavenly River tier. Among the Ghost Stallion heavy cavalry, there were many who were below the age of 30, but they were basically all Heavenly River tier cultivators. The difference between the Imperial City and the border city could be clearly seen here. The people of Jiang City were shocked. Even Long Chen was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. The eldest prince must be even more unfathomable. There should be hope in dealing with the leader of the demonic beasts. Under Long Chen's slaughter, the demonic beasts either died or escaped. Jiang City, which was originally on the verge of being breached, was now completely unscathed. The surrounding martial artists burst into cheers. Of course, the cheers were for Long Chen. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Long Chen led the Ghost Stallion heavy cavalry back to Jiang City. Soon, he was summoned by Lin Badian. "Well done." Lin Badian praised. There was only one Earth-rank demonic beast. These demonic beasts were really weak. Long Chen smiled. Hearing this, the other big shots of Jiang City all laughed dryly. These demonic beasts are just a small wave. The strongest among the demonic beasts have not appeared yet. I heard that a martial artist at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier from the Imperial City went to deal with the leader of the demonic beast. However, he was easily killed. Beside the leader of the demonic beast, there were a few strong demonic beasts. The city lord of Jiang City quickly explained to Long Chen and the others. Even a martial artist at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier was killed. It seems that he is indeed strong. At least, he is much stronger than these demonic beasts. Long Chen thought to himself. Don't be afraid. The leader of the demonic beasts is here. We still have 3 martial artists at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier here. Do you think we can't defeat a beast? Lin Batian patted the shoulder of the city lord of Jiang City and laughed heartily. The city lord of Jiang City could only laugh dryly. He looked worriedly at the battlefield below and said, "Today, you guys defeated the demonic beasts and caused them to suffer heavy casualties. I think it won't be long before the leader of the demonic beasts leads the strongest demonic beasts here. This is how Yang City was destroyed by the demonic beasts in the past. It won't be long before it arrives." Long Chen and Lin Batian looked at each other and laughed. Under the warm welcome of the city lord of Jiang City, the day passed quickly. On the second day, when the sun had just risen, there was a sudden commotion outside. There was a hint of panic in the commotion. Long Chen knew that the leader of the demonic beasts had arrived. Yesterday, its soldiers were bullied here, so it was here to take revenge. Walking out, Long Chen followed Lin Batian, who had a solemn expression on his face. Soon, they arrived at the top of the city gate. Looking up, there was a huge demonic beast in front of them. Among the demonic beasts, there was a huge demonic beast that was especially eye-catching. The Dark Moon Tiger is indeed a demonic beast at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen looked at the demonic beast carefully. This Dark Moon Tiger was much larger than Xiao Lang. Its entire body was black, and it had sharp claws. Its eyes were deep and cold, and it had a huge demonic power. It was similar to the 9 heavenly fire beasts that Long Chen had encountered in Ni Yang's Immortal's realm. Even the Dark Moon Tiger had appeared. Long Chen knew that Lin Zichen was probably going to appear soon, so there was no need for him to continue pretending. At this moment, he, Lin Batian, the 8 generals, the city lord of Jiang City, and the others stood at the highest point of the city gate, facing the huge Dark Moon Tiger. Seeing this demonic beast, the city lord of Jiang City and the others trembled all over. They looked at Long Chen and the others anxiously, and said, "Your Highness, can your people deal with this demonic beast?" Lin Batian did not have much confidence. He turned around and asked Long Chen, "Can you and 2 cultivators at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier handle it?" "Yang Qing, take advantage of the fact that Lin Zichen hasn't arrived yet. If you can, kill this Dark Moon Tiger as soon as possible. As long as you kill it, the position of the Crown Prince will be mine. Don't worry, the Dark Moon Tiger is nothing to me. However, the Lin Zichen you mentioned, he has already arrived." Long Chen's spirit-devouring demonic eyes allowed him to completely detect Lin Zichen's approach. He guessed that Lin Zichen had already arrived at Jiang City, and he was just waiting for the Dark Moon Tiger to appear. What, Lin Zichen has already arrived? Lin Batian jumped in fright. He hurriedly looked outside. Indeed, on the leftmost side, a man had appeared. His face was filled with arrogance as he charged in the direction of the Dark Moon Tiger. His speed was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his figure with the naked eye. "Brother Yang, hurry up and stop him. It's best if you can kill the Dark Moon Tiger before Lin Zichen does. Qian Jiang, Qian He, the 2 of you cooperate with Long Chen and kill the Dark Moon Tiger before Lin Zichen does. The rest of you, lead the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry and try to kill as many demonic beasts as possible." "Yes." The 8 generals hurriedly agreed. Then, the other 6 generals hurriedly moved out. The 2 commanders at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier looked at Long Chen provocatively. Then, they hurriedly obeyed the order and took the lead, charging crazily towards the Dark Moon Tiger. Meanwhile, Long Chen glanced lazily at Lin Batian, but did not move. "Brother Yang, what's wrong?" At this critical moment, Long Chen actually went crazy. This caused Lin Batian to be stunned, and he hurriedly shouted, "You dare to shout at me?" What puzzled Lin Batian was that at this moment, not only did Long Chen not listen to his orders, but he also seemed to be looking at Lin Batian with a disdainful expression. What was going on? Bang! Lin Batian was punched by Long Chen, and he fell to the ground in pain, wailing in pain. This time, not only was Lin Batian's mind blank, but the others also could not react at all. They all stared blankly at Long Chen and Lin Batian, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, Long Chen's foot had already stepped on Lin Baishan's face. He exerted a little force, and Lin Batian instantly screamed in pain. Yang Qing, what's wrong with you? You're courting death, how dare you hit me? Lin Baishan's eyes revealed a fierce glint. So what if I hit you? I can still kill you. Long Chen exerted even more force, causing Lin Batian to be completely unable to get up. He rubbed Lin Baishan's face a few times, until the skin on Lin Baishan's face was broken. These days, you seem to have given me many orders. Now, I'll return them to you. Lin Batian, I'll let you watch a good show. Chapter 4:16. Good show, what good show? Lin Batian was completely dumbfounded by Long Chen. He had never imagined that Long Chen would make a move against him at this moment. At this moment, Qian Jiang and Qian He, who were running in front of Long Chen, suddenly realized that Long Chen had not followed them. Qian He asked, "Big brother, that brat must be joking with us. He actually did not follow us. Without him, we would not be a match for Lin Zichen and the Dark Moon Tiger. I knew that brat had no guts. He must be hiding there and not daring to move. As for what we should do, although we are not a match for Lin Zichen and the Dark Moon Tiger, if Lin Zichen and the Dark Moon Tiger were both injured, we could reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be even better?" After saying this, the two of them nodded. They did not care whether Long Chen had followed them or not, and directly headed in the direction of the Dark Moon Tiger. The other ghost Pegasus also charged towards the other demonic beasts. Among these demonic beasts, there were only a dozen or so Earth-rank demonic beasts, and the strongest among them was only at the 7th level of Earth rank. There were still people among the ghost Pegasus who could deal with them. With them, even if the Dark Moon Tiger was killed by Lin Zichen, Lin Baishan's battle achievements would not be a joke. The specifics would have to be evaluated by the Sword Emperor. Seeing that the two cultivators at the 8th level of Heavenly River Tier were heading in that direction, Long Chen smiled and said to Lin Batian, "Stay here obediently and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, you can try and see if I dare to take your life." After Long Chen released his leg, Lin Batian stood up shakily. At this moment, he had already regained his senses. With a dark look, he asked Long Chen, "Yang Qing, tell me why." At this moment, there was still a deep shoe print on his face, which made him look especially comical. "Shut up." Long Chen glanced at him, and his icy gaze caused Lin Batian to take a few steps back in fear. In that instant, he had indeed seen the killing intent in Long Chen's eyes. Previously, although Long Chen had not bowed down to him, he had not been this cold either. However, right now, Lin Batian could feel the killing intent radiating from Long Chen's body. Even though he was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River Tier, his heart still palpitated slightly. He felt that the current Long Chen was much more terrifying than before. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Batian chose to keep his mouth shut and followed Long Chen to the top of the tower to observe the situation below. The others looked at each other in confusion. Even Lin Batian did not say anything, so naturally, they did not dare to say anything. They all took a few steps back and looked at Long Chen in shock. However, very quickly, the commotion below attracted their attention. At this moment, the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry had already begun to collide with the group of demonic beasts. Just like the previous time, the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry was like a sharp knife that pierced into the group of demonic beasts. In an instant, a storm of blood was stirred. And the man who suddenly appeared in the distance, as well as the two commanders at the 8th level of the Heavenly River Tier, once again attracted everyone's attention. The three of them approached the Dark Moon Tiger from two different directions, and arrived at almost the same time. "Chen, why don't you make a move?" Lingxi asked. She was the person who understood Long Chen the most, and knew the hatred Long Chen had for Lin Zichen. Moreover, many of Xiao Lang's family members had probably died at Lin Zichen's hands. "Let's wait until he kills the Dark Moon Tiger," Long Chen said calmly. Lin Zichen was known as the #1 prodigy of the Cangyang country, and today, Long Chen was going to challenge this legend, and in front of so many people. At this moment, there were at least tens of thousands of people on the city walls of Jiang City, watching the scene outside. Frankly speaking, there were at least tens of thousands of demonic beasts, but most of them were mystic-tier demonic beasts, and they were not a match for the Ghost Horse heavy cavalry at all. Hence, whether they could defeat the demonic beasts in this battle mainly depended on whether they could kill the Dark Moon Tiger. Hence, at this moment, everyone's attention was on the Dark Moon Tiger. At this moment, the Dark Moon Tiger also felt a huge threat, and this threat mainly came from Lin Zichen. As for the other two people, it had already ignored them. It lowered its head and roared at Lin Zichen, and a cold light exploded from its huge pitch-black eyes. It had a premonition that Lin Zichen would be the strongest opponent it had met since it came here. Roar. The huge body of the Dark Moon Tiger suddenly exploded. Although its body was huge, it did not affect its agility at all. It did not even look at the other two people at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and directly trampled many demonic beasts into pieces. Then, it pounced towards Lin Zichen. So you are the beast that brought chaos to the Cangyang country? Lin Zichen's cold figure kept replaying within a few miles. When he neared the Dark Moon Tiger, a golden long sword appeared in his hand. Lin Zichen did not say anything, and in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he slashed his sword crazily. Instantly, a golden sword chi surged towards the Dark Moon Tiger. Bang! Seeing that the sword chi was so swift and violent, the Dark Moon Tiger was shocked. It hurriedly dodged, and at the same time, swept its claws towards Lin Zichen's sword chi. Clang! There was an explosion. The Dark Moon Tiger had underestimated the power of the sword chi, and the sword chi directly chopped off one of its claws, turning it into a bloody mess. Huh, with this kind of power, you actually dare to fight against me? You deserve to die. Lin Zichen let out a burst of laughter. He looked provocatively in the direction of Long Chen, and then dashed in the direction of the Dark Moon Tiger again. At this moment, the other two martial artists at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier looked at each other. They could see that Lin Zichen was obviously much stronger than the Dark Moon Tiger. In this case, it seemed that they could not be the ones to reap the benefits. Big brother, should we attack? Don't be anxious, we'll wait for an opportunity. Qian Jiang took a few steps back, and his face was a little pale. At this moment, he was secretly complaining. He did not dare to go to Lin Zichen. Of course, they did not dare to go back with their tails between their legs, so they could only stay here. At this moment, the battle between Lin Zichen and the Dark Moon Tiger became even more intense. Lin Zichen's sovereign sword chi was nothing to scoff at. The violent attacks left wounds on the Dark Moon Tiger's body. Lin Zichen was very smart. He did not choose to fight the Dark Moon Tiger head-on. Instead, he moved around as he fought. He dodged all of the Dark Moon Tiger's attacks with a mysterious movement technique. Back then, the 9 heavenly fire beast had been tortured to death by Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen had tried it many times to deal with huge demonic beasts with great strength and size. With the Dark Moon Tiger's current level, it was completely no match for him. It should be known that with Lin Zichen's current strength, there was basically no one below the connecting heaven state who could be his opponent. Bastard, with my heaven-level body movement technique, divine steps of 9 palace, you want to attack me? Dream on. Lin Zichen said this deliberately to anger Lin Batian. He could easily defeat the Dark Moon Tiger, but if it was Lin Batian, there was basically no one on Lin Batian's side who could defeat the Dark Moon Tiger. As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Zichen didn't want to play with the Dark Moon Tiger anymore. At this moment, the Dark Moon Tiger was forced into a corner and used a powerful attack. Immediately, it laughed crazily and spat out a black torrent towards Lin Zichen. This black torrent was completely formed by demonic energy and had an extraordinary power. It must be a very tyrannical attack. Is this the Dark Moon Tiger's dark torrent? It's just a small trick. Lin Zichen smiled coldly. At this moment, he held the sword of the Emperor behind him and waved it suddenly. a powerful sword move suddenly exploded, rushing towards the Dark Moon Tiger's Dark Moon Torrent at lightning speed. A series of explosions were heard, and an earth-shattering sword chi suddenly erupted. Emperor's Sword Principle, Supreme Martial Arts Sword. It was overkill to use a heaven-rank combat skill against the Dark Moon Tiger. Under Lin Zichen's Supreme Martial Arts Sword, the Dark Moon Tiger's attack was instantly shattered. Then, Lin Zichen's sword chi directly cut the huge Dark Moon Tiger in half. In an instant, blood flew all over the sky, and then fell down with a loud bang. Whoosh! A rain of blood flew everywhere. This scene shocked everyone and all the demonic beasts. At this moment, the people of Jiang City were staring at Lin Zichen's magnificent feat, and they did not dare to breathe loudly. They still did not know who Lin Zichen was, and only thought that he was one of Lin Beishan's subordinates. But now that Lin Badian was imprisoned by Long Chen, this made the city lord of Jiang City and the others confused. However, with the death of the Dark Moon Tiger, the crisis of Jiang City would also be resolved. This was great news to them. The city lord of Jiang City and the others were shocked, and immediately led the crowd to cheer. Then, the people of Jiang City also cheered. In an instant, the cheers were earth-shattering. Seeing the death of the Dark Moon Tiger, all the demonic beasts with a bit of intelligence were in despair. They quickly turned around and fled back to the snowy peak mountains. Seeing that the stronger demonic beasts had fled, the other demonic beasts also fled. The crisis of Jiang City was completely resolved by Lin Zichen's sword. The remaining ghost horse cavalry stopped. Looking at this scene, they did not know whether to leave or praise Lin Zichen. For a moment, they were dumbfounded, and it was extremely awkward. These few days, everyone knew that the two princes who came to resolve the crisis of the demonic beasts were actually here to fight for the position of crown prince. Now, it seemed that Lin Zichen relied on his own strength to successfully defeat all the demonic beasts. The position of crown prince should be Lin Zichen. This meant that they had followed the wrong master. At this moment, they did not know what to do. They could only look at their commander for help, but even their commander could not do anything. At this moment, Lin Zichen kept the corpse of the Dark Moon Tiger and the Emperor's sword in front of everyone. Then, he looked at the city tower with a provocative gaze. Chapter 4:17. Long Chen smiled faintly at Lin Zichen's glare. Long Chen used his soul-devouring demon eyes to scan his surroundings. Indeed, the two old men who had been following Lin Badian were standing in a tree not far away. The outcome of the battle for the position of Crown Prince had been determined. Lin Badian, who was standing beside Long Chen, had a deathly pale expression on his face. And at this moment, Lin Zichen suddenly sped up and flew towards Lin Beishan's direction. In an instant, he landed in front of Lin Badian. Lin Zichen looked at Lin Badian playfully and said, "Big brother, it seems like your army isn't very effective. You should be convinced that you've lost to me." Lin Badian snorted coldly and did not say a word. In fact, the thing that puzzled him the most today was Long Chen. He still did not know what was going on with Long Chen. Lin Zichen was a little angry at Lin Beishan's behavior. He had been a super genius since he was young. No matter how much trouble Lin Badian had caused, Lin Zichen had never looked up to him. Now that he had lost to him, Lin Zichen was still so arrogant. This made Lin Zichen very unhappy. "Forget it. Father said that I can't kill you," but, with a loud slap, Lin Beishan's right cheek was slapped, instantly turning red. Lin Badian was stunned again when he felt the burning pain on his cheek. Then, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "Lin Zichen, how dare you hit me? Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? Seems like you still haven't accepted reality. You have been eliminated. From now on, there is no longer a place for you in the Imperial City. You will become a stray dog and forever be a useless piece of trash. This is reality, Lin Badian." Lin Zichen sneered. Lin Zichen's words sent chills down Lin Beishan's spine. He was not as strong as Lin Zichen, and his battle achievements were also lower than Lin Zichen's. To be honest, what Lin Zichen said could really happen. He could only be a useless piece of trash for the rest of his life. At this moment, Lin Zichen suddenly saw the footprint on Lin Beishan's face. He was very surprised and asked playfully, "Hey, what's with the footprint on your face?" "I did it," Long Chen, who was standing behind Lin Zichen, said. Lin Zichen turned around and looked at Long Chen in astonishment. When he was dealing with the Dark Moon Tiger just now, Long Chen did not make a move. He already felt that it was strange. However, he did not think highly of Long Chen, so he did not pay much attention to it. And now, Long Chen's words once again attracted everyone's attention. From their conversation, the people of Jiang City already knew that Lin Zichen was also a prince, and they felt that he was even more powerful than Lin Badian. Not only that, but Long Chen also came to cause trouble. What was going on? Did you just say that this footprint was left by you? Lin Zichen repeated in disbelief. Are you deaf? I've already said it. I was the one who stepped on it. Long Chen said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You really have guts. I'm very interested now. Can you tell me why exactly? Lin Zichen asked with interest. I will kill all the people of the royal family. However, Lin Badian did not seem to have offended me. My kick was just to teach him a lesson. Next, it's your turn. Lin Zichen, if you have the guts, come down with me. It's time to settle the score between us. With that, Long Chen was the first to jump down from the tower and come to the battlefield. Lin Zichen and Lin Badian were confused by Long Chen's words. Isn't he your helper? What's going on? Lin Zichen asked coldly. I don't know either. But he is challenging you. Come down if you have the guts. Lin Badian said sarcastically. Lin Zichen ignored him and jumped down from the tower. At that moment, Long Chen was walking forward slowly. Lin Zichen followed him and looked at Long Chen in confusion. The tens of thousands of people of Jiang City, including the 3,000 Ghost Horse Cavalry and Lin Badian, were watching the two of them walk to the center of the battlefield. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Long Chen turned around and looked at Lin Zichen, who was approaching him and standing 20 meters away from him. You said that there is a score between us. Do we know each other? Lin Zichen was interested. Of course there is a score between us. Today, only one of us can survive. Long Chen smiled lightly. Oh. Lin Zichen looked at him from head to toe and said, Forget it, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you want to fight, then hurry up. With your strength, don't try to act mysterious in front of me. No matter how mysterious you are, we will know the result after a fight. Long Chen looked in the direction of the two old men sent by the Sword Emperor and said, We still need to wait. Just as he finished speaking, two pained screams suddenly came from that direction. Two black objects were thrown into the air from the forest, and then they shattered with a bang. Then, an excited wolf howl was heard. Under everyone's gaze, a black demon wolf jumped out from the forest and stopped in the distance. It growled at Long Chen and sat down cross-legged. What no one could see was that there was a little girl sitting on Xiao Lang's ear. She was Lingxi. Long Chen had sent her to ask Xiao Lang to kill the two old men. After all, these two people were trouble and it was better to kill them. After killing them, Long Chen would have a real battlefield to fight with Lin Zichen. When they saw the sun-devouring demon wolf, both Lin Zichen and Lin Badian turned pale. Lin Zichen remembered a certain person in his memory and quickly looked at Long Chen again. However, although Long Chen's figure was similar to the person in his memory, his appearance was very different. If that demon beast is not Long Chen, why is it in your hands? Lin Zichen frowned and asked seriously. Long Chen smiled and looked at Lin Zichen coldly. He did not answer Lin Zichen's question but said directly, I came back this time to take revenge. The sword demon of Ni Yang's fairyland was the first person I killed and you, Lin Zichen, are the second person I killed. You killed the imperial uncle? Who are you? When Long Chen said this, Lin Zichen was completely shocked. At that moment, his expression changed drastically. At first, he was a little playful towards Long Chen, but when he heard Long Chen's words, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter who Long Chen was, in his opinion, Long Chen would definitely die today. Who am I? Back at the foot of Mount Demonic Emperor, you forced me into a dead end. I bet you never expected that I, Long Chen, would come back one day. After saying that, Long Chen laughed maniacally. He tore off the human-skinned mask on his face, and his face that belonged to Long Chen was finally revealed to the world again. Lin Zichen was shocked by Long Chen's words and his face. When Long Chen tore off his mask, Lin Zichen subconsciously took a step back. Lin Batian, who was on the city tower, also took a few steps back, his face filled with disbelief. Who was Long Chen? Although the eldest prince had not seen it with his own eyes, he had heard of it. Although Long Chen was not strong, he had forged a legend in Sangyang country. He was only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, but he had actually killed the 9th prince, who was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Then, in the process of escaping, he killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City Guards, annihilated the Wu tribe, one of the 3 major clans, and finally escaped from Lin Zichen's hands. According to Lin Zichen, Long Chen had even survived in his hands for a period of time. Such a person had actually returned to Biyao Imperial City. Moreover, one of the 3 elites of the Imperial family, the Sword Demon, had actually died in his hands. The 2 heaven-level spirit herbs in Ni Yang's Immortal's realm had also been snatched away by Long Chen. Lin Batian finally understood that he had been completely deceived by Long Chen. Long Chen had previously said that he wanted the heaven-level spirit herbs, but in fact, the heaven-level spirit herbs were in his hands. He was just fooling Lin Batian. However, Lin Batian could not figure out why Long Chen had done all of this. However, after Lin Batian racked his brains and recalled the process of interacting with Long Chen, he finally thought of something suspicious, and that was the 1st commander. With the strength that Long Chen had used to kill the Sword Demon, it would naturally be a piece of cake for him to kill the 1st commander. It was the death of the 1st commander that led him and Lin Zichen to come to Jiang City. His target must be Lin Zichen. This Long Chen is so daring and so meticulous. He actually dared to sneak into the Imperial Palace and take the risk to lure Lin Zichen out. It seems like he is very confident. Lin Batian's face was pale, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. Looking at the youth in the crowd, Lin Batian had never imagined that a youth even younger than Lin Zichen would be so terrifying. Not only was his mind terrifying, but his strength was also terrifying. Lin Batian was still puzzled. When he had first met Long Chen had practically killed a cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier in a second. With such strength, how could he not even be able to withstand a single blow from Lin Zichen that night in the Imperial Palace? Lin Batian was already so shocked, let alone Lin Zichen. At this moment, his face was filled with shock, and he once again sized up Long Chen. After confirming that it was Long Chen's face, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and said, "So it's you, Long Chen. How daring of you, how daring. You snuck into the Imperial Palace and showed yourself here. What is your purpose?" "To lure you here and kill you in a place where the Sword Emperor can't see." "Such a simple reason, and you actually can't think of it." Long Chen snorted coldly. "No wonder that idiot Lin Batian came to find me that night. So it was your doing. To be honest, I admire you for appearing here and appearing in front of me with the strength of a cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. However, since you want to go against me, and want to kill me, then everything is different." Lin Zichen licked his lips, and said malevolently, "Yes, it's different. Today, I will kill you in front of tens of thousands of people. Then, I will let everyone see the consequences of offending me, Long Chen, and who is the strongest young elite of the Sangyang country." Long Chen's voice became louder and louder, until everyone could hear him. Chapter 418. This was the first time the people of Jiang City heard the name Longchen. Jiang City was too far away from Biyao Imperial City, so basically no one had heard of Longchen. However, from today onwards, they would remember this person. As for the 3,000 ghost horse heavy cavalry and the 8 generals, they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The Imperial Guards and the garrison army were originally 2 competing systems. When the 6 generals of the garrison army died in the hands of Long Chen, they grieved for him. They didn't expect that the legendary Long Chen not only returned, but also returned in such a terrifying way. He snuck into Ni Yang's fairyland, killed the sword demon, stole the heaven-level spiritual medicine, and then snuck into the imperial palace to lure Lin Zichen here. How many people would dare to do such a thing? Especially the 8 generals. They all looked at each other. "Big brother, what should we do?" the others asked. Longchen could kill Lord Sword Demon, so he should be able to fight against the 4th prince. Let's return to the eldest prince's side and protect him. I originally thought that the eldest prince would lose power, but now it seems that it's still possible, the 8th level Heaven River tier warrior named Qian Jiang said solemnly. How is that possible? The 4th prince killed the 9th level Earth level demonic beast so easily. With his strength, even 10 Longchen wouldn't be a match for him. Qian Jiang had just finished his words when someone immediately argued. I don't believe it either. The 4th prince Lin Zichen is a legend. My father said that he could probably reach the level of the Sword Emperor in less than 5 years. Now is not the time to argue. Let's retreat before they start fighting, Qian Jiang said hurriedly as he didn't have time to discuss with them. When the ghost horse heavy cavalry gradually returned to Jiang City, only Long Chen and Lin Zichen were left on the huge battlefield. Everyone stood on the city wall and watched the confrontation between the 2 most powerful young men of the Cangyang Kingdom. This was a pinnacle battle, and also the strongest opponent that Long Chen had faced so far. Lin Zichen knew the heaven-level movement technique, controlled the Emperor Sword, and was familiar with the Emperor Sword principle. He was almost the same as Long Chen. All eyes were on him. Their auras rose rapidly. Long Chen was still at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, so he was temporarily inferior to Lin Zichen. 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, you really overestimate yourself. Lin Zichen sneered, and the true energy of the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier suddenly burst forth. A powerful wave of air swept towards Long Chen, and the dust and blood clots in the surroundings were all shaken away. Long Chen didn't say a word. At this moment, he used his dragon soul transformation. The blood-red dragon scales and sharp bone spikes covered his entire body, turning him into a human-shaped battle machine. Long Chen's aura continued to rise. His body trembled and the dust around him exploded. His aura was no weaker than Lin Zichen's. Such powerful true energy. You've also reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Lin Zichen frowned when he felt the powerful aura from Long Chen. However, this didn't scare him. Long Chen's strength had always been mysterious, sometimes high and sometimes low. Even before they went to Mount Demonic Emperor, Long Chen had already shown that he had the strength to fight with Lin Zichen. Even if our true energy is the same, with my ability as a sword martial artist, I can explode with the power of 3 levels of true energy. Your true energy, Long Chen's, is really nothing. Lin Zichen laughed loudly, and his laughter echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone was staring at the 2 of them and listening to their conversation. They were afraid that they would miss any detail of this historic moment. Long Chen actually has the same true energy as Lin Zichen. This means that he has always been at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. He really knows how to endure. However, Lin Zichen is a heaven-defying sword martial artist. The sword spirit in his Emperor Sword can explode with 3 times his strength. How can Long Chen be a match for him? To be honest, Lin Batian really hoped that Long Chen would kill Lin Zichen so that he would be the next successor of the Cangyang Kingdom. Of course, the premise was that Long Chen didn't kill him first. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Long Chen. They wanted to know how Long Chen would respond to Lin Zichen's words. Are you saying that my true energy is not as good as yours? With a cold laugh, Long Chen raised his arm. Great skill of Dao Heart Demonic Seed, activate. Under Long Chen's control, the great skill of Dao Heart Demonic Seed was activated. Moreover, it was the second level. With the release of the demonic seed, Long Chen's true energy skyrocketed and surpassed Lin Zichen's in one go. It reached 4 times the previous level, completely suppressing Lin Zichen. What, the second level of the great skill of Dao Heart Demonic Seed? This time, Lin Zichen was really shocked. Even if Long Chen had reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, he would still be able to suppress him. However, Long Chen had used the great skill of Dao Heart Demonic Seed. In terms of true energy, Lin Zichen was no longer a match for him. Ever since he was young, he had never been surpassed by anyone in any aspect. Today, he was suddenly inferior to Long Chen in one aspect, and this made him very unhappy. Looks like you have entered the Heaven Demon Palace and obtained the inheritance of the great skill of Dao Heart Demonic Seed. With your current strength, you should be the #1 disciple of the Heaven Demon Palace. I heard that there is a Demon Emperor sword in the Heaven Demon Palace that is comparable to my Emperor sword. I wonder if you, Long Chen, are qualified to obtain it? Lin Zichen asked provocatively. In his opinion, Long Chen was only an outsider in the Heaven Demon Palace. Obtaining the great skill of Dao Heart Demonic Seed was already very impressive. The Demon Emperor sword was something that was passed down to every palace master of the Heaven Demon Palace. It was impossible for Long Chen to have it. However, he was really wrong this time. When Lin Zichen took out the Emperor sword from his Cosmos sack, a black divine sword that looked similar to the Emperor sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen raised the Emperor sword and pointed it at Lin Zichen. He smiled lightly and said, I'm sorry. It might be out of your expectations. I used this Demon Emperor sword to directly break the Sword Demon's 9th Heaven Battle Sword and took his life. Once the Emperor sword was out, who could compete with it? However, when Long Chen took out the Demon Emperor sword, the Emperor sword, the legendary #1 divine weapon of the Xiangyang Kingdom, was no longer the only one. At least, Lin Batian and the others could see that the divine sword in Long Chen's hand that looked exactly like the Emperor sword did not seem to be any weaker than the Emperor sword. Lin Zichen, who had originally thought that he could easily kill Long Chen, started to look very serious because of the appearance of the Demon Emperor sword. The 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, the great skill of Dao Heart Demonic Seed, and the Demon Emperor sword all showed that Long Chen had obtained the highest level inheritance of the Heaven Demon Palace. He had become the first person in history who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Lin Zichen had never thought that there would be such a person in this world. He had always stood at the peak, but unknowingly, there was someone standing next to him, who was basically on par with him. How could Lin Zichen get used to this? At this time, Lin Zichen had already developed a strong desire to kill Long Chen. Putting aside the fact that Long Chen had to kill him, the current Long Chen had already grown to the extent that he was afraid of him. If he did not kill Long Chen now, who knew what would happen in a few years? At that time, he might really be killed by Long Chen. Lin Zichen slowly raised the Emperor sword. At this moment, everyone's attention was on them. Seeing that they were finally going to make their move, everyone looked up in anticipation. Among them, Lin Batian was the most nervous person. Long Chen is good. He is holding the legendary Demon Emperor sword of the Heaven Demon Palace. If I am not wrong, Long Chen is going to become the successor of the Heaven Demon Palace. This is a battle between the 2 strongest young elites of the Xiangyang country. Lin Batian was extremely excited when he thought of this. At this moment, tens of thousands of people exclaimed in surprise. This was because at this time, Long Chen and Lin Zichen were going to make their move. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It could almost be said that when he entered the Heaven Demon Palace and began to cultivate with all his might, it was for this moment, the moment to kill Lin Zichen. Rumble. The battle had just begun, and the whole battlefield was shaking under their might. In an instant, Yellow sand was flying wildly, and the corpses of the demonic beasts and martial artists that had not been cleaned up were swept away by the strong wind. Whistling sounds could be heard in the battlefield. Clang! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The two most heaven-defying weapons of the Xiangyang country clashed for the first time in many years. A dazzling light flashed, and both Long Chen and Lin Zichen retreated. Then, in the next moment, two figures flashed on the battlefield and began to attack each other crazily. For a moment, the crowd could not see anything. They could not even see who the figures were. The only thing they could see were a black and a gold sword, dancing rapidly on the battlefield. Emperor Sword Qi. With a whistling sound, the attack that Lin Zichen used to deal with the Dark Moon Tiger was directed towards Long Chen. The ground along the way was slashed by the Emperor Sword Qi, leaving deep ravines. Seeing such a fierce attack, the crowd's hearts were in their throats, because Long Chen was now exposed to the Emperor Sword Qi. Traceless Spectre. At this moment, Long Chen, who was originally a phantom, turned into an invisible shadow. The Emperor Sword Qi did not hit him at all, and it flew into the distance until it dissipated. At this moment, the crowd could see an almost invisible shadow spinning rapidly towards Lin Zichen. Rays of Imperial Demon Sword Qi that were no weaker than Lin Zichen's Emperor Sword Qi appeared out of nowhere and attacked Lin Zichen crazily. Heaven-level body movement combat skill, Traceless Spectre. Lin Zichen was shocked again. He had a premonition that Long Chen might even know Traceless Spectre, but he did not expect Long Chen to really know it. Moreover, when he used it, it was not as rusty as Lin Zichen's Divine Movement 9 Palace Steps. Long Chen already knew 2 of the 3 secret skills of the Sky Devil Palace. Could it be that Long Chen knew the last one? Lin Zichen's expression became even more solemn. Chapter 419. Within the royal family, there were 3 heaven-ranked battle skills. One of them was Lin Zichen's Divine Steps of the 9 Palace. Of the other 2, one was the Emperor's Way of the sword that Lin Zichen was currently using. The other heaven-ranked battle skill was also an offensive battle skill, but it was not very strong. When he was in the Ni Yang Immortal's realm, it was destroyed by Long Chen's Emperor's Way sword. Lin Zichen cultivated the Emperor's Way of the sword, so he did not need the heaven-ranked battle skill. Even so, it took Lin Zichen 5 years to fully master the 2 heaven-ranked secret skills. Lin Zichen knew that Long Chen had only been in the demonic palace for 100 days. In 100 days, Long Chen had successfully cultivated the 3 secret skills. Didn't this mean that Long Chen's talent was much higher than Lin Zichen's? Lin Zichen was most proud of his talent in cultivation. However, Long Chen's performance was a huge blow to him. At this time, he truly felt that Long Chen was the most difficult person in his life to overcome. Today's battle would definitely be a battle to the death. Lin Zichen was not the only one who was surprised. Since the start of the battle, Long Chen had maintained the same situation as Lin Zichen. This caused Lin Batian and the others who were more familiar with Long Chen to be surprised. In terms of cultivation, Lin Zichen had always been a heaven-defying existence in the Xiangyang kingdom. However, today, an expert who was on par with Lin Zichen had appeared. Your Highness, do you think that Long Chen will be able to kill the 4th prince today? At this time, Qian Jiang whispered into Lin Batian's ear with a trembling voice. I don't know either. Let's wait and see. Today's battle is destined to shake the entire Xiangyang kingdom. If father knew about this, he would probably jump in fright. Lin Zichen's talent in cultivation has always been the thing that he was most proud of. On top of the city gate tower, there were all kinds of discussions. Below the city gate tower, Long Chen and Lin Zichen were still engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Zichen was indeed not easy to deal with. Long Chen had already activated his strongest state, but it was not easy at all. Divine Steps of the 9 Palace. Under Long Chen's Demon Overlord Sword Qi, Lin Zichen's body moved rapidly between the 9 directions. The divine traversing 9 palace steps was so fast that it was almost like teleportation. The speed at which she dodged was even faster than the traceless specter. The essence of the traceless specter lay in the word traceless, but the divine traversing 9 palace steps was all about dodging. None of the Demon Emperor sword chi hit Lin Zichen. This is the legendary Demon Emperor sword chi. It's exactly the same as my Emperor sword chi. Lin Zichen let out a roar and charged at Long Chen. He swung the Emperor sword from top to bottom and a golden sword chi flew towards Long Chen's head. Ha! As Long Chen retreated, he swept the Demon Emperor sword in his hand horizontally. The Demon Emperor sword chi and the Emperor sword chi collided. Boom! There was a loud explosion and a large pit was formed on the ground where the collision occurred. The surrounding dust flew in all directions. Such a powerful attack shocked everyone on the city gate tower. This is a real expert. In the eyes of everyone in Jiang City, the fierce battle between Long Chen and Lin Zichen was like a god. The yellow sand danced and the wind howled. The swords collided with each other again and again. Long Chensheng was stronger than Lin Zichen in terms of genuine qi, so in the end, he even suppressed Lin Zichen. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Lin Zichen was forced to retreat again and again. Bastard, I think you won't give up until you see your coffin. Today, I, Lin Zichen, will fulfill your wish. I'll let you see what a real genius is. After saying that, a huge amount of true qi exploded from his body. Lin Zichen was like a bomb, rushing towards Long Chen. As he moved forward, his strength increased again. The Emperor's sword in his hand emitted a strong golden light as Lin Zichen held it behind his back. A golden light that was so fast that it could not be seen rushed towards Long Chen. The wind and clouds were stirred. A dazzling golden light flashed. Emperor Sword Principle, Supreme Sword of Martial Tao. With a loud shout, Lin Zichen used the move that killed the Dark Moon Tiger with his full strength. The overwhelming sword chi slashed towards Long Chen, creating a wide and deep ravine in the soil along the way. As expected of the young Sword Emperor. At least other cultivators at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, including the Sword Demon, would not be able to withstand this move of Lin Zichen. They are both at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, but Lin Zichen is much stronger than the Sword Demon. Long Chen was extremely calm. Lin Zichen's attack had been executed to its fullest, while Long Chen's attack had been executed with extreme calmness. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Chen stood in his original position, gathering all the true qi in his body and swinging the Demon Emperor sword in his hand. Demon Emperor Sword Principle, Supreme Sword of Emperor Tao. Under Long Chen's execution, a black sword chi that was no weaker than the Supreme Sword of Martial Tao soared into the sky, exploding with a strange black light. Then, it collided with the Supreme Sword of Martial Tao. The principles of these two moves were very similar. Under the same cultivation level, Long Chen's true qi was slightly stronger, and instantly shattered the Supreme Sword of Martial Tao. Rumble. An even more explosive sound was heard, and a wave of sound waves swept out. Many of the people watching from the city tower turned pale from the shock. What? This time, Lin Zichen was even more shocked. Long Chen even knew the Traceless Spectre and the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao Heart. Lin Zichen thought that Long Chen must not have succeeded in cultivating the Demon Emperor Sword Principle. He did not expect that not only could Long Chen execute it, but he could also do it without moving. He was even better than Lin Zichen. How is this possible? How can you be so nature-defying? Lin Zichen let out a frenzied roar. The power of the Supreme Sword of Emperor Tao had directly shattered his Supreme Sword of Martial Tao. The remaining shockwave swept up the yellow sand in the sky and surged towards Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen's face was pale, and he quickly executed the divine movement 9 palace steps to resist. Long Chen, you're forcing me. Alright, since you're not going to hold back, I won't hold back either. At this moment, Lin Zichen was almost driven mad. He displayed his strong side again and again, but every time, Long Chen was able to completely suppress him. This depressing feeling made Lin Zichen want to vomit blood. However, this time, it was not Lin Zichen who executed it first. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Long Chen used the Supreme Sword of Emperor Dao to break Lin Zichen's Supreme Sword of Martial Dao. Then, his body moved rapidly and turned into a shadow. In an instant, he was only 20 meters away from Lin Zichen. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were cold, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved the Demon Emperor sword in his hand. It's still the same move. On the city tower, Lin Batian and the others were stunned. At this moment, when they saw that Long Chen took the initiative to attack, their hearts were in their throats. The move that Long Chen had executed just now was too terrifying. However, to their surprise, the move that Long Chen used now was not the same move as before. Could it be? In the middle of the battlefield, Lin Zichen's heart trembled, and his eyes widened. He crazily used the divine traversing 9 palace steps and retreated 30 meters. Then, he gritted his teeth and once again activated the qi in his body. He shouted at Long Chen in disbelief, "Impossible, even I am not sure that I can execute this move stably. You definitely can't do it." In the process of shouting, he actually held the Emperor's sword in his hand in a similar posture as Long Chen. In the process, the Demon Emperor's sword and the Emperor's sword came from the same source, so when they used it, it was more or less the same. The Supreme Sword of Emperor Dao and the Supreme Sword of Martial Dao were the first moves of the Demon Emperor's sword and the Emperor's sword respectively. Right now, the final battle between Long Chen and Lin Zichen was the most terrifying move of the Demon Emperor's sword and the Emperor's sword. The power of this move was even close to a Middle Heaven ranked battle skill. The final moment is here. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. For this moment, he had been in seclusion for 3 months. 3 months, just to stand here today and use the Demon Emperor's sword in his hand to chop down with all his might. The 2 most powerful moves stirred up the sky. The wind howled once again, and endless yellow sand swirled around, surrounding Long Chen and Lin Zichen. At this moment, it attracted the attention of the crowd. At this moment, they could not help but hold their breaths. As the saying goes, no one knows who will have the last laugh until the end. This battle was still full of battles, but one thing was certain. Right now, Long Chen was already the top genius of the Cangyang Kingdom. Coincidentally, both of their names had the word Chen in them. I've said it before. Between the 2 of us, only one can survive today. Closing his eyes, Long Chen's lips moved slightly. At this crazy moment, he was very quiet. At this moment, he felt like he was cultivating quietly on the peak of Mount Demon Emperor. All of this was taught to him by Zhao Qingyun. White clouds, gentle wind, everything seemed like the peak of Mount Demon Emperor. At this moment, Long Chen gently slashed with his sword. Suddenly, the sky and earth changed color. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be shattered. Terrifying explosions were heard. Under the attack of Long Chen's sword, everything seemed to be destroyed and swept towards Lin Zichen. Demon Emperor Sword Principle. Supreme Sword of Diabolism. The most powerful move of the Demon Emperor Sword Principle was displayed by Long Chen. In an instant, it seemed like the whole world in front of Long Chen had exploded. Without a doubt, he had used the Supreme Sword of Diabolism to its peak state. Even Zhao Qingyun might not be able to use it to this state. On the other side, Lin Zichen had also completed his attack. Like Long Chen, his attack was undoubtedly very powerful. However, under Long Chen's almost perfect Supreme Sword of Diabolism, everything was overshadowed. Chapter 420. Go to Hell. Emperor's Sword Principle, Emperor's Supreme Sword. A ray of golden sword qi exploded from Lin Zichen's body. He had used all the genuine qi in his body to complete this most powerful move. This move was beyond his control. When it left the Emperor's sword, it destroyed everything in front of it in a tyrannical manner. Long Chen, let's see if you're still going to die. Lin Zichen was finally able to relax after successfully using this move. He was a little nervous because he didn't know if he could use it. But after he used it, he heaved a sigh of relief. Others might not know the power of the Emperor's supreme sword, but he knew it very well. Even an ordinary reaching heaven state expert would have to use all his strength to resist this attack. However, what was the matter with the exclamations of the people on the city gate tower? Lin Zichen was stunned. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He immediately turned around and looked in the direction of Long Chen. At this moment, he saw that the Emperor's supreme sword that he was so proud of was being pushed back by Long Chen's even more powerful move. It shattered and turned into dust that filled the sky. The power of the supreme demonic sword was like a surging tide that drowned Lin Zichen in an instant. No! The cry of despair reverberated in the sky above the battlefield. Tens of thousands of people had goosebumps and felt their scalps go numb when they heard the cry. They all saw with their own eyes that Lin Zichen's last move was no match for Long Chen's. Under Long Chen's supreme demonic sword, Lin Zichen was drowned in the light of the sword. A torrent of power swept across the battlefield. That desperate "no" was still echoing in everyone's ears. Everything was over. The yellow sand gradually drifted down, and the wind no longer howled. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, only Long Chen was left standing on the battlefield. He kept the Demon Emperor sword in his hand unhurriedly. Everyone on the city gate tower gasped when they saw how meticulous he was. Everyone also saw a golden blade stabbed into the ground not far from Long Chen. It was obviously the Emperor's sword, but the owner of the Emperor's sword was nowhere to be found. Lin Badian knew. Lin Zichen must have been turned into dust by Long Chen's mighty attack and dissipated in the air. Long Chen's last move could almost shatter the entire city gate tower of Jiang City, not to mention Lin Zichen's tiny body. The top genius of the Cangyang Kingdom had died in the hands of Long Chen in front of the city gate of Jiang City. The people of Jiang City did not feel much about it. They only saw two evenly matched experts engaged in an earth-shattering battle. However, the hearts of the 3,000 Ghost Horse Cavalry, the 8 generals, and Lin Batian could no longer be described as a tempestuous storm. To them, it was a subversion. They had no choice but to keep their eyes open. They looked at it a few times before they could confirm that Lin Zichen had really disappeared from this world. Lin Zichen was dead. He had died in the hands of Long Chen. He had died under the Demon Emperor sword in his hand. This news would cause many people in the imperial city to fall off their chairs, including Lin Baishan's father, the Sword Emperor, the most powerful person in the Cangyang Kingdom. Lin Baishan's face turned pale and he sat on the ground. He was not worried that Long Chen would kill him, but the truth had shocked him so much that he could not sit still. Although he had gone against Lin Zichen, he knew how important Lin Zichen was in the Cangyang Kingdom. He was basically a symbol of the Cangyang Kingdom's martial arts. Today, this symbol had been trampled under someone's foot. This person had created many miracles. Until today, the miracles he had created had shocked the world. He was Long Chen. It was completely silent. Everyone was staring at Long Chen in a daze. His slight movement caused everyone to tremble and they hurriedly took a few steps back. At this moment, Long Chen was not as excited as he had imagined. He suddenly realized that Lin Zichen was only a stumbling block to his growth. Now that he had kicked him down, his mind was much more open. He knew that today's battle was only a new beginning and not the end. This was a brand new beginning. From today onwards, he, Long Chen, would embark on a broader path. After putting away the Demon Emperor's sword, he looked up at the sky and suddenly felt as though the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. His mind was clear. Initially, he had killed Lin Zichen to vent his anger, but now that he had vented his anger, he felt much more at ease. Long Chen kept the Emperor's sword in his cosmos sack. He was too ruthless and destroyed everything. Otherwise, there would have been other gains besides the Emperor's sword. Since I have taken the Demon Emperor's sword from the Heavenly Demon Palace, I will leave the Emperor Sword to master. Anyway, the Emperor Sword and the Emperor Sword are not good or evil. Long Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Xiao Lang and Lingxi came to his side happily. At this moment, Xiao Lang had changed into a cute look and looked at Long Chen with admiration. Xiao Lang had to admit that although he was already at the 9th grade of the Earth rank, if he were to fight with Long Chen, even with the 9th Hell Ancestral Flame, it was not certain who would win. Chen. Lingxi's eyes were filled with emotion. She knew that the reason why Long Chen hated Lin Zichen so much was all because of the Emperor Sword Qi. If not for that, Lingxi would not have abandoned the mysterious Sky Jade Lotus. What's wrong? I have finally gotten my revenge. You should be happy. Long Chen held her carefully in his hands and asked softly. I'm not sad, I'm just very touched. Lingxi looked at Long Chen, her spirited eyes sparkling with luster. Silly girl. Long Chen smiled helplessly and said, even if I killed Lin Zichen today, it doesn't matter. I still haven't found the 9 heavens immortal fruit for you. There's no hurry. Lingxi quickly said, Chen, will you take revenge for me like this when others bully me in the future? That's only natural. If anyone dares to touch even a hair on my little Shi's head, I will make them suffer a fate worse than death, said Long Chen with a smile. A man should not go back on his words. Don't go back on your words, Lingxi said. Of course. Don't you know what kind of person I, Long Chen, am? I'm definitely a real man. However, this man has some matters to attend to right now. Little Shi, go back to the Lingxi sword. Okay. Lingxi nodded and returned to the Lingxi sword obediently. Long Chen called out to Xiao Lang and dashed towards the city gate tower. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, Long Chen appeared in front of Lin Batian. The current Long Chen was like a demon to them. Everyone retreated and no one dared to stand in front of Lin Batian. Lin Batian, do you understand why I hit you just now? Long Chen asked. I understand. With your strength, it's normal to hit me. Lin Batian looked at Long Chen with a pale face. Although he tried to control himself, his legs were still trembling and he could not stand. Now you know how to be afraid of me. Long Chen sneered. Long Chen, please don't kill me. I'm begging you. When I was hunting you down, I was still fighting outside. It had nothing to do with me. Besides, without me, would you have been able to lure Lin Zichen out? Lin Batian quickly said. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Long Chen paused and continued, but, you have to do something for me. Something very important. Please tell me. If I can do it, I will do it for you. Lin Batian was ready to risk everything at the moment of death. It's actually very simple. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the 3,000 members of the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry. He then raised his voice and said word by word, Lin Batian, go back and tell the Sword Emperor that I have already killed the Sword Demon and Lin Zichen. I believe that it won't be long before I return to the Imperial City. At that time, tell him to wash his neck clean. I, Long Chen, will kill him in front of everyone in Biyao Imperial City. Do you understand? Long Chen's arrogance caused everyone to look at each other. Originally, when Long Chen killed Lin Zichen, everyone thought that he was strong enough. However, he was still so unruly. He even set his target on the Sword Emperor and told him to wash his neck and wait for Long Chen to kill him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Batian, did you hear me clearly? If you can't do it, I will let someone else do it. However, I cannot guarantee your life. Long Chen said coldly. I can do it, I can definitely do it. Lin Batian quickly said. He was frightened by Long Chen's tone just now. He quickly agreed to Long Chen's request. Of course, he was speechless at Long Chen's arrogance and ignorance. Lin Zichen was the strongest among the younger generation. It was not a big deal for him to be killed by Long Chen. However, the Sword Emperor was a heavenly completion realm expert. He was the strongest in the Xiangyang kingdom. Even Zhao Qingyun from the demonic palace was no match for him. Of course, no one knew if they had fought before. Now that most of the Xiangyang kingdom was under the control of the royal family, it was easy to boast about the Sword Emperor. But Long Chen, why are you so ruthless towards my royal family? I don't think my royal father has ever tried to kill you. At this moment, Lin Badian asked with a trembling voice. You want to know why? Long Chen faintly smiled. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a clear voice, then I'll tell you all. Firstly, the Sword Emperor must have given the order to hunt me down. Now that I've killed 2 of his sons and 1 of his younger brothers, will he spare me? Furthermore, there's another important point. Long Chen's expression was gloomy as he said word by word, I once had a brother. He was a member of the Mo family, one of the 4 great clans of the imperial city. However, when he was 6 years old, his entire family was executed. You should understand what I'm saying. Only the imperial family has the right to execute an entire family. So, no matter what, the Sword Emperor must die. Chapter 421. The Mo Clan. Lin Badian vaguely remembered this incident, but it had happened a few years ago. At that time, Lin Badian was about the same age as Long Chen and was still practicing martial arts in the imperial palace. Therefore, he did not have a deep memory of it. He had only heard about it occasionally. It was common in the imperial city to have a whole family executed, so Lin Badian did not pay much attention to it. However, the incident with the Mo clan had caused quite a stir. After all, the Mo clan was one of the 4 great clans. It had been completely wiped out, and the once prosperous clan had instantly turned into hell. However, no one had expected that an inconspicuous child of the Mo clan had survived, and that was Mo Xiaolang. Lin Badian could only shake his head helplessly. Judging from the tone of Long Chen's voice, he knew that Long Chen would not only avenge the Mo clan, but he would also avenge it in front of the whole world. Don't worry, I will definitely pass on your words to my father, Lin Badian said. Then it's settled. Long Chen nodded. He was still not a match for the Sword Emperor, so he still needed a period of time to cultivate in seclusion. When he returned to Biyao Imperial City from the demonic palace for the first time, he had already achieved the goal he had set. As long as the 3 great experts of the imperial family were not in the Heaven Ascension realm, he had already killed them. His only regret was the 9 heaven celestial fruit. There was another important reason why he had killed the Sword Emperor, and that was that Long Chen had to obtain the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, Long Chen reminded Lin Badian one last time before jumping off the city gate tower with Xiao Lang. They slowly disappeared from the crowd's sight, heading towards the snowy peak mountains in the north. This was the place that Long Chen had chosen to cultivate. He did not intend to return to the demonic palace for the next period of time, but rather stayed here. At the start, Long Chen didn't know that he needed to cultivate again. Back then, he thought that with his current strength, he would be able to obtain the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit. He didn't think that he would fail. If the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit was in the hands of the Sword Emperor, he would have to work even harder if he wanted to obtain it. When Long Chen's figure gradually disappeared, Lin Badian and the others' tense bodies finally slumped weakly onto the ground. They looked at each other. Qian Jiang, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, asked, should we tell His Majesty about his instructions? Yes, of course we must. Moreover, we must publicize it. Lin Badian said coldly after thinking for a while. Why? Qian Jiang was shocked. Don't you think that this Long Chen is a bit too terrifying? Now that Lin Zichen is dead, the throne of the Xiangyang nation will definitely fall into my hands. Moreover, Long Chen is from the demonic palace, and my strength is far inferior to his. When that time comes, how can I be a match for him? Moreover, have you forgotten that the Emperor's sword is still in his hands? This is the symbol of the imperial family, how could it be in his hands? Lin Badian analyzed. In other words, we must make His Majesty fear him enough, value him, and make everyone fear him. This way, His Majesty will be more determined to kill Long Chen. Of course. However, even if he only knows that Lin Zichen has been killed, I'm afraid that the killing intent in my father's heart will surpass mine. With Lin Zichen's death, Lin Badian was now the most favored prince. In truth, he was feeling quite proud of himself. Your Highness, if Long Chen really comes to the imperial city one day, do you think he will be a match for His Majesty? Qian Jiang was already frightened by Long Chen. Of course. What nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think my father is? He is the strongest man in the Cangyang kingdom. Although Long Chen is not bad, he is still too young. How can he be compared to my father who has experienced hundreds of battles? Are you out of your mind? Lin Badian looked at him speechlessly and scolded. Yes, yes. Qian Jiang quickly nodded and bowed. He had no choice but to do so. Now that Lin Badian was about to become the most powerful person, he had to put in some effort to curry favor with him. Return to the palace. Lin Badian looked in the direction that Long Chen had disappeared and ordered. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the snowy peak mountains. This place was closer to the north, and the weather was still a little cold. It was obvious that this place was covered with snow during the winter, but now that summer had arrived, the snow had basically melted into rivers. Rivers flowed through the snowy peak mountains and flowed towards the east. Long Chen quickly found a beautiful grassland surrounded by beautiful shrubs. In front of him was a clear river with fishes and shrimps playing in it. It was a very beautiful scene. Little Shi, actually, I also want to rely on refining blood to reach the 9th level of the heavenly river tier, but unfortunately, there are basically no strong demonic beasts around the Cangyang nation. Moreover, heaven-rank demonic beasts are definitely one level stronger than earth-rank demonic beasts. I don't know if Xiao Lang and I can defeat them together. In other words, I can only concentrate on cultivation. Ling Shi fluttered in the midst of this beautiful grassland. Then, she suddenly jumped in front of Long Chen and blinked her large eyes. That's the only way. Are there enough Heaven River pills? From the demonic palace, I've already brought out enough Heaven River pills for me to reach the 9th level of the heavenly river tier. Now, I just need to wait for my qi to catch up. Long Chen paused, then said, but don't worry, little Shi. I will definitely get the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit as soon as possible. 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit again. Lingxi forced a smile, but there was a hint of worry in her smile. For Long Chen, who knew what would happen if the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit was in the hands of the Sword Emperor, so he was actually under a lot of pressure. After talking with Lingxi for a while, he immersed himself in cultivation. At this time, out of the 18 heavenly rivers in his body, he had already condensed 16 of them. The remaining 2 star veins were still empty. Long Chen needed to cultivate non-stop, so he could only condense the last 2 heavenly rivers. At this point, Long Chen could clearly feel how difficult it was to cultivate. Previously, his rapid improvement was mostly due to his heaven-defying ability to refine his blood into qi. Now that he didn't have a target to refine his blood into qi, it was very difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. Looks like the Cangyang nation is no longer suitable for me. When I find the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit, I'll let Lingxi recover her body, and then I'll take her to a wider world. This was Long Chen's beautiful wish. As for the wider world, Long Chen already understood it. In the Myriad Kingdom territory, there were tens of thousands of small countries like the Cangyang nation. Surrounded by these countries, there were 10 transcendent superpowers. These 10 superpowers were hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the Cangyang nation. The Cangyang nation only had one reaching heaven realm expert, but there were as many as dogs in the 10 superpowers. These 10 superpowers were called the 10 Great Sacred Dynasties. Each of the 10 Great Sacred Dynasties had thousands of subordinate countries. There were strong and weak subordinate countries, and a subordinate country like the Cangyang nation could only be considered as one of the weakest. From this, it could be seen how huge the legendary dragon sacrificial continent was. The Sanyang nation was a subordinate country of the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty, one of the 10 great sacred dynasties. He had even heard from Zhao Qingyun that there was a special formation that led to the divine item dynasty somewhere in the Sanyang nation. Long Chen had never thought of leaving the Sanyang nation. Now, he suddenly thought of asking Zhao Qingyun what the special formation that led to the divine item dynasty was the next time he saw him. Actually, Long Chen felt quite pressured about Lingxi, because he knew that Lingxi and Li Xuanji's hometown shouldn't be in the Myriad Kingdom territory or the 10 great sacred dynasties. Judging from Lingxi, the people there might be more terrifying than the 10 great sacred dynasties. It wouldn't be easy for Long Chen to marry Lingxi openly in the future. Of course, this was a matter for a long time in the future. Long Chen didn't think too much about it at the moment, and directly immersed himself in cultivation. However, the cultivation of the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier was much more difficult than he had imagined. After cultivating for more than half a month, it seemed like he didn't make much progress. Long Chen finally understood why a genius like Lin Zichen could only reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier after cultivating for more than 10 years, while he, Long Chen, had only cultivated for less than a year. The path of cultivation is a gradual cycle, and it's incomparably difficult. Looks like I have underestimated this path. My path of cultivation has always been too smooth. However, I, Long Chen, am strong because I can rise faster than others. It's the same for Xiao Lang. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Who knew what kind of storm Long Chen's matter would cause in the imperial city? The only thing that Long Chen was concerned about was whether the 9 heaven celestial fruit was still there or not. This was the most important goal that Long Chen had fought all the way from Origin Spirit City to Biyao Imperial City. Time passed gradually, but his cultivation didn't improve quickly. This made Long Chen a little depressed, and he spoke much less normally. Basically, he was working hard 24 hours a day. Seeing him working so hard, Lingxi was even more timid, and didn't dare to say what was on her mind to Long Chen. Up until now, almost a month has passed, and I've only completed about a quarter of the progress. In other words, if I want to reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, I'll still need another 4 months. To others, this speed of mine is very fast, but to me, it's still too slow. Seeing the faint anxiety that appeared in Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi bit her lip, and suddenly made a decision. Chen, why don't I teach you a high-level heaven tier battle technique? I originally wanted to teach you when you reached the heaven ascension tier, but your comprehension ability is extraordinary, so perhaps you're almost there by now. Lingxi's words instantly made Long Chen overjoyed. High-level heaven tier, even the demonic Dao sovereign sword of the demon emperor sword Dao was only at the elementary level of heaven tier. Just how heaven-defying would the high-level heaven tier battle technique that Lingxi taught him be? Little Shi, I really love you too much. Tell me quickly, just what kind of battle technique is it? It's actually a high-level heaven tier battle technique. Long Chen stopped cultivating, and asked rather impatiently. Do you still remember the heaven-raising sword prison that I used in the Star Demon prison? This high-level heaven tier battle technique belongs to the same secret manual as the heaven-raising sword prison, but it's even more helpful to you. The name of this technique is called the Heaven Punishment Sword Formation. Today is the 1st of January, and I've once again crazily released 20 chapters. I've spent several days crazily writing and saving them. I wish everyone a happy new year. I'm so awesome, and I don't ask for anything else. I only ask for one thing, and that is for my brother and sister's book, Young Sword Emperor, Alluring Sai, Mute Concubine in Troubled Times, to be published today, the 1st of January. Young Sword Emperor has released 55 chapters, and so has the Mute Concubine. If you have a kilobyte of books on hand, please subscribe. Monthly subscriptions are guaranteed. Lin Zichen's character is Zichen, the author of Young Sword Emperor. In order to write the book, he's already quit his job, and he's still supporting everyone. Endless gratitude. Chapter 422. Long Chen had seen the power of the heaven-raising sword prison before. Using swords as a prison was indeed a very powerful sword move. At that time, it had directly trapped the blue dragon ancestor. However, Long Chen had never thought that the simple sword skill would actually be a high heaven tier battle skill. The sword formation of the heaven punishing sword, tell me about it in detail. Hearing the name, Long Chen knew that it was extraordinary, so he immediately asked excitedly. The heaven-raising sword prison is mainly based on the word prison, while the sword formation of the heaven punishing sword is based on the word formation. Using swords as a formation to form a sword formation, you can imagine the power. It's definitely something that ordinary people can't defend against. If you can use it, it'll definitely be much more powerful than the sovereign demonic sword, Lingxi said seriously. Sword formation. Long Chen could roughly imagine that scene. Using swords as a formation to trap people in the formation, then using the combined power of the 10,000 swords to kill them. No matter how powerful an expert was, they would probably die under the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword. Long Chen had a premonition that if he could really learn the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword, it would very likely become a great killing move for him for a very long time. Chen, I still have a very clear impression of the practice of the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword. You're originally very talented, so with my guidance, it's likely that you'll really be able to learn the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword. From today onwards, we'll have to put down the cultivation of our true qi and practice the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword, Lingxi probed. No, the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword and the cultivation of true qi each take up half of the time. I can't slack off at all. This time, I must cut down that sword emperor in front of everyone. Long Chen's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. Especially with the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword, he was even more confident. All right then. Lingxi did not know whether it was the right decision to give the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword to Long Chen. In truth, she could not bear to see Long Chen frown, so she subconsciously told him about the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword. She regretted it after saying it, because she knew that if he learned the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword, Long Chen would definitely work even harder to fight the Sword Emperor for the 9 heavens immortal fruit. The thing that Lingxi longed for the most in the past, when she fell deeply in love with Long Chen, actually made her feel a sense of fear. Every time she wanted to say it, Long Chen's passionate gaze made her swallow her words. With the heavens as the core and the earth as the support, stirring up the wind and clouds to form the sword formation. As Lingxi gradually explained, Long Chen gradually understood that the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword was not a single move, but rather the combination of countless smaller moves. It was precisely the combination of thousands of moves that formed this precise move. This was the power of the sword formation. Although it was a high heaven rank battle skill, it was even more powerful than high heaven rank battle skills when used. The more he came into contact with the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword, the more shocked Long Chen became. This was the first time that Lingxi had carefully decided to give him something, and it was indeed much more powerful than the demonic spirit sword and the shadow sword. To Long Chen, this was a great opportunity, so he spent 120% of his effort to study and practice the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword. With his talent, this was the first time that he had encountered assistance after encountering the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword. If it were not for Lingxi's careful explanation, or even demonstration, Long Chen might not have succeeded in learning it even if he had obtained the secret manual of the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword. With Lingxi's help, Long Chen gradually got the hang of it. He improved every day, bit by bit. When accumulated together, it could not be looked down upon. Later on, Long Chen understood it with just a little bit, and his understanding of the sword formation of the heaven-punishing sword grew. After about a month, he had gradually achieved results. Of course, if it were not for Lingxi's guidance, even if he spent 10 months, it would have been difficult for him to successfully learn it. Whether it was the cultivation of his true qi or the cultivation of battle skills, Long Chen could feel that his talent was not as great as he had imagined. The path of cultivation was not smooth sailing. Everyone struggled with their lives within the rules, and even Long Chen was not the same. But fortunately, for some reason, his luck had always been better than others. 10,000 swords exterminate the evil, the law of heaven and earth, the 9 heavens move, the might of heaven is glorious. On this day, Long Chen stood in the air above a small river. His feet were less than 10 centimeters away from the surface of the river. His true qi was constantly surging, lifting his body up. Waves of ripples spread out in all directions. Long Chen used his finger as a sword, closed his eyes, and gently drew mysterious and strange lines. Lines of light began to appear in front of him, gradually turning into intricate runes. These runes burst with sharp light, gradually forming a matrix in front of him, spinning under Long Chen's control. Break. With a soft sound, the air suddenly trembled. A tall locust tree not far away suddenly disappeared, not even a shadow was left. If there had been anyone else there, they would have definitely thought that they had seen a ghost. How could such a big locust tree suddenly disappear? But as long as one approached the locust tree's original position, they could roughly see some clues. At this time, there was a kind of fine powder floating in the air. This powder gradually drifted away, already forming a thin layer on the ground. If one looked closely, they could see that the powder was basically the same size, the same shape, simple and flat. The only strange thing was that some of it was brown, and some of it was green. The brown is the tree trunk, and the green is the leaves. Success. Long Chen walked to the grassland. Just now, he had used the sky-punishing sword formation. Of course, he had only used it slightly. Moreover, he had only used it to deal with a single locust tree. That was why he was able to create such a shocking effect. However, from this small-scale sky-punishing sword formation, one could see how terrifying the power of the large-scale sky-punishing sword formation was. Chen, you're really smart. Lingxi praised. When she had first learned the Heaven Punishment Sword Matrix, she had also taught her, but she had spent a bit more time than Long Chen. Long Chen was born in a small place like Sanyang country, but he had such talent. It was very, very rare. Long Chen was about to say something, but at this time, he suddenly felt the ground was shaking. This made him swallow what he wanted to say and listen attentively. At this time, Xiaolang, who was in a deep sleep, also woke up. He looked to the north with a heavy expression. There's a situation, let's go and take a look. Long Chen determined a direction, then brought Lingxi and Xiaolang in that direction. During the process, Lingxi directly entered the Lingxi sword on Long Chen's ear, while Xiaolang's body recovered to a fighting state. This way, he could be faster, even faster than the current Long Chen. The aura of a demonic beast, and it's very strong. This surprised Long Chen. At this time, not only did he feel it, but Lingxi and Xiaolang also felt it. In the depths of the snowy peak mountains, there was a faint roar of a demonic beast. To be able to transmit its roar so far, this demonic beast was definitely not simple. How can there be such a strong demonic beast in the snowy peak mountains? The dark moon tiger before was much stronger than the other demonic beasts in the snowy peak mountains. It shouldn't be a demonic beast originally from the snowy peak mountains. Now, there's another one. Long Chen thought quickly. At this time, Xiaolang also felt the aura of a strong demonic beast. He was much more excited than Long Chen to encounter a demonic beast. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was full of fighting factors. Previously, Sword Demon and Lin Zichen were taken by Long Chen, which made Xiaolang very depressed. Therefore, this time, Xiaolang's fighting spirit was surging. One man and one wolf rushed towards the direction of the demonic beast. The closer they got, the more intense the feeling in Long Chen's heart became. This demonic beast was definitely not simple. The closer he got, the more the roar made his heart palpitate. When he was only half a kilometer away from the monstrous beast, Long Chen could only hear the roar. He could tell that this monstrous beast was a tiger-type monstrous beast, and it was very likely to be related to the Dark Moon Tiger from before. When Long Chen was about to use his soul-devouring demonic Lingxi had already understood the situation. She quickly said, "Chen, this is a Dark Moon Tiger King, a rare king among the Dark Moon Tigers. Its strength is at the first rank of the Heaven Realm. But don't be afraid, I can see that it was seriously injured. It just regained some of its mobility today." Dark Moon Tiger King? Is it related to the Dark Moon Tiger from before? Asked Long Chen hurriedly. A Heaven Realm demonic beast. Long Chen's heart was already moved, especially since it was a Heaven Realm demonic beast that was actually injured. This was a great opportunity. It should be related. I believe that the Dark Moon Tiger from before is the Dark Moon Tiger King's son or something. I'm guessing that the Dark Moon Tiger King has been recuperating here for a long time. It has just recovered a little today, so it was so high profile, summoning its son that ran out. I was the one who lured us here. Lingxi, if I join forces with Xiao Lang, can we kill this Dark Moon Tiger King? Long Chen suddenly asked with a burning gaze. He hadn't used blood refining qi for a long time, and today was a rare opportunity. He had already cultivated the punishing Heaven Sword formation, and as long as he reached the 9th level of the Heaven River tier, he would completely have the ability to fight with the Sword Emperor. Lingxi was stunned, and then became silent. She was only focused on the Heaven Realm demonic beast, and had forgotten about this. With Long Chen's personality, when he reached the 9th level of the Heaven River tier, it was impossible for him not to fight for the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit. Even if it was for Xiao Lang, Long Chen would still fight with the Sword Emperor one last time. Little Shi, can we defeat it? Long Chen had never seen a Heaven Realm demonic beast, so he asked. Chen, can we not kill it? Let's go back. Lingxi suddenly said with a sad expression. Yes. Long Chen was stunned, and said with a smile, Little Shi, are you joking? Don't worry, Xiao Lang and I are still confident in dealing with an injured demonic beast, even if it is in Heaven Realm. Don't you think so, Xiao Lang? Chapter 423. From the repeated confrontations, Long Chen had gradually figured out the strength of the Dark Moon Tiger King. Although it was still terrifying in its injured state, it was not impossible to deal with. Xiao Lang, even your 9 Serenities ancestral fire couldn't kill it. It's my turn now. Long Chen used the Traceless Spectre and suddenly appeared behind the Dark Moon Tiger King. The Demon Emperor sword in his hand whistled as more than a dozen Demon Emperor sword qis slashed at the back of the Dark Moon Tiger King, leaving white marks on its back. Roar. The front of the Dark Moon Tiger King had already been injured by Xiao Lang's strange 9 Serenities ancestral fire, and its back was facing Long Chen's attack. Although Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword qis did not injure it, the pain made the Dark Moon Tiger King even more furious. Its huge body suddenly turned around and was about to attack the annoying guy, Long Chen. Behind it, Xiao Lang began to move again. The valley was very wide for Long Chen, but it was very narrow for the Dark Moon Tiger King, which greatly reduced its flexibility. In particular, Long Chen and Xiao Lang were attacking from the front and back. Most importantly, Long Chen's devouring world of blood had greatly restricted the Dark Moon Tiger King. There were many wounds on its body now. If it had not used its demon power to suppress them, it might have died at the hands of Long Chen. At this time, seeing the Dark Moon Tiger King take care of Long Chen, an idea flashed in Xiao Lang's eyes. He knew that Long Chen was creating an opportunity for him. Therefore, just as the Dark Moon Tiger King turned around, Xiao Lang jumped on its back and lowered his head. The 9 Serenities ancestral fire in his mouth surged towards the Dark Moon Tiger King. This close attack caused the Dark Moon Tiger King to let out another earth-shattering howl. When the wolf cub started to step on its back, it already knew that the situation wasn't good. It quickly waved its huge tail, wanting to pull the wolf cub off its body. However, the wolf cub was a step faster and directly spat out the Dark Moon Tiger King's 9th nether ancestral demon flame. Roar. The Dark Moon Tiger King let out a painful howl and a crackling sound came from its body. The black ice quickly spread out. At this time, the wolf cub saw that the Dark Moon Tiger King's attack was about to reach it. It quickly jumped up and ran in the opposite direction, causing the Dark Moon Tiger King's tail to hit empty air. The Dark Moon Tiger King's tail was accompanied by earth-shattering power, but Xiao Lang dodged it. Xiao Lang's 9 Serenities ancestral fire directly opened a big hole in the Dark Moon Tiger King's back. Suddenly, it was a bloody mess. The wound was so deep that it could almost bury Xiao Lang. Suddenly losing so much flesh and blood, and even some of its internal organs were damaged. Of course, the Dark Moon Tiger King didn't feel good. It was already injured, and now it was even more injured. The loss of a large amount of blood made it feel dizzy, and it almost couldn't stand still. And at this time, in front of it, Long Chen had already rushed up. Under the whistling wind, the Demon Emperor sword suddenly slashed out. Demon Emperor Sword Wei, Demonic Supreme Sword. Long Chen used this move once again. In an instant, a series of blade lights and sword shadows surged towards the Dark Moon Tiger King. The move that had killed Lin Zichen back then was now being used more perfectly by Long Chen. This vast attack was like a storm sweeping towards the Dark Moon Tiger King. At this time, because of the excessive blood loss, the Dark Moon Tiger King was dizzy. Long Chen's attack had already arrived. Long Chen and Xiao Lang's attacks were seamless. The Dark Moon Tiger King had not yet recovered from its serious injuries. Under Long Chen's last move, it was naturally difficult to resist. In desperation, the Dark Moon Tiger King could only use its claws to rush towards Long Chen. Rumble. Under Long Chen's explosive attack, the Demonic Supreme Sword directly pierced through the Dark Moon Tiger King's claws and hit its neck. That vast attack directly cut open its neck. Its trachea, blood vessels, and other parts were completely cut by Long Chen's sword. At this time, Long Chen did not stop. He used Traceless Spectre and instantly appeared in front of the Dark Moon Tiger King. The Demon Emperor sword in his hand stabbed towards the back of the Dark Moon Tiger King's head until it completely pierced through. At this moment, the Dark Moon Tiger King let out a cry and completely collapsed. As it fell, the blood in its body surged from its wound towards Long Chen. The huge amount of blood was like a sea, completely enveloping Long Chen and quickly forming a huge ball of blood. And under Long Chen's feet was the withered corpse of the Dark Moon Tiger King. Only then did the wolf cub turn its head back and look at this scene with some joy. It knew that with the Dark Moon Tiger King's bloodline, Long Chen's realm would definitely increase once again, reaching the same realm as itself. He began to wait quietly. At this time, Long Chen began to use blood-refining qi to refine the beast's blood. The Dark Moon Tiger King's body was huge, so its blood was naturally very rich. Long Chen swallowed it bit by bit. The ball of blood around him gradually became smaller. Time passed slowly, and not long after, Long Chen had swallowed all the beast's blood. Among them, the essence of the blood was turned into Dragon's Soul Qi by Long Chen and absorbed into his body, while the impurities were expelled outside of his body by Long Chen. Basically, out of every 10 or even 100 portions, there would be 1 portion of essence. In Long Chen's body, his true qi soared rapidly. By the time he had enough true qi to condense the 9th pair of galaxies in his body, half a day had already passed. Finally, it's time to break through to the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen was overjoyed. He took out almost all the Astral River pills in his Cosmos sac and began to condense the 9th pair of Astral River in his body. Due to his previous experience and sufficient primary energy, it was not difficult for him to condense the 9th pair of Astral River. All he needed was time. With a huge supply of Celestial River pills, the 9th pair of Celestial River quickly took shape. Long Chen's aura rose rapidly. Soon, the last pair of Celestial River in his body was completely formed, and it was exceptionally stable. At this time, in Long Chen's body, a total of 18 galaxies formed a perfect cycle. Blood-red true qi flowed within, almost turning into a liquid state. It looked similar to the galaxies in the sky, sparkling and translucent, flashing with a soul-stirring radiance. When everything was over, Long Chen stood up. He opened his arms and closed his eyes, feeling the power in his body. The 9th level of the Heavenly River tier actually feels like this. This feeling should be considered complete. Feeling the flow of power in his body, Long Chen had a deep understanding. No, the galaxies in my body are indeed complete, but there are still some places that are not connected. The power now lacks a hub and a center of power. If there were some centers, then it would be perfect. Those centers must be the aperture points of the reaching heaven tier. Long Chen knew that the Dragon Vein, Divine Core, and Sky River seemed to form aperture points to basically be complete on the path of cultivation. However, Long Chen also knew that this was just the beginning. The Dragon Vein, Divine Core, Sky River, and Reaching Heaven tier were known as the 4 basic tiers of cultivation. The cultivation of these 4 tiers was only at the stage of laying the foundation. Just like the heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow tier demonic beasts, they were also at the bottom of the demonic beasts. Stronger opponents existed in a more distant and vast world. I've only completed 3 of the 4 basic realms. I don't know when I'll be able to complete all 4 realms. Then, I'll see what other realms are beyond the 4 basic realms. Long Chen sighed with emotion. However, when he looked in the direction of the Imperial City, a faint smile hung on his lips. With the strength of the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier and the newly learned Heaven Punishment Sword formation, I'm probably qualified to take the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit. At this thought, Long Chen collected the demonic beast and beast soul of the Dark Moon Tiger King. Then, he called Xiao Lang and was ready to set off. 2 months had passed since the battle with Lin Zichen. During these 2 months, Long Chen couldn't wait to find the Sword Emperor for a fight to the death. Long Chen roughly knew that with his current strength, he could definitely increase his chi to the Reaching Heaven tier if he used the Dragon's Soul transformation and the great skill of Dao Heart Demonic Seed. In addition, he had many powerful magical powers, so he was completely qualified to fight the Sword Emperor. Today, Long Chen finally grew to become the strongest elite in the Xiangyang country. Of course, he had to thank the Dark Moon Tiger King. If it hadn't barged into the Universal Transportation Array and arrived at the snowy peak of the Xiangyang country, Long Chen would need at least 2 more months to reach his current cultivation level. At this moment, Long Chen looked calm on the outside, but in fact, a storm was brewing in his heart. He was about to face the final battle, which started from Biyao town and ended with the battle in the Xiangyang country. As long as he obtained the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit, all of Long Chen's wishes would basically be fulfilled. At that time, there would be no pressure in his heart. He could completely hold Lingxi's hand and easily roam the dragon sacrificial continent, living a carefree life. This period of struggle was very exciting, but it also made Long Chen feel tired. When he was in Biyao town, he was just a hedonistic young master who had nothing better to do. It was just that there were many things that forced him here. The crisis of his clan, the crisis of Lingxi, all of these forced him to step forward bravely and use his own strength to resolve the crisis. Now, everything was over. He only needed one final battle to resolve Lingxi's crisis. Only then would he be able to have a happy ending and roam the world freely. How could Long Chen not be excited? He had waited thousands and thousands of years for this moment. Let's go, little Shi. It's time for the final battle. This time, I will definitely obtain the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit for you. I won't rest until I die, Long Chen said firmly. Chen, I don't want the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit. I want you. Lingxi suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 424. Long Chen's words were like a heavy hammer that struck Lingxi's soul. Lingxi was speechless for a moment. She stared blankly at Long Chen, who was panting heavily. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with stubbornness and an unyielding spirit. Lingxi was completely lost in his eyes. She didn't understand why she would meet such a stubborn man in her life. From his eyes to his bones, there was never the word surrender. Either die or win, this was Long Chen's creed. He had always been winning, and his enemies were all dead. But now, the Sanyang kingdom only had one sword emperor left, and that was his enemy. This was how Long Chen climbed up step by step. He looked weak, but no one was able to stop his footsteps. At this moment, Lingxi was completely overwhelmed by emotions. She felt that she was so blessed. Perhaps Long Chen's heart was higher than the heavens, or perhaps he didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Others would also think so, but at this moment, Lingxi firmly believed that Long Chen would definitely do what he said. If he didn't do it, then there was only one possibility, and that was that Long Chen was already dead. Little Shi, do you know what this means? It means that no matter what the final result is, I will still work hard to chase after you. You are my woman, at this moment, and for all eternity. Tell me, why did I let you escape from my palm? Lingxi's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Don't say any more. Say no more. I've already made up my mind. I must go to Biyao Imperial City. I must participate in the battle against the Sword Emperor. I must obtain the 9 Heavens immortal fruit. You must help me recover your body. If I'm unlucky and your family comes looking for me to bring you back, then please tell me your home address. I, Long Chen, will kill my way over in a grand manner. I'll kill gods and devils in my way until the day comes when I can hold your hands again. Facing the sky, Long Chen uttered such heroic words. The determination in Long Chen's eyes had been deeply engraved in Lingxi's heart. She originally thought that as long as she talked to Long Chen would choose to give up, but she really didn't understand him. At this time, Lingxi understood a lot. She also knew that Long Chen had always been stubborn. Once he decided on something, it was impossible for him to change it. Therefore, no matter how Lingxi tried to persuade him, Long Chen would kill his way back to the imperial city, obtain the 9 Heavens immortal fruit, and seize his dream for the past half a year. For the 9 Heavens immortal spirit fruit, Long Chen had set off from Yuanling City and fought for almost half a year. At the last moment, Lingxi had spoken of such a cruel reality. One could imagine how much of a blow this was to Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't retreat at all. He was only sad for a while, then he became firm in his goal. In the face of the cruel reality, Long Chen was an unkillable cockroach. This was why he had made such progress today. Xiao Lang silently watched their conversation. When Long Chen said the last word, he revealed a knowing smile because he knew that this was Long Chen, his big brother. Long Chen dared to say such a thing, but it didn't mean that he didn't feel pain in his heart. Some words were easy to say, but to achieve them, one had to put in thousands of times more effort. If Lingxi was really taken away, he had already promised that he would find the place where Lingxi was and obtain the approval of her family with his true strength. However, to achieve this, Long Chen would have to travel thousands of mountains and rivers, kill thousands of experts, and wander on the edge of life and death thousands of times with only a trace of hope. The most likely scenario was that Long Chen would die in some inconspicuous corner and turn into a pile of bones. He and Lingxi would never see each other again. This was fate. Sometimes, life was cruel. Those who could defy the heavens and change their fate were few and far between. Long Chen already knew in his heart that because of today's decision, because of the vow he made today, he could only walk this path. In other words, his future was already limited for a very long time. Before he found the 9 Heavens immortal fruit, Long Chen worked hard for it. But after he found the fruit, he was about to lose his beautiful dream of bringing Lingxi with him to roam the world. He had no choice but to embark on this journey, and it was an incomparably lonely journey. He was resolutely struggling towards an impossible future. He only hoped that one day, he would be able to see Lingxi again, to embrace her, to feel the touching warmth of her body, and to feel the feeling of 2 hearts sticking together. This was fate. Long Chen knew that after making the vow, he would have to struggle desperately under the control of fate. However, he had no regrets. In fact, Long Chen could have chosen to do as Lingxi had said at the beginning. He could have stayed with Lingxi through life and death without any effort. However, that would have meant that he had already surrendered to fate. Surrendering would never be Long Chen's style. He had walked a path that defied the heavens, so naturally, he had a heaven-defying personality. However, what Long Chen and Lingxi did not know was just how many hardships and frustrations they would have to go through in order to finally be together for the sake of today's vow. Fate was never something that could be controlled. Even the strongest person would ultimately die in the hands of fate. A strong wind blew. Long Chen took a deep breath. The road ahead was boundless. It was as if a heavy stone was pressing on his heart. However, Long Chen didn't give up because of this. He looked deeply in the direction of the imperial city, then tidied up his clothes and softly said to Xiao Lang, "Let's go, we're going to welcome our last battle in the Zangyang kingdom." "Xiao Lang, he is also your archenemy. Today, let's fight together." Xiao Lang then stood up. His huge body was restored. At this moment, Xiao Lang's mood was still not relaxed. He looked at Long Chen with a passionate gaze and let out a desolate howl that shook the surroundings. "Chen," Xiao Lang said that no matter what, he will fight shoulder to shoulder with you until the end. Lingxi translated for Long Chen. "Very well, let's go. Let's charge for our beautiful future." Long Chen laughed heartily. His laughter eased the atmosphere and stimulated their fighting spirit. Under the wind, 2 people and 1 wolf began to move towards the direction of Biyao Imperial City. Long Chen knew that those people were definitely waiting for him. 2 months was already a long time. The last battle, Long Chen knew that it would definitely be a very exciting thing. In the Imperial City, with the death of the 4th Prince Lin Zichen, the atmosphere changed strangely. Everyone had already noticed that there seemed to be a momentum of a storm. These days, the matter of Long Chen had spread throughout the entire Biyao Imperial City. Now, any random person in Biyao Imperial City would not only know Long Chen, but would also be able to narrate in detail the matter of Long Chen sneaking into the Imperial Palace and finally killing Lin Zichen in front of Jiangcheng. Long Chen killed the genius that was originally the most favored in Zangyang Kingdom. The commotion caused by this matter was much greater than the commotion caused by what he did when he was fleeing. Long Chen was like a dark horse that suddenly appeared and obtained the final victory, successfully capturing the attention of nearly everyone in Biyao Imperial City. And Long Chen's final declaration caused a commotion in Biyao Imperial City. Now, everyone knew that after Long Chen killed the 4th Prince Lin Zichen, he was about to return to Biyao Imperial City and start the final battle with the strongest expert in Zangyang Kingdom. This young man who suddenly appeared made all the higher-ups of Zangyang Kingdom feel shocked. In their opinion, Long Chen was already a first-class expert in Zangyang Kingdom. His current strength was probably second only to the Sword Emperor and the Master of Sky Devil Palace, Zhao Qingyun. Of course, the identity of Long Chen had already been known by everyone. From the Emperor Demon Sword that he used and the 3 great secret skills that he displayed, there was no doubt that Long Chen had joined Sky Devil Palace and became the next master of Sky Devil Palace. The battle between Lin Zichen and Long Chen was actually a battle between the 2 forces of Zangyang Kingdom. And Lin Zichen's death put great pressure on the royal family. This meant that if Long Chen did not die, then it was very likely that in the near future, the royal family would completely lose to Sky Devil Palace. Then, the position of emperor would also be replaced, and the royal family would face the danger of extinction. At this time, the atmosphere in Biyao Imperial City was like a mountain storm was coming. The first prince brought back the news that Long Chen would come to challenge the Sword Emperor, but there was no specific time. So, as they waited anxiously, time gradually passed by for 2 months. In these 2 months, not only did the public opinion not decrease, but it had a tendency to expand. In a small tea stall, there was such a discussion at this time. "Brother Zhang, why are you in the mood to come here to drink tea today? I see that you usually cultivate in seclusion." One of the middle-aged men called out to the other person and said with a smile, "Cultivate my ass. I can't calm down at all, so I specially came to the tea stall to find out the news that Long Chen of Sky Devil Palace will kill his way here today. The man said softly. There's still no movement. He shouldn't be. The middle-aged man frowned and said. Because of this Long Chen's challenge, there is now a storm in the Imperial City. I just don't know if Long Chen will come or not. It has already been 2 months. Brother Chen, do you think that Long Chen is fooling us? I don't think so. I heard that he came to take revenge for a brother. I think it should be about time. I heard that the Imperial City has already made sufficient preparations. I reckon that if he doesn't come for another month, then he will be fooling us. His Majesty Sword Emperor's son was killed. Why didn't he kill his way to Sky Devil Palace? The man voiced out his doubts. I also don't know. I'm afraid he is waiting for Long Chen to come. I heard that with Long Chen's character, he will definitely do what he says. He should be coming soon. Let's wait and see. Chapter 425. At this moment, the Imperial Palace was holding the morning court assembly. But because of the big event that happened a while ago, the atmosphere was very heavy. After the demonic beast riot in the northern Jiang city, the Cangyang Kingdom actually didn't have anything else to do. The Cangyang Kingdom was founded on martial arts. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by martial arts. The morning court assembly was just a good tradition that had been passed down for thousands of years. It basically had no practical use. Because of the Sword Emperor's control, the Cangyang Kingdom sometimes didn't look like a country, but a region ruled by a sect. The Cangyang Kingdom didn't have many laws, it only had the power and rule of the royal family. Of course, in the dragon sacrificial continent, all the countries that were called countries looked more or less the same as the Cangyang Kingdom. The morning court assembly was the only ceremony that the Cangyang Kingdom had that resembled a country. At this moment, the other officials casually reported the situation of the various counties. At this time, the patriarch of the Gongsun clan walked out of the ranks and said, Your Majesty, the number of foreigners in the Imperial City has increased a lot recently. It hasn't been like this for the past 10 years. Because of this, there have been many accidents in the Imperial City. At this moment, the Sword Emperor was sitting on a white jade chair with his eyes closed. He looked like he was asleep. When the patriarch of the Gongsun clan spoke, he didn't move at all. After the patriarch of the Gongsun clan finished speaking, the Sword Emperor slowly opened his eyes. 2 golden rays of light burst out from his eyes. All the officials quickly lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at the Sword Emperor's eyes. If Long Chen came here, he would definitely be greatly shocked. This was because the Sword Emperor's eyes weren't as black as they had been that night, but golden. The black-eyed Sword Emperor gave off an incredibly feminine aura, while the Sword Emperor in front of him was domineering, intense, and masculine. His golden eyes seemed to be burning with flames, making it so that no one dared to look at him directly. In fact, there was a legend among the people of the Cangyang Kingdom. Because the Sword Emperor cultivated an unknown secret technique, his eyes would change color. During the day, they would be golden, and at night, they would be black. In fact, every time night came, his eyes would turn golden. At this moment, the Sword Emperor's golden eyes swept through the patriarch of the Gongsun clan. Unable to withstand the pressure, the Gongsun clan head's body trembled slightly. So it's like that. I know what they're here for. They're probably here to watch that young man called Long Chen challenge me. The Sword Emperor spoke word by word. His voice was extremely calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. That's indeed the case. The head of the Gongsun clan had no choice but to admit that these outsiders were just here to watch the show. How could they possibly miss out on such a top-notch battle? Then, there was another period of silence. How about this? The Sword Emperor suddenly said, Gongsun, lead your clansmen and kill all those who are here to watch the show. Pile up their corpses outside the royal city's gate. I'd like to see who else is here to watch the show. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Everyone gasped, and even their scalps couldn't help but feel slightly numb. However, this was the Sword Emperor's temper, and they'd become accustomed to it over the years. Understood. The head of the Gongsun clan received the order and quickly retreated. Once the morning assembly was over, the royal city would definitely be filled with bloodshed. Everyone's hearts were burning with excitement, and they didn't dare to say anything. It's already been 2 months. When will Longchen come? I can't wait any longer. Badian, you're the one who brought the news back, so tell me. The Sword Emperor's gaze swept across Lin Badian. Lin Badian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Ever since Lin Zichen's death, the Sword Emperor's temper had been somewhat volatile, and he had already killed many people in this period of time. Therefore, Lin Badian was somewhat afraid of this father of his. Back then, Long Chen's strength was only slightly stronger than fourth brother's. He's not a fool, and he knows that father's strength is 100 times stronger than Long Chen's. If he hasn't improved enough, he probably won't dare to come. Long Chen is probably too confident in himself, and I think he'll only come after reaching the heavenly completion realm. However, it'll take at least a few years for him to reach the heavenly completion realm, so I think he's talking nonsense. Long Chen definitely won't dare to come. After Lin Badian finished speaking, he took a deep breath. Previously, he hadn't thought much about what Long Chen had said, and had hurriedly returned to tell the Sword Emperor, which then caused such a huge commotion. However, now that he thought about it, he indeed felt that it wasn't very likely. No matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a match for the Sword Emperor. After all, the gap between them was too large. The First Imperial Highness is right. I guess that Long Chen is only at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, and his talent should be similar to the 4th Imperial Highness. Young people are proud and arrogant, and it's normal for them to talk big. When he comes to his senses, he'll understand exactly how laughable he is. Therefore, I also think that he's just fooling us, and he won't come. At this moment, the Zhou clan leader spoke up. As they spoke, a smile gradually appeared on the Sword Emperor's face. Suddenly, he said in a stern voice, "Bullshit, I know he'll definitely come." The Sword Emperor's words caused everyone's hearts to tremble, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter. Just as the Sword Emperor finished speaking, someone outside rushed into the throne room, shouting the word, "Report." That person hurriedly knelt on the ground, and said agitatedly, "Reporting to your Imperial Highness, outside the Imperial City, that Long Chen and his demonic wolf have appeared." His words instantly caused the entire throne room to tremble. Everyone started discussing, and they looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. He really came. Lin Badian was almost scared to death. He had just confidently said that Long Chen definitely wouldn't come, but who would have thought that in less than 15 minutes, Long Chen had already arrived? "Hey, did you see wrongly? Are you sure it's Long Chen?" Lin Badian calmed himself down, and asked in a cold voice. "I definitely didn't see wrongly. Over 10,000 people on top of the city walls saw it, and there's also a black demonic wolf beside Long Chen. I definitely didn't see wrongly. He's standing outside the Imperial City, and he already said to let your Imperial Highness out." As he spoke, the person suddenly hesitated. At this moment, the Sword Emperor's golden eyes looked at him, and he said expressionlessly, "Tell me, what were his original words? He definitely wouldn't let me go so easily. Answer honestly, or else, die." The Sword Emperor's words shocked the person who reported the news. How could he dare to hide anything? He hurriedly said, that brat told your Imperial Highness to quickly scram and serve him. Your Imperial Highness, this brat is simply too audacious, and he doesn't know the meaning of death. He actually dared to say such disgraceful words, and he deserves to die." After saying this, everyone's expression changed. They never thought that Long Chen would be so audacious to say such disgraceful words. The Sword Emperor was a high and mighty existence in the Sanyang kingdom, and he had never been humiliated like this before. But today, a small figure like Long Chen actually told him to scram. Moreover, Long Chen wanted him to serve him. This was simply too crazy. No one dared to look at the Sword Emperor's expression, and they could imagine how ugly the Sword Emperor's expression was at this moment. Is that so? The Sword Emperor lightly laughed. Unexpectedly, he wasn't angry. It's finally here, I've been waiting too impatiently. With a smile on his face, the Sword Emperor stood up. A golden robe was draped over his body, and he took a few steps forward, killing his way down the stairs and walking out of the throne room. Everyone, go, don't let our guests wait too long. The Sword Emperor's footsteps gradually passed by the person who reported the news. When he passed by, he lightly brushed his hand on the shoulder of the person who reported the news. In an instant, the person's eyes widened, and he softly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Everyone was stunned. From this, it could be seen that the Sword Emperor's killing intent was actually very strong. At this moment, the smile on his face was probably condensed from his killing intent. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, and no one pitied the pitiful person. Instead, they walked around him and directly followed the Sword Emperor, trembling as they walked towards the gate of the imperial city. Does this Long Chen really like to fight at the city gates? I heard that when he killed Zi Chen, it was also outside the city gates. How interesting, what an interesting brat. Last time in the imperial palace, I actually did not recognize him. Walking at the very front, Jian Huang's voice gradually spread to his back. The group of people walked out of the city gate. Although the Sword Emperor's words were very urgent to fight with Long Chen, his walking speed was relatively slow, as if he was enjoying the process. At this moment, the imperial city was already in a mess. After hearing the news, more and more people flocked towards the direction of the city gate. The streets were densely packed with people. If it wasn't for someone opening a path for the Sword Emperor, the Sword Emperor would probably have nowhere to go. The most abnormal dark horse in the history of Sanyang Kingdom against the #1 powerhouse of Sanyang Kingdom. No one wouldn't want to see this battle. The city wall of Biyao Imperial City was big enough. These people quickly rushed towards the top of the city wall. Even the soldiers couldn't stop so many people. Very soon, the city wall was densely packed with people. At the back of the crowd, the Sword Emperor led a group of people and slowly walked towards the direction of the city gate. At this moment, only the Sword Emperor was smiling. The other people's expressions were very solemn. In front of the crowd, on the vast plain outside of Biyao Imperial City, Long Chen leaned on Xiao Lang with his arms crossed, looking at the direction of the Imperial City calmly. When he first arrived at Biyao Imperial City, it was almost at this position. He even killed a general of the Imperial City's guards here and met the 7th commander. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. At that time, Lingxi still had the profound sky jade lotus, but now, Lingxi's future depended on him, Long Chen, to fight for it one last time. Today, 6:00. To be honest, I released 20 chapters yesterday. Madman doesn't have a single draft now. Today, I wrote all 6 chapters. It took me an entire day, from 9 in the morning to 10 in the evening, and I'm still proofreading. Writing takes a lot of time and brain power, and I also need a lot of time to think about it. I hope that brothers can understand. 500,000 in January, I will do my best to complete it. I will do what I said. I won't pass the new year. You guys play, I'll write. Chapter 426. Little Shi, do you see it? Above Biyao Imperial City, there is a sea of people, they are all looking at us. Long Chen raised his head and smiled faintly. At this time, because of Long Chen's appearance, the gates of Biyao Imperial City were already closed. Biyao Imperial City was facing a formidable enemy. Outside the Imperial City, there was naturally an empty space. Only Long Chen and Xiao Lang's silhouettes were particularly obvious here. At this time, Xiao Lang was lying on the ground, looking at the direction of the city wall. Finally, there was a chance for revenge. Xiao Lang was very excited. After enduring the hatred for almost 10 years, today, he finally had the chance to take revenge. For Xiao Lang, the extermination of his family was a blood feud that must be paid with blood. Only then could Sword Emperor atone for his crime. Xiao Lang had always been very kind. Sword Emperor killed his entire family. Now, what he wanted to do was to kill Sword Emperor alone. And this time, Long Chen and Xiao Lang were fighting side by side. If Xiao Lang relied on himself, it was impossible for him to be Sword Emperor's opponent. Long Chen looked at the people on the city walls from below. The countless people on the city walls were also trying their best to size up Long Chen, this legendary figure. He was still quite a distance away from the city walls. Only those with strong martial arts and keen eyesight could see his appearance clearly. It turns out that Long Chen is really so young. He is simply a legend of Artsanyang Kingdom. Unfortunately, he is from Heavenly Devil Palace. He is against the royal family, that's right. How can a person who can kill the fourth prince, Lin Zichen, be simple? I heard that he also killed Lord Sword Demon. 2 of the 3 great experts of the royal family have already died in his hands. Sword Emperor will be next. Are you joking? Sword Emperor will be next. Do you think His Majesty Sword Emperor will lose to Long Chen? It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue, the man said with an embarrassed smile before continuing to discuss with the people beside him. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the city gate finally opened with a bang. A group of people appeared in the city gate. These were the remaining experts of the Sanyang Kingdom. The Sword Emperor with golden pupils was standing in front of them. When the crowd saw the Sword Emperor, they all cheered with all their might. Of course, they didn't necessarily support the Sword Emperor's rule. It was just that they were in the Imperial City now, so they naturally had to stand on the Imperial City's side. Of course, if Long Chen won, they wouldn't be sad. Only when their lives were truly threatened would they truly feel threatened. As soon as the city gates opened, Long Chen saw 2 rays of golden light land on his body. Immediately, Long Chen felt as if there was a sword lightly stabbing into his skin, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable and even a bit painful. This was the Sword Emperor's gaze. From afar, Long Chen could already see his golden eyes. Little Shi, do you see his eyes? They seem different from that night. Long Chen asked in confusion. He clearly remembered that the Sword Emperor's eyes were pure black, and his temperament didn't seem to be as fierce and sharp as it was now. Strange, truly strange. Ling Shi hurriedly shook her head and said with a puzzled expression. This Sword Emperor's soul doesn't feel very complete. It's like he's missing half of it. I don't know where it went. I remember that when I saw him that night, I felt the same way. But at that time, the part of his soul that was missing seemed to be the part that is occupying the Sword Emperor's body now. Ling Shi said. She was almost confused. Long Chen didn't understand at all. Since you can't understand, my mission is to get rid of him. Little Shi, I'll definitely keep my word. From now on, I'll fulfill my promise. Thinking of the oath from before, Long Chen was filled with fighting spirit. Oh. Now that Long Chen was here, Ling Xi knew that there was no turning back. She could only go along with Long Chen's crazy decision for now. After all, what Long Chen said made sense. If he continued to live with the current Ling Xi for the rest of his life, it wouldn't be Long Chen's style to drag out an ignoble existence. However, if he wanted to complete the final step, it would be extremely difficult. Ling Xi knew that Long Chen's strength was progressing very quickly. To be able to reach such a realm in a short year, he could already be considered a top-notch genius. However, Long Chen's starting point was simply too hasty. If he wanted to reach that step, there should be no hope. Ling Xi knew that there was a gap between them, so she felt it even more deeply. However, after Long Chen faced the final battle, she didn't dare to say anything and only silently watched Long Chen fight. This time, the opponent was the Sword Emperor, the strongest opponent that Long Chen had ever fought against. Compared to the injured Dark Moon Tiger King, the Sword Emperor was simply too powerful. "You're finally coming out? You're really slow. I thought that His Majesty was sleeping in." Even in the face of such immense pressure, Long Chen did not panic. Instead, he teased. Just this alone was enough to earn everyone's admiration. The Sword Emperor didn't reply to Long Chen's words. He gestured for the people behind him to go back, then calmly looked at Long Chen as he walked out of the city wall. At this moment, he was about 150 meters away from Long Chen, then 100 meters, then 50 meters, and finally 20 meters. At this moment, the Sword Emperor stopped, and everyone's hearts tensed up. This was the most impactful battle in the past 10 years, and it was most likely going to happen at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, afraid that they would miss any details. After the Sword Emperor stood still, he didn't attack. Instead, he looked up and down at Long Chen and said, "Around 2 months ago, I met Zhao Qingyun. I wanted to fight to the death with him, but he told me that you were my opponent. I asked him if he was joking, and he said that I trusted Zhao Qingyun's words, so I waited until today. You killed 2 of my sons and 1 of my younger brothers, but I didn't touch your family or your sect because I value your potential. I hope that you won't lose too quickly today. If I don't enjoy myself to my heart's content, I'm afraid that I'll kill your entire family." Long Chen earnestly listened to the Sword Emperor's words. "Don't worry, I'll definitely let you die a satisfying death. For this moment today, I've already prepared for 2 months. I believe that you won't be disappointed." In front of the Sword Emperor, Long Chen spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Their conversation was exceptionally bright in the vast wilderness. Everyone could clearly hear their opponent. The Sword Emperor valued Long Chen a lot, which was why he said such a thing. Long Chen knew that the Sword Emperor's hatred for Long Chen was almost the same as Xiao Lang's hatred for the Sword Emperor. "I heard that you have a brother from the Mo family, and then his entire family was killed. I looked into it, and it should be that Mo Xiao Lang. After entering the Burning Heaven's secret realm, he never came out again. The only remaining member of the Mo family is actually dead." At this point, the Sword Emperor was a little emotional. When Long Chen saw the indifferent expression on his face, he instantly became a little angry. "Isn't it the same for your royal family? After you died, apart from Lin Batian, the rest are just cats and dogs. I can't be bothered to kill them. Do you want to know how Lin Sangtian died? He was burned alive by me. Do you know how Lin Zichen died? He was sliced into pieces by my sword." Long Chen said coldly. The Sword Emperor's body trembled. Then, he looked at Long Chen with an unconcealable killing intent. What a strange golden eye. Long Chen was secretly shocked. Their conversation was clearly heard by the others. When they saw the killing intent in the Sword Emperor's eyes, they all knew that the battle was about to begin. Whoosh! The Sword Emperor only took 1 step forward. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept towards Long Chen. The strong wind whistled, and the solid soil of the imperial city was like the yellow sand outside of Jiang City in the north. It was lifted up by the Sword Emperor's power. "Xiao Lang!" Long Chen called out. Then, as usual, he instantly separated from Xiao Lang. Against a super expert like the Sword Emperor, Long Chen had no choice but to use all his trump cards. Of course, the most important ones were the Dragon's Soul transformation and the great skill of Demon Seed in the Dao Heart. When the 2 enhancements were completed, a majestic power flowed through Long Chen's body. The turbulent genuine qi flowed through the 18 galaxies in his body. The genuine qi flowed more smoothly, and Long Chen could release more genuine qi. At this time, Xiao Lang also used the 2 enhancements of the great skill of Demon Seed in the Dao Heart, which allowed his demonic power to reach a level close to the reaching heaven state. This meant that Xiao Lang could control more 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire. The changes in Long Chen and Xiao Lang made the Sword Emperor, who was originally calm, sigh in admiration. First, Long Chen's dragon soul transformation surprised the Sword Emperor. I've long heard that your beast soul transformation is very nature-defying. I didn't expect it to be at such a level. Together with the great skill of demon seed in the Tao heart, your genuine qi is almost the same as a reaching heaven state warrior. No wonder Zi Chen was defeated by you. No wonder Zhao Qingyun said that you are my opponent. The Sword Emperor's voice trembled slightly. Then, he saw Xiao Lang's great skill of demon seed in the Tao heart, which made him even more stunned. What? A demonic beast can actually cultivate the great skill of demon seed in the Tao heart? What kind of monster is this? This was almost beyond the Sword Emperor's common sense. He was confident in his knowledge, but when the demonic beast used the great skill of demon seed in the Tao heart, the Sword Emperor was speechless. The people on the city wall also heard the Sword Emperor's words. Did I hear it wrong? Long Chen actually has the genuine qi of the reaching heaven state. That demonic beast can actually cultivate the great skill of demon seed in the Tao heart. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Calm down. This is just the surface. We'll just have to see their real strength. Although the Sword Emperor is shocked, he isn't afraid. This means that even if Long Chen is like this, he can still defeat Long Chen. Chapter 427. Even the Sword Emperor himself couldn't believe this, let alone the others. At this moment, he stared blankly at his shattered right arm. The feeling of emptiness and the piercing pain told him that he was truly crippled. He was crippled by a junior and an inexplicable demonic beast. His entire body was burning with anger. At this moment, the Sword Emperor was like a wild beast that had erupted. His veins were bulging as he let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, he glared at Long Chen, who was in front of him, and the wolf cub behind him. The destruction of the Sword Emperor's right arm caused the people on the city wall to be dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other and rubbed their eyes, thinking that they must have seen wrongly. Especially Lin Batian, the scene in Jiang City seemed to be replaying at this moment. He actually felt some pain and panic, because back then, Lin Zichen died in Long Chen's hands without saying a word. To Lin Batian, Long Chen was like a nightmare that he would never wake up from. The Sword Emperor's angry roar made Lin Batian dumbfounded. In his heart, his father was a terrifying person. He would never show his emotions on his face. However, at this moment, even if Lin Batian closed his eyes, he could still feel the Sword Emperor's anger. At this moment, someone patted Lin Batian's shoulder. Lin Batian suddenly opened his eyes and looked back. He was stunned. His pupils dilated and his mind went blank. He saw a person that he had seen thousands of times. This person was still roaring angrily at the bottom of the city wall. Why was he here? Lin Batian's shock caused the others to turn their heads. Then, they all saw the person standing behind Lin Batian. Everyone's face had a blank expression on it. This is the first opponent that has forced me to appear. The person said and disappeared from the city wall. Then, everyone saw a black shadow moving in the direction of Long Chen. The people on the city wall were unable to react for a moment. Lin Batian took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Then, he looked at the crowd blankly and said excitedly, "Everyone, I actually have two imperial fathers." The black eyes belonged to the Sword Emperor. Even his son, Lin Batian, thought that there was only one Sword Emperor. Who would have thought that there would be two Sword Emperors? At this moment, Long Chen also felt a powerful aura sweeping in his direction. He opened his eyes and saw a black shadow rolling down from the city gate tower. Then, like a whirlwind, it quickly arrived here. With a single glance, Long Chen could tell that it was definitely a reaching heaven state martial artist with that kind of speed. Long Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that there would be other reaching heaven state experts in the imperial city. However, when Long Chen saw the appearance of the person, he was even more shocked. He couldn't believe it. The person standing next to the Sword Emperor was a Sword Emperor. The two Sword Emperors looked exactly the same. The only difference was that one of them had black eyes, while the other had golden eyes. The black-eyed Sword Emperor was unharmed, while the golden-eyed Sword Emperor had lost an arm. Long Chen was extremely shocked and he saw the two Sword Emperors. He wasn't an exception. When everyone in the imperial city saw that there were two Sword Emperors in their field of vision, they lost their ability to think normally. In everyone's eyes, this was basically impossible. How could two people look exactly the same? They were both in the heaven completion realm. Everyone in the imperial city knew that the Sword Emperors practiced a secret technique. That was why their eyes were black at night and golden during the day. However, it seemed that there were actually two Sword Emperors. Everyone was shocked. At this time, Ling Shi's astonished voice rang out, "Big Brother Chen, I've discovered that these two fellows are actually the same person. Only when their souls merge together would they form a complete soul. However, why would a perfectly fine soul split into two and then occupy two identical bodies? Of these two bodies, the true energy of the golden one is inclined towards the yang attribute, while the other is of the yin attribute. Even I have never seen such a miraculous thing before." One soul had actually split into two and occupied two identical bodies, possessing the same strength. For Long Chen, this was quite unbelievable. Long Chen took a deep breath and calmed down. He knew that the most urgent matter now was not the appearance of the black-eyed Sword Emperor, but how to deal with the two heaven completion realm warriors. One of the Sword Emperors had already hurt Long Chen's eyes. Now another one had appeared. What should he do? Because of his cooperation with Xiao Lang, Long Chen had almost secured the victory. He hadn't expected such a huge change at this moment. Looking at the extremely angry expressions of the two Sword Emperors, Long Chen knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle unfold below. Today's battle was really unexpected. Just a moment ago, the battle had been leaning towards Long Chen's side. No one had expected another Sword Emperor to appear. Long Chen was completely finished. Seeing the expressions of the two Sword Emperors, Long Chen knew that the situation wasn't good. Just now, he and Xiao Lang had each occupied one side of the golden-eyed Sword Emperor. Now that the two Sword Emperors were together, Long Chen and Xiao Lang would be easily separated. Long Chen could deal with one Sword Emperor, but Xiao Lang definitely couldn't. Xiao Lang. At this moment, Long Chen shouted. He immediately circled around and charged in Xiao Lang's direction. As Long Chen moved, the others also moved. "I want to save this bastard." A sinister laughter resounded. Just as Long Chen moved, the black-eyed Sword Emperor appeared in front of him. A resplendent sword chi shot towards Long Chen. Long Chen hastily used the Traceless Spectre to dodge the attack. However, because of this, he lost the opportunity to save Xiao Lang. Right at this moment, the gold-eyed Sword Emperor sneered, and he'd already appeared in front of the wolf cub. Even though he'd lost an arm and the blood and chi in his body had decreased, it didn't affect him too much. He could still erupt with the strength of the Ascension realm with just one arm, and the wolf cub, who was still in the 9th rank of the Earth rank, was unable to resist him. Die, Supreme Sword of the Martial Path. As he approached Xiao Lang, the golden-eyed Sword Emperor suddenly used this move. In an instant, a vast sword chi rumbled towards Xiao Lang, causing the ground to tremble. A cold light flickered in Xiao Lang's eyes. As he retreated, endless flames burst out from his body. In an instant, divine fire clones emerged from his body and lined up, charging towards the golden-eyed Sword Emperor's Supreme Sword of the Martial Path. Bang, bang, bang. Under the Supreme Sword of the Martial Path, the divine fire clones were shattered. However, each divine fire clone was able to weaken the power of the Supreme Sword of the Martial Path. By the time the 30 divine fire clones were destroyed, Xiao Lang had successfully moved to the left of the golden-eyed Sword Emperor. With a puff, the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame swept towards the golden-eyed Sword Emperor again under Xiao Lang's control. This damnable thing again. The 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame was simply the thing that the golden-eyed Sword Emperor hated the most. It was precisely because of the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame that the golden-eyed Sword Emperor had lost an arm. Therefore, when he saw the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame, he became even angrier. Xiao Lang's speed was nothing to the golden-eyed Sword Emperor. When Xiao Lang released the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame, the golden-eyed Sword Emperor used the divine 9 palace steps to dodge it. With a savage laugh, the golden-eyed Sword Emperor instantly shifted his body and appeared on the other side of Xiao Lang. At this moment, the golden-eyed Sword Emperor's hand erupted with a great commotion. Rays of golden light whistled crazily within it, and the illusory sword chi kept appearing within it. Bastard, you're still alive this time. Sovereign Sword Principle, Sovereign Supreme Sword. Rumble. With a loud explosion, thousands of sword chi shot out from the golden-eyed Sword Emperor's fingers. It was not inferior to the demonic supreme sword that Long Chen had used with the Demon Emperor sword. Such a huge attack made it impossible for Xiao Lang, who had just used the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame, to dodge. Seeing that Xiao Lang was about to die at the hands of the golden-eyed Sword Emperor, Lingxi hurriedly said, "Chen, hurry up and save Xiao Lang." At this moment, Long Chen was evenly matched with the black-eyed Sword Emperor as he approached Xiao Lang. He had been paying attention to the movements in that direction. Because of this, he had almost been injured by the black-eyed Sword Emperor several times. "If you want to save him, you'll have to get past me first." The Sword Emperors had the absolute upper hand, so they laughed unscrupulously. Indeed, he was stronger than Long Chen. Long Chen could barely keep his life under his attacks. How could he protect Xiao Lang's life? If Long Chen was distracted to save Xiao Lang at this time, he would definitely die at the hands of the black-eyed Sword Emperor. However, even if he died, Long Chen would not retreat. The appearance of the 2 Sword Emperors was unexpected, so he had no choice but to take the risk and use that move. At this moment, the wolf cub was in grave danger. Under the threat of the black-eyed Sword Monarch, Long Chen let out a loud roar and turned to flee for his life. The Demon Emperor's sword unleashed the supreme demonic sword. Compared to the golden-eyed Sword Monarch's attack, this attack was not too far off. In an extremely short amount of time, it appeared before the wolf cub. What an idiot! The black-eyed Sword Emperor followed closely behind Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen had gone to block the golden-eyed Sword Emperor's attack, he suddenly stabbed out with a finger. A martial path supreme sword slashed towards Long Chen from another direction. Even if Long Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape death. Chapter 428. Cries of alarm once again rang out from within the royal city's walls. When the black-eyed Sword Emperor had appeared, everyone knew that Long Chen was doomed, especially since they had split up to fight. That demonic wolf clearly wasn't a match for one of the Sword Emperors. As long as the demonic wolf was destroyed, it would be a 2 versus 1 situation, and Long Chen would definitely die. But who would have thought that when the golden-eyed Sword Emperor was about to kill Xiao Lang, Long Chen would actually choose to block it. In this case, Long Chen would face the attacks of 2 Sword Emperors at the same time. Moreover, they were coming from different directions. Long Chen could only block one side, but the attack from the other side was enough to take his life. Xiao Lang, prepare the 9 Serenities ancestral demonic flame and the golden-eyed Sword Emperor. At this critical moment, Long Chen was very calm and said to Xiao Lang. At this time, Long Chen's full-strength demonic supreme sword collided with the golden-eyed Sword Emperor's imperial supreme sword, creating a huge aftershock that swept through the surroundings. From this, it could be seen that Long Chen indeed had the strength to fight against a Sword Emperor. Unfortunately, Long Chen was really too unlucky. No one thought that there would be two Sword Emperors. So when Long Chen blocked the golden-eyed Sword Emperor's attack for Xiao Lang, the black-eyed Sword Emperor's martial path supreme sword directly hit his body, directly blasting a big hole in Long Chen's body. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Long Chen was dead. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Everyone saw it clearly. In a situation where he was defenseless, Long Chen suffered such a fierce attack. His body was almost smashed to pieces by the black-eyed Sword Emperor. In such a situation, it was impossible for Long Chen to survive. In the city tower, countless people suddenly let out a sigh of regret. In their view, Long Chen was able to tie with the first spear of the Xiangyang kingdom at such a young age. One could imagine how heaven-defying he was. Such a genius that surpassed Lin Zichen died just like that. Everyone thought that it was a great pity, no matter what their standpoint was. This rising star died just like that. The scene was dead silent. Everyone looked at Long Chen's ghastly corpse, and for a moment, they were speechless. The two Sword Emperors also stopped and looked at Long Chen's body in a daze. They could feel that Long Chen's vitality was rapidly disappearing. They believed that in a few breaths' time, Long Chen would die completely. After finally getting rid of Long Chen, the two Sword Emperors glanced at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, when Zhao Qingyun had said that Long Chen was their opponent, they hadn't believed it. However, after today's verification, they had truly witnessed how terrifying Long Chen was. They knew that if the two of them hadn't acted together, one of them would have definitely died at the hands of Long Chen. Such a heaven-defying genius actually went against me. He really deserved it. The Sword Emperor thought to himself. At this moment, Long Chen's corpse slowly fell. The two Sword Emperors shook their heads. This meant that Long Chen was completely dead. On the city gate tower, sighs could be heard everywhere. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what kind of heights such a genius would reach in the future. Unfortunately, he was dead. At that time, Long Chen didn't care about his own life to save Xiao Lang. Otherwise, with his speed, he could have easily escaped after the two Sword Emperors appeared. However, he didn't. Not only did he not escape, but he even used his own life to exchange for a chance for Xiao Lang to live. This kind of spirit touched everyone. Even if Long Chen was dead, he would forever be engraved in their hearts. Long Chen's corpse had already fallen to the ground. While everyone closed their eyes and couldn't bear to watch this scene, no one noticed that strange ripples suddenly appeared on the chest of the badly mutilated Long Chen. These ripples instantly covered Long Chen's entire body. Then, in an extremely short period of time, Long Chen's body actually fell back. Then, his wounds rapidly recovered. The blood that had spilled all over the ground actually followed the original path and returned to Long Chen's body. In just a moment, Long Chen's eyes completely lit up. Not a single wound could be seen on his body. It was as if he hadn't been injured at all. Even those who had witnessed the changes in Long Chen's body with their own eyes couldn't help but stare with their mouths wide open, unable to utter a single word. If the appearance of the two Sword Emperors had already shocked them greatly, then the resurrection of Long Chen, even a perfect resurrection, had completely dumbfounded them. What had happened today had brought a huge conflict to their worldview. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that such a thing could happen. It seemed like Long Chen's time was actually flowing back. That's right, Long Chen had the Void Dragon Talisman's heaven-defying mystique, time reversal. That was why he dared to help Xiao Lang block the attack. On the verge of death, Long Chen activated the Void Dragon Talisman and used time reversal, allowing his body's time to flow back to before he was injured. As long as it was within 10 breaths of time, Long Chen could be completely saved. The Void Dragon Talisman's effects were naturally heaven-defying. Long Chen had already tested it, and the time reversal of the Void Dragon Talisman was indeed effective. This time, he dared to use it boldly. His loss and return exceeded everyone's expectations, except for Xiao Lang and Lingxi. Even the two sword emperors didn't react for a moment. The dead Long Chen had actually come back to life. Xiao Lang had been lying in wait, waiting for this moment. At this time, because the golden-eyed sword emperor wanted to kill Xiao Lang, and Long Chen was between them, he was the closest to Long Chen. The moment Long Chen completely recovered, he waved the demon emperor sword in his hand, and a beam of demon emperor sword chi directly blasted the golden-eyed sword emperor's head. Long Chen was undoubtedly very ruthless against sword emperors. The golden-eyed sword emperor did not even have time to react to his demon emperor sword chi, and his eyes were directly cut open. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the golden-eyed sword emperor's eyes were completely shattered by Long Chen in an instant. The golden-eyed sword emperor immediately howled in pain. He did not understand what was happening. Xiao Lang, who had a great rapport with Long Chen, leaped up and spat out the 9 underworld's demon ancestral flames on the golden-eyed sword emperor's body. The screaming golden-eyed sword emperor completely turned into a block of black ice, like a statue, outside the city gates. It was over. The golden-eyed sword emperor was dead. From Long Chen's death to the golden-eyed sword emperor's death, only a short period of time had passed, and yet such a huge change had occurred. This change was too shocking. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. To them, this was far more than a miracle. Of the 10,000 people present, at least 9,000 were rubbing their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things, or that they were dreaming. But after checking, they found that they were not seeing things. Long Chen was still alive. He had mysteriously come back from the dead, while the golden-eyed sword emperor was dead. A single move of time reversal had created such a huge contrast. Of course, if Long Chen was given a choice, he definitely wouldn't dare to do it again, because the feeling of death was too terrifying and painful. A person without great perseverance would absolutely not dare to challenge death and be reborn on the edge of death. Long Chen had taken the risk to do it once in order to save the wolf cub and reverse the situation. At this moment, he still had a lingering fear in his heart. Next time, if he wasn't killed first, he absolutely wouldn't take the initiative to be killed. Absolute silence. Xiao Lang walked over to Long Chen's side, looking gratefully at Long Chen. Just now, Long Chen had not only saved his life, but he had also given Xiao Lang a chance for revenge. Of the two sword emperors, killing one was already enough for Long Chen. Injuring 10 fingers wasn't as good as breaking one. Killing one would make dealing with the other a lot easier. At the very least, Long Chen would be able to go all out on his own. However, Long Chen was stunned when he saw the gold-eyed sword monarch's body turn into ice. The golden-eyed sword emperor, along with all his belongings, had been turned to dust. That meant his cosmos bag was gone. Did that mean the 9 heavens celestial fruit was also gone? This time, Long Chen was scared out of his wits. The 9 heavens celestial fruit was his ultimate goal. If it was gone just like that, he would definitely vomit blood and die. But at the time, letting Xiao Lang use the 9 serenity's demonic ancestral flame was the best choice to kill the golden-eyed sword emperor. At that critical moment, how could Long Chen think so much? His face instantly turned pale. Noticing his change, Lingxi hurriedly asked, "Chen, what's wrong?" Just now, Long Chen's appearance before his death had really scared her. The 9 heavens celestial fruit might be gone. Long Chen pointed at the golden-eyed sword emperor's corpse. "It's gone." Lingxi was overjoyed. She hurriedly said, "Chen, this might be because the heavens don't want me to leave you. Just listen to me this time. Although what you said makes sense, Lingxi really doesn't want to leave you, not even for a moment. That's enough, there's still one more person." Long Chen's eyes darkened. He couldn't give up, so his gaze landed on the other sword emperor. The black-eyed sword emperor's face was filled with pain. Perhaps it was because of the connection between their souls. The death of the other sword emperor was a huge blow to his image. Long Chen, how could this be? The black-eyed sword emperor let out a deep roar. He raised his head and glared at Long Chen with his bloodshot eyes. "Because I have an immortal body," Long Chen said calmly. He took a few steps forward and sized up the black-eyed sword emperor. If you can hand over the 9 heavens celestial fruit, I'll spare your life. What do you think? How did you know I have the 9 heavens celestial fruit? The black-eyed sword emperor was taken aback. He stared at Long Chen with wide eyes in disbelief. At that moment, Long Chen noticed a small movement from the black-eyed sword emperor. He was actually holding his waist, which meant that the 9 heavens celestial fruit was really on him. Chapter 429. You don't need to know how I found out. I've already made a huge concession. Are you going to give me the 9 heaven immortal spirit fruit or not? Long Chen's eyes were cold as he pointed the demon monarch sword at the black-eyed sword emperor. At this moment, the black-eyed sword emperor seemed to have finally recovered from the death of the golden-eyed sword emperor. The painful expression on his face gradually disappeared and turned into a sinister expression. One could see that his originally black eyes were gradually filled with blood vessels. You guys only relied on a sneak attack to kill my doppelganger. Do you really think you can defeat me? The Sword Emperor said and actually started to chuckle. His face was filled with a crazed expression. If you guys had continuously attacked, I definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge just now. Unfortunately, you actually delayed me because of the 9 heaven immortal spirit fruit, allowing me to completely recover. Long Chen, oh Long Chen, you're still too inexperienced. The Sword Emperor's laughter reverberated outside the entire Biyao imperial city. Everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Today's matter was already full of twists and turns. Now that one of the Sword Emperors had died, could it be that the black-eyed Sword Emperor could still turn the tables and defeat Long Chen, this heaven-defying guy? Xiao Lang, you've already killed one. Let me deal with this one alone. Long Chen said softly and pushed Xiao Lang behind him. Xiao Lang knew that if he were to interfere, he would only become a burden. Therefore, he tactfully retreated and left the battlefield to Long Chen and the Sword Emperor. From the Sword Emperor's words, Long Chen actually knew that the golden-eyed Sword Emperor was actually a doppelganger. Long Chen's divine flame doppelganger was actually a flame, but the Sword Emperor was actually able to create a person. This showed how powerful he was. If he could cultivate 125 doppelganger, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Of course, there was a limit to everything. This avatar had probably exhausted the majority of the Sword Sovereign's efforts. But now, his efforts had been destroyed by Xiao Lang's 9 Nether Devil Ancestral Flame. How could the Sword Sovereign not be furious? Now, it was time for the final battle. The Jian Huang's robes fluttered in the wind as he looked coldly at Long Chen. His aura continued to rise as the true qi of the Heaven Ascension realm surged within his body. Sword light emerged from his body one after another. Divine 9 Palace Steps. In an instant, the Sword Emperor disappeared and his body flew towards Long Chen. Sword qi shot out from his hand towards Long Chen. A series of explosions resounded in the surroundings. Vanishing Spectre. At this moment, Long Chen also used his Heaven Step movement skill. In an instant, a series of phantoms appeared. Although the Divine 9 Palace Steps was fast, the Sword Sovereign still couldn't grasp Long Chen's position. Both of them turned into phantoms that were difficult to see. They fought crazily. Sword light soared into the sky, bringing the most beautiful visual enjoyment to the crowd. Under the suppression of the devouring blood world, Long Chen and the Sword Sovereign were evenly matched. In this battle, neither of them had the upper hand. The people on the city wall couldn't see their figures clearly. They could only see sword qi shooting out, dazzling their eyes. This is a true expert. Long Chen is fully qualified to be called one of the 3 strongest people in the Cangyang country. His master should be the Heavenly Devil Palace Master, Zhao Qingyun. The Heavenly Devil Palace Master is really powerful. Long Chen went to the Heavenly Devil Palace for 3 months. After 3 months, he actually made such incredible progress. It's really shocking. The Heavenly Devil Palace has a reaching heaven expert. It's a power that can resist the imperial family. How can it be simple? If I leave the imperial city in the future, maybe I can send my son there. I heard that the Heavenly Devil Palace doesn't seem to be evil. On the imperial city, there were such conversations everywhere. And at this time, the battle between Long Chen and the Sword Sovereign had reached a white-hot stage. At this time, the Sword Sovereign had used 2 moves of the Martial Path Supreme Sword, directly forcing Long Chen to fly. His vigorous Shen Qi finally won against Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen still needed to maintain the consumption of the devouring blood world. Looking at Long Chen flying, Long Chen sighed again and again. Long Chen is still too young. The Sword Sovereign has fought for dozens of years and has countless battle experience. Long Chen is not his opponent. It's a normal thing. I just don't know if the Sword Sovereign will kill Long Chen. In my opinion, he will definitely kill him. Who would let an expert with such great potential live? If Long Chen doesn't die today, the Sword Sovereign will die tomorrow. And at this time, another clamor resounded. Everyone immediately opened their eyes wide and looked over. Long Chen had to admit that the Sword Sovereign was indeed very strong. At this time, the Sword Sovereign was chasing after him, crazily laughing. Long Chen, it's really a pity. To be honest, I admire you. But it's all over now. The Sword Sovereign was crazily laughing. At this time, the Sword Sovereign was like a sword. Sharp sword chi constantly flashed on his body. He was like a huge sword, piercing towards Long Chen. Then, all the sword chi began to converge on the Sword Sovereign's finger. His finger was surrounded by endless sword chi, whistling and vibrating. Under this tyrannical sword chi, even the air was vibrating, producing a buzzing sound. Obviously, the Sword Sovereign was using all his strength to erupt with his strongest move. He wanted to take advantage of this to completely annihilate Long Chen. That vast aura was also the reason why the people on the city wall were clamoring. Because in the next moment, the Sword Sovereign's sword chi would completely annihilate Long Chen, who was completely unable to react. Accept your death, Sovereign Sword Dao, Sovereign Sword. When this move was used by the Black-Eyed Sword Sovereign, it was much more powerful than when it was used by the Golden-Eyed Sword Sovereign. The sword chi was like a tornado, carrying thousands of blades, rushing towards Long Chen. If Long Chen was hit by this attack, he would certainly have the same ending as Lin Zichen. At that time, Lin Zichen was turned into pieces by Long Chen. Could it be that the ending of that time was going to repeat itself today? Everyone was shocked. To be honest, Long Chen's future achievements might reach the peak of the Zhangyang state. They were really reluctant to let Long Chen die. What they didn't see was that although Long Chen was retreating at this time, he didn't panic. His eyes were calm. Obviously, he was very calm. In his eyes, one could see that the terrifying sword chi was getting closer and closer. Ha! At this moment, Long Chen decisively drew his sword. Under his control, the Demon Emperor sword rapidly drew in front of his eyes. One by one, huge black symbols appeared in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword was like a pen, drawing an array full of symbols in the air in front of him. An ancient and vast aura was emitted from this array. What is Long Chen doing? No one knew that at this critical moment, Long Chen actually didn't resist his opponent's sword chi. Instead, he was actually drawing some symbols. Wasn't this courting death? He's courting death. Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have done this. This time, they had all guessed wrong. Long Chen wasn't courting death. Instead, he was using his strongest move. Before the Imperial Supreme Sword could get close, the heaven-destroying sword formation was completed rapidly. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body seemed to be covered in a light membrane, and those shining runes were spinning rapidly within the light membrane. Break. The Demon Emperor sword pointed. In an instant, the sky changed color. The symbols on Long Chen's body suddenly disappeared. At this moment, it was like waves of ripples, madly surging towards the Sword Emperor. Every time the ripples flashed, it revealed an illusory sword shadow. The Sky Punishment Sword Formation was a high-grade heaven-rank battle skill. It was impossible for such a battle skill to appear in Sanyang country. However, Long Chen knew how to use it. In front of a high-grade heaven-rank battle skill, a low-grade heaven-rank sovereign sword was simply child's play. The heaven-destroying sword formation instantly enveloped the sword demon, including the Imperial Supreme Sword. The Sword Emperor, who originally thought that he would be able to severely injure Long Chen, suddenly felt a strange power acting on his body. He was stunned at first, then he was horrified. Because what he felt was that he seemed to be in an empty world, and this world was filled with swords. Endless sword shadows whistled around him. Tens of thousands, densely packed, made the sovereign sword he was using seem insignificant. What is this place? The Sword Emperor didn't realize that this was actually one of Long Chen's sword moves. He realized that this was something that was about to destroy him. In the next moment, the hundreds of millions of swords in this endless world moved. In an instant, all the sword shadows in the world whistled towards the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was horrified because he found that he didn't have any strength to resist at this time. The opponent's strength was too terrifying. Impossible, this is just an illusion. As long as I can survive this illusion, I can kill Long Chen. The Sword Emperor could only comfort himself like this. Unfortunately, he was wrong this time. The endless sword shadows, under the control of the formation, instantly turned him into pieces. In the blink of an eye, stormy waves once again surged up on the city gate tower. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Because they saw that Jian Huang's powerful sovereign Dao Paragon sword was actually shattered by Long Chen with just a few runes. After that, those sword runes rapidly swept past Jian Huang's body. Jian Huang's body was rapidly annihilated at this moment. Bit by bit, he disappeared from this world. The last thing that disappeared was Jian Huang's face. At the last moment, one could see the shock and despair in his eyes. But everything was too late. The Sword Emperor had completely disappeared from this world. At this time, the only thing that remained under Long Chen's control was the Qianquan pouch, which was left behind. It was caught by Long Chen and held in his hand. Tens of thousands of people looked at Long Chen in a daze. Chapter 430. In everyone's hearts, there was a question that they didn't dare to imagine before. That was, Long Chen actually killed the Sword Emperor, the strongest person of the Sanyang country. 2 Sword Emperors had died in Long Chen's hands. The gold-eyed Sword Emperor had actually died under Long Chen's shocking resurrection, while the black-eyed Sword Emperor had died under Long Chen's absolute strength. No matter what, Long Chen was stronger than the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was the person with the highest authority in the Sanyang country. Who knew what kind of shock that Sanyang country would face now that the Sword Emperor had died? The strongest person left in the royal family was only at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. There were many martial artists at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier in the Sanyang country. Could a mere royal family still have the ability to control such a huge country? Without a doubt, they couldn't. With the Sword Emperor's death, everyone knew that the Sanyang country was going to change. However, how the change would happen would depend on Long Chen. Long Chen was the person who killed the Sword Emperor. The strongest person in the Sanyang country now wasn't the Sword Emperor, nor was it Zhao Qingyun, but Long Chen. This person who had recently risen to fame had instantly reached the peak of the Sanyang country. Moreover, he wasn't even 20 years old, at most 17 years old. To be able to accomplish such a feat at the age of 17, Long Chen was definitely a legend among the legends of the Sanyang country. With the Sword Emperor's death, many people's hearts were stirred. The royal family had left such a big cake, and everyone wanted a piece. At this time, they had to wait for Long Chen's decision. From a certain perspective, that Sanyang country now belonged to Long Chen alone. Long Chen didn't speak, and no one dared to move. On the city walls, most people still felt like they were dreaming. Everyone knew that this was the truth, but there weren't many people who were willing to believe it, because it was really too far-fetched. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it was the truth. Not only had Long Chen killed a sword emperor, but he had also killed 2 sword emperors. Lin Batian sat in his seat in a daze. No matter how the people around him called out to him, he couldn't wake up. Today, he had suffered the biggest blow in his life. He had completely gone crazy. He maintained a lifeless expression and didn't move at all. Suddenly, he ran to the edge of the city gate tower, his face full of excitement. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he took out a sword from his cosmos sack, stabbed it into his heart, and pulled it out. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. Imperial Father. Lin Batian said one last time, then smiled. His body fell from the tall city wall, and when he landed on the ground, he had already become a pool of blood. Under the immense pressure, Lin Batian thought about the pressure he was about to face and lost all will to resist. Despair drove him to suicide. Lin Batian's death caused everyone to feel a deep sense of sorrow. Even the last hope of the imperial family couldn't bear the burden and chose to commit suicide. The imperial family, who had dominated the Sanyang kingdom for thousands of years, was completely annihilated. They disappeared in the river of history, leaving only scattered traces for everyone to reminisce about. Long Chen watched as Lin Batian committed suicide. He only shook his head and didn't say anything. The imperial family had been powerful for so many years, it was time for them to retreat. From the execution of Xiao Lang's entire family, it was obvious that the imperial family wasn't a good thing. What Long Chen looked forward to the most was the cosmos sack in front of him. He excitedly opened the Sword Emperor's cosmos sack in front of everyone. Whether there was a 9-heaven celestial fruit or not, it all depended on this. Huff. Long Chen felt that his breathing had become abnormally heavy. At this moment, his heart was filled with raging waves. Whether or not there was a 9-heaven celestial fruit in the cosmos sack would basically determine his future. Lingxi didn't dare to check further. In fact, she still hoped that there wasn't a 9-heaven celestial fruit in the cosmos sack. Only then would she be able to safely stay with Long Chen. She hoped that Long Chen would go to her hometown to find her. Everything was too surreal, like a dream. No matter how timid Long Chen was, he had no choice but to search the cosmos sack. There were many things in the cosmos sack, including many treasures. However, Long Chen's attention was not on these treasures. He only had one target, which was the heaven-ranked elixir, the 9-heaven celestial fruit. Because it was a heaven-ranked elixir, its existence was very obvious. Before Long Chen could see it, Lingxi suddenly trembled and said bitterly, "Chen, the 9-heaven celestial fruit is in there." Her senses allowed her to discover the existence of the 9-heaven celestial fruit faster than Long Chen. Long Chen's face was filled with joy as he searched around hurriedly. Indeed, he found a jade box within the cosmos sack. The jade box emitted a rich fragrance that was not inferior to the forbidden blood-red lotus or the 8 barren dragon fruit. This must definitely be the heaven-ranked elixir, the 9-heaven celestial fruit. Lingxi was right. Suddenly, Long Chen was on the verge of tears. This was his dream for the past half a year. This was the goal that he had been fighting for. And now, this goal had finally appeared in his hands. Long Chen's heart that had been stretched taut for the past half a year finally loosened up. That feeling of relief was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his body. It was extremely refreshing. "Lingxi, I've finally fulfilled my first promise to you today." This was the reason why Long Chen was so insistent. The promises that he had made, especially to Lingxi, would be fulfilled even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. The 9-heaven celestial fruit was something that Long Chen had promised Lingxi a long time ago. Long Chen could hardly contain his emotions right now. He took in a deep breath and kept the cosmos sack. These were all his belongings. He could take his time to tidy them up. Chen, I'm really grateful to you. I don't know how to say this, but I'm really touched. Thank you. Within Lingxi's sword, Lingxi was sobbing uncontrollably. This young man had made a promise that was impossible to fulfill just because of his hot-bloodedness. And today, he had fulfilled it with his own hard work. What are you thanking me for? Remember, this is only the first promise I've fulfilled. As for the second promise, if it really happens, I'll fulfill it one day. One day, I'll appear in front of you, Long Chen said with a resolute gaze. The 9 heavens celestial fruit was Long Chen's first promise. And standing in front of Lingxi in a tyrannical manner was his second promise. Long Chen had fulfilled his first promise. Now, he was going to work hard on his second promise. Lingxi suddenly felt a little dazed. She knew that if Long Chen really made this choice, he would have to face severe hardships and blows. However, when she saw the resolute gaze in Long Chen's eyes, she suddenly felt that perhaps, Long Chen could really fulfill his promise. At this moment, Long Chen's gaze had already shifted to the people on the city wall. He already had a plan for the future of the Xiangyang kingdom. In fact, Long Chen had already spoken to Zhao Qingyun a long time ago. Long Chen walked towards the direction of the city wall. Very quickly, he arrived at the foot of the city wall and stood beside Lin Baitian's corpse. However, he did not look at Lin Badian. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the tens of thousands of people in the imperial city. Those who were able to come here to watch the battle were all elites of the Xiangyang kingdom. The Sword Emperor was killed by me, Long Chen. Listen up, from now on, the Xiangyang kingdom belongs to me, Long Chen. Whoever dares to cause trouble shall die. Long Chen only used one sentence to express his intention. This sentence instantly extinguished the fire in the hearts of those who were about to make a move. When the Sword Emperor was still alive, none of them dared to make a move, let alone Long Chen, who was even more terrifying than the Sword Emperor. However, after the fire in their hearts was extinguished, many people immediately reacted. Since Long Chen wanted to rule the Xiangyang kingdom and no one could resist him, why didn't they choose to obey him? The more they obeyed him, the more benefits they would get. Wouldn't it be like splitting the cake of the Xiangyang kingdom? As soon as Long Chen finished his words, the remaining 2 great clans in the imperial city, the Gongsun clan and the Zhou clan, looked at each other in dismay. They immediately reacted and jumped to the foot of the city wall and knelt down on one knee in front of Long Chen. They looked at Long Chen with incomparable sincerity. The head of the Gongsun clan was the first to speak. I am Gongsun Sheng, the head of the Gongsun clan, one of the 2 great clans in the imperial city. I am willing to lead the Gongsun clan to submit to His Majesty, Long Chen. We are willing to fight for His Majesty, even if we have to sacrifice our lives. The head of the Zhou clan also said, I am Zhou Long, the head of the Zhou clan, one of the 2 great clans in the imperial city. I am willing to lead the Zhou clan to submit to His Majesty, Long Chen. Whatever the Gongsun clan can do, the Zhou clan can also do. We are willing to follow His Majesty for the rest of our lives. With them taking the lead, the rest of the clans also understood. In an instant, more than 100 people jumped down from the city wall and knelt down on one knee in front of Long Chen, pleading to submit to Long Chen. Given the current situation, they had no choice but to submit. One should know that Long Chen was stronger than the Sword Emperor. If he wanted to, he could definitely control the Xiangyang kingdom completely. In the future, he could even expand to the neighboring kingdoms. These people were basically the representatives of the various powers in the imperial city of the Xiangyang kingdom. Now that the imperial clan had been annihilated, they all tactfully submitted to Long Chen's tyranny. Looking at their performance, Long Chen was very satisfied. He had killed the Sword Emperor, but he did not want to cause chaos in the Xiangyang kingdom. His only plan was to take over and control the Xiangyang kingdom. However, the person to control the Xiangyang kingdom was not Long Chen. Long Chen did not have the time to deal with this matter. Good, you are all very smart. Long Chen smiled, then glanced at the crowd and said, I will accept your submission. However, although the Sangyang kingdom is mine, the person to control the Sangyang kingdom will not be me, Long Chen. What? The crowd started to clamor. If it was not Long Chen, who else would be qualified to be the ruler of the Sangyang kingdom? Long Chen saw that they were anxious. He smiled and said, "Head of the Gongsun clan, listen to my order. I order you to go to Demon Emperor Mountain as soon as possible and invite my revered master Zhao Qingyun here. Tell him everything that happened here." Chapter 431. Several hours later, Long Chen was already in the imperial palace. Most of the people from the imperial family had already escaped. Those who were left were all incompetent. Therefore, Long Chen didn't bother to deal with them. The other two families had already pledged allegiance to Long Chen. They would help to deal with the affairs of the imperial city, so Long Chen didn't bother with them. The Gongsun family patriarchs and the Zhou family patriarchs, in order to curry favor with Long Chen, would definitely be working very hard at this moment, managing the imperial city in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Long Chen was happily idle, waiting for Zhao Qingyun to arrive with the Heavenly Devil Palace's army. Long Chen had once told Zhao Qingyun that he would give the whole Sangyang kingdom to Zhao Qingyun after Zhao Qingyun had given him so much. Today, Long Chen had done it. Now that Sangyang kingdom was in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen had given the Sangyang kingdom to his master, Zhao Qingyun, and no one dared to oppose it. Long Chen knew that Zhao Qingyun liked to live a leisurely life, but it didn't mean that he didn't have the ambition to control the whole Sangyang kingdom. For the people of the demonic palace, defeating the imperial family was their long-cherished wish. Zhao Qingyun could seize the Sangyang kingdom from the hands of the imperial family, which proved that he was more powerful than the previous lords of the demonic palace. At this moment, Long Chen was waiting for Zhao Qingyun's arrival. In his free time, he took out the 9 heaven celestial fruit and examined it. Long Chen finally confirmed that he had indeed obtained the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Next, he wanted to examine the other things left behind by the Sword Emperor. He could see that the Black Eye Sword Emperor was his real body, which was slightly more powerful. Therefore, he had placed the 9 heaven celestial fruit and other valuable things in the cosmos sack that he carried with him. To the Sword Emperor, there was no place that was safer than being on his body. First of all, Long Chen had obtained the connecting heaven elixirs. According to Long Chen's estimation, an ordinary martial artist of the first level of the reaching heaven state would have less than 20 connecting heaven elixirs. However, the Sword Emperor had almost 100 connecting heaven elixirs. This should be the connecting heaven elixirs that the imperial family had accumulated over the years. During the practice of the reaching heaven state, the connecting heaven elixirs were especially needed. Moreover, a large number of connecting heaven elixirs were needed in order to open up the apertures and solidify the core of the true qi. Therefore, the connecting heaven elixirs were especially important. If Long Chen didn't have the connecting heaven elixirs, it would be impossible for him to reach the reaching heaven state. This amount of connecting heaven state elixirs should be enough for him to reach the second level of the reaching heaven state. There were a total of 9 apertures at the junction of the 18 heavenly rivers. 6 of them were spiritual apertures, 2 were earth apertures, and the last one was heaven aperture. Only when these apertures were opened with true qi and consolidated with the power of the supreme pill could they form the core of true qi, just like the original Dantian. Opening 9 apertures at the same time was equivalent to having 9 dantians. The practice of the 4 great basic realms was to allow the martial artist's body to reach a perfect state. It was rumored that the martial artist who had opened the heaven aperture would have a perfect body after reaching the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. He would be able to fly in the sky and tunnel underground, and would be omnipotent. Of course, it was impossible to tunnel underground, but it was definitely possible to fly in the sky. The most crucial factor in completing the practice of the 4 great basic realms was whether one could reach the level of flying in the sky. Back then, Li Xuanji had been able to fly in front of Long Chen easily. This meant that Li Xuanji's strength was at least at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. After understanding the reaching heaven state, Long Chen realized how powerful she was. Moreover, Lingxi's background was not inferior to Li Xuanji's. In other words, if Lingxi's family really appeared, they would give Long Chen a terrifying pressure. After possessing strength, Long Chen had fought hard to find the 9 heaven celestial fruit for Lingxi. From now on, he would probably have to fight hard to see Lingxi. The difficulties in the future would be thousands of times more difficult than before. However, Long Chen was not afraid in the slightest. He checked the Sword Emperor's Cosmos sack again. Except for the reaching heaven elixir and some miscellaneous items, there were not many things that were useful to Long Chen. There might be some things that were left with the golden-eyed Sword Emperor. Long Chen could only say that he was really lucky. He had chosen one of the two. When transferring the things in the Cosmos sack, Long Chen saw a worn-out secret manual. What's this? He picked up the secret manual and wiped off the dust on its surface. Suddenly, he saw 4 big words: soul-splitting method. Soul-splitting method. Lingxi also came over. She could vaguely feel that this seemingly insignificant soul-splitting method might be related to the Sword Emperor's 2 bodies. Lingxi, you know a lot. Take a look at what this is. Long Chen handed the soul-splitting method to Lingxi and studied it with her. Not long after, Lingxi said with a sluggish expression, "How is this possible? How can this be? What exactly is this?" Long Chen did not understand, so he asked softly. "It's really too mysterious. However, Brother Chen, you don't have to get too excited. There's a huge loophole in this thing, so it's not worth using. Let me tell you the details. This is a secret technique of an unknown grade. Judging from the description, it should be a failed product. However, the person who created this secret technique sure has a strong imagination. Speaking of which, this thing is also related to the 9 heavens immortal fruit." "That's right. Tell me in detail." Long Chen listened attentively. With one look, he could tell that this soul-splitting method was related to the Sword Emperor's 2 bodies. Humans have 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. This soul-splitting method is a secret technique that can split the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls into 2. However, the strange thing is that only half of the soul can remain. Furthermore, the remaining soul can be used to forge a new body using the 9 heaven celestial fruit. I'm guessing this is the reason why the Sword Emperor has the 9 heaven celestial fruit. The Sword Emperor with golden eyes was created using the 9 heaven celestial fruit. If you had come later, the 9 heaven celestial fruit in your hands would have created another Sword Emperor. After hearing this, Long Chen was a little shocked. He had to admit that this method could turn one person into 2, and one cultivation base into 2. It was really heaven-defying. If that's the case, if he had enough 9 heaven celestial fruit, wouldn't he be able to cultivate countless clones? If each of them had the same strength as him, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Long Chen said gloomily. Of course not. Furthermore, this soul-splitting method is a failed product. Lingxi shook her head. First of all, a single clone has already caused great damage to the source of his soul. Even though he has 2 bodies, his cultivation speed in the future will definitely slow down. Furthermore, these 2 souls don't have a master and a servant. There's no difference between controlling and being controlled. Both of them have different thoughts and thoughts. It's like one person has suddenly become 2 people. You won't know which one is which, so it'll be very confusing. The fact that these 2 Sword Emperors can agree to come out during the day and at night is already a very good situation. After Lingxi explained the drawbacks, Long Chen gave up on the idea. From this, it seemed that this soul-splitting method was not only useless, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble if he were to cultivate it. At least, Long Chen didn't believe that there was another him in this world. How terrifying would that be? Then I'll just throw this thing away. Long Chen said very straightforwardly. This way, he wouldn't harm others. Chen, keep it first. I'll take a look at it in the future. Maybe I can improve it. Think about it, if you have a clone with the same strength as you, but it doesn't have any thoughts. It only has fighting strength. You don't even need to hurt your soul. Isn't that a very good thing? Lingxi said. That's true. All right then. Little Shi, you're really great. I can't bear to part with you. Longchen thought that since he had already obtained the 9 heaven celestial fruit, they might really have to part ways. Yes. Lingxi was startled. Her eyes were filled with deep worry. Sword Emperor's Qinkuan bag had been checked. Not long after, someone came to report that the people of Sky Devil Palace had arrived. When Longchen came to the throne room of the royal family, he saw Zhao Qingyun, the 2 great demon elders, and Murongyu, who he hadn't seen for a long time. The members of the Heavenly Devil Palace were already very familiar with Long Chen's magnificent feats. To be honest, before meeting Long Chen, the 3 of them, with the exception of Zhao Qingyun, were a little nervous. After all, Long Chen's current reputation was too great. At first, the Great Demon Elder and the Second Demon Elder even wanted to stop Long Chen when he left Sky Devil Palace. At this time, they finally realized how outrageous they had been at that time. Things like the Demon Emperor sword should have been taken away by Long Chen in order to shine brightly. Of course, the Great Demon Elder also admired Zhao Qingyun very much. Zhao Qingyun had become the biggest winner. He basically didn't need to spend any effort. All he needed to do was to cultivate Long Chen in various ways. It had only been a few months, and the Great Demon Elder had already gotten the reward. The reward was the whole Cangyang country. This was the dream of the disciples of Sky Devil Palace, and also the dream of the Great Demon Elder and the others. Today, it was very dramatic that Long Chen helped them realize this dream. When Long Chen began to fight with Sword Emperor, they got the news and rushed here. On the way, they had already heard the news. When they arrived at the Cangyang country's imperial city, it was already under control. At this time, they had to believe that all this was true. Among them, the happiest one was Zhao Qingyun. As soon as he saw Long Chen, he didn't care about his image and laughed from ear to ear. As soon as the people of Sky Devil Palace arrived, Long Chen left the throne room like the others. Then he said to Zhao Qingyun, Long Chen pays his respects to master. Good, good. Zhao Qingyun said the word good again and again. It showed how excited he was in his heart. Back then, when Long Chen had risen rapidly in the Heavenly Devil Palace in a frenzied manner, Zhao Qingyun had anticipated that such a day would come. In fact, he had only wanted to take in Long Chen for a while, but he had not expected that Long Chen would really reach his current realm. Chapter 432. In truth, even Zhao Qingyun hadn't expected that Long Chen would be able to defeat the Sword Emperor. Back then, after Long Chen had killed Lin Zichen, Long Chen had said that he would come to the imperial city to deal with the Sword Emperor. Zhao Qingyun guessed that it would be a few months before Long Chen truly had the strength to deal with the Sword Emperor. Zhao Qingyun himself still had doubts about what happened 2 months ago. But what shocked him was that Long Chen had not only defeated a Sword Emperor, but he had also defeated 2 Sword Emperors. Zhao Qingyun still had some lingering fears about the matter of 2 Sword Emperors. If it wasn't for Long Chen, and if a Sword Emperor was in a bad mood, then Heavenly Devil Palace would have been destroyed. It had to be known that even if it was a Sword Emperor, Zhao Qingyun didn't know if he would have been able to fight. For the Demon Elders, Long Chen's position in their hearts had already risen to the level of God. At this time, they stood in front of Long Chen, still trembling. After all, they had offended Long Chen. If Long Chen took revenge now, then they would be finished. First Demon Elder, Second Demon Elder, long time no see. Long Chen looked at them and smiled softly. Yes, yes. First Demon Elder said nervously. Long Chen really couldn't be bothered to look at the 2 of them, and said, the patriarch of the Zhou clan is currently leading some people to the Ni Yang Immortal Realm to recruit celestial tier-level divine guards. In the future, the Ni Yang Immortal Realm will belong to the Heaven Demon Palace. You two are at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, so go over there and contribute some strength, Long Chen directly commanded. To be honest, the 2 demon elders were his elders, but now Long Chen had the right to order them. It was all because of strength. Okay. The first demon elder and the second demon elder looked at each other and were about to leave. Although they felt a bit degraded to be asked to run errands by Long Chen, they were very excited at the thought that they were going to take over the legendary Ni Yang's fairyland. Little you, stay. Seeing that Murongyu was about to follow them, Long Chen hurriedly said. Murongyu was stunned for a moment, then she stopped and didn't leave. At this time, Murongyu had restored her appearance. She was much more beautiful than she had imagined. She was already somewhat used to Long Chen's heaven-defying actions. Therefore, she was much calmer than her master and martial uncle. She looked at Long Chen as though they were old friends that she hadn't seen for a long time. She didn't feel the slightest bit restrained. Let's sit down and talk. Chen, this old man still has many things to ask you. Zhao Qingyun laughed. The 3 of them sat down in the throne room of the royal clan. Zhao Qingyun hurriedly asked, Chen, I heard that 2 sword emperors have appeared. What's going on? When I heard the news, I was really shocked. Long Chen pondered for a moment, and he decided that it was better not to tell Zhao Qingyun. So he said, actually, I don't know either. But fortunately, the 2 sword emperors are dead now, so let those mysteries disappear. I think it should be the sword emperor. They should be twin brothers. The 2 of them have the same strength and share the same identity. However, why are they doing this? Murongyu interrupted. We don't know about the sword emperors. But Chen, now that you've defeated him and controlled the Sanyang kingdom, what are you going to do next? Zhao Qingyun asked. Now that the sword emperors are dead, if there's no one to manage the Sanyang kingdom, there will be chaos. I can't manage the kingdom by myself, but the Sanyang kingdom needs someone to manage it. Moreover, the Heavenly Devil Palace is a force comparable to the royal clan. Master, I've said before that I'll give the Sanyang kingdom to you. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. You must accept it. Long Chen said firmly. Zhao Qingyun laughed involuntarily. Little guy, your words are so pleasant to hear. In fact, you just want this old man to clean up your mess. Zhao Qingyun said with a smile. He understood Long Chen too well. With Long Chen's temperament, it was impossible for him to stay here and be the ruler of the kingdom. His ambition should be to travel far and wide. So, at this time, he, Zhao Qingyun, had to step forward and be the ruler of a nation. After all, Long Chen was the disciple he was the proudest of. Of course, the Heavenly Devil Palace would also gain a lot of benefits from controlling the Sanyang kingdom. It should be a win-win situation. Only the Heavenly Devil Palace can control the Sanyang kingdom. But Chen, you know that I'm a free and easy person. I don't even want to manage the Heavenly Devil Palace, let alone the Sanyang kingdom. So, I can't do it. Zhao Qingyun suddenly became serious and said slowly. Long Chen was startled and said, Master, you can't be like this. Don't worry. I'm just saying that my old bones are not suitable to be the ruler of a kingdom. But there is someone who is still young and definitely more suitable than me. Zhao Qingyun laughed. You're right. Long Chen couldn't guess it at the moment. Why have you become stupid? It's so far away, but right before your eyes. Zhao Qingyun laughed and looked at Murongyu. Long Chen finally understood what Zhao Qingyun was referring to. Long Chen knew that he couldn't be the ruler of the Sanyang kingdom or the Heavenly Devil Palace master. In fact, these 2 positions had to be held by one person. Among the young disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace, the strongest after Long Chen was Murongyu. She was at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier and was familiar with the Traceless Demon Shadow and the Great Dao Heart Demonic Seed technique. She only lacked the Demon Emperor Sword Dao. Yang Jun, who was ranked 3rd, had not reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier because of a series of setbacks. At this moment, Muronyu only needed an opportunity to increase her strength to a level that surpassed the 3 great demon elders. Me. At this moment, Muronyu was stunned. She didn't think that the topic would actually be brought up to this point. When Zhao Qingyun mentioned Muronyu, Long Chen's eyes lit up. Long Chen wasn't the Heavenly Devil Palace Master. When Zhao Qingyun retired, the position of the Heavenly Devil Palace Master would definitely belong to Muronyu. And if Zhao Qingyun became the Sanyang Kingdom's emperor, he would still have to pass it on to Muronyu in the future. In that case, it would be better to let Muronyu be the empress now. Whether it was strength, temperament, or ability, Muronyu was a well-deserved candidate. Moreover, in the Heavenly Devil Palace, the 2 great demon elders would definitely support Muronyu. Even Zhao Qingyun liked this little girl. In that case, with the assistance of the 2 great demon elders and Zhao Qingyun, Muronyu was definitely a more suitable candidate than Zhao Qingyun. Long Chen was so excited that he jumped up and said with a smile, "All right, it's settled. Little you will be the empress of the Sanyang Kingdom from now on." Long Chen was like a hands-off boss. Therefore, once the person was decided, he immediately threw the trouble to Muronyu. "I will be the empress." For a moment, Muronyu felt that it was a joke. She just wanted to cultivate in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Who would have thought that she would be pushed to the forefront of the storm? That's right. Little you are the most suitable candidate. Let's settle this matter then. In the future, I will still have to let you be the Sky Devil Palace Master. Zhao Qingyun looked kindly at Muronyu and chuckled. Heavenly Devil Palace Master, isn't it Long Chen who will still be the empress? Muronyu had always thought that this was the case because the Demon Emperor sword was in Long Chen's hands. Based on your understanding of Chen He, do you think he will be willing to take on such an arduous and unrewarding task? That kid can't wait to be free and unfettered in the world. Why would he be bound by the position of the Heavenly Devil Palace Master, let alone the Sanyang Kingdom's emperor? Zhao Qingyun shook his head and said. Muronyu looked at the 2 of them and her heart was in a dilemma. Frankly speaking, it was not impossible for her to take on the role. It was just that she had never thought that it would be like this. Hence, she was very surprised and could not decide for a moment. After all, she knew that the ruler of a country needed to pay attention to many things, learn many things, and govern many things. If she did not do well, what should she do? No, I will not do well. I will disappoint you. Muronyu shook her head bitterly and said. Bullshit. If even you can't do well, I, as a martial artist, will not be able to do well. Little you were originally the goddess of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Now that you have become the goddess of the Sanyang Kingdom, I think all the men in the Sanyang Kingdom will go crazy with joy. Long Chen laughed. His unscrupulous words made Muronyu's face turn red. Long Chen was praising her beauty. Ever since she was young, ever since she got that scar, even if she used a human skin mask to cover it up, she had always felt inferior. Ever since Lingxi restored her appearance, she had become much more confident. At this moment, Long Chen stood up and walked in front of her. He looked down at her and said, "To be honest, you don't have to worry about not doing well. Don't you still have the 2 demonic elders to help you? Those 2 old fellows manage the Heavenly Devil Palace in an orderly manner. Where are the strong ones? If you encounter something that you can't solve, you can directly send a message to my master. He will definitely rush over immediately. With so many people protecting you, what can't be done? Moreover, I have a big gift for you today." Speaking up to this point, Long Chen took a few steps back. A big gift. What would it be? Muronyu discovered that she was actually looking forward to it. This is my spoil of war. As Long Chen spoke, he took out something from his Qinkuan bag. Instantly, the entire throne room was covered in a golden brilliance. Murong and Zhao Qingyun fixed their eyes on it and said with some surprise, "The Emperor Sword." "Yes, this is the Emperor Sword. Master, I have taken the Demon Emperor Sword. I don't want to change it anymore. In the future, this Emperor Sword will be your national treasure. The Emperor Sword principle in the Emperor Sword is suitable for Xiaoyu to cultivate. Become the Empress of Zhangyang Kingdom and possess this Emperor Sword. Only then will it be worthy of your status." Looking at the Emperor Sword in Long Chen's hand, Murong bit her lips. She knew that this was a great opportunity. Her goal since young was the Demon Emperor Sword. And now, the Emperor Sword, which was similar to the Demon Emperor Sword, was placed in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, Murong exhaled and said firmly, "All right, I will be the Empress." "That's more like it." With a toss, Long Chen threw the Emperor Sword into Murong hands. With Murong strength at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, she would definitely be able to successfully obtain the Emperor Sword principle. With Murong support, the trouble caused by killing the Sword Emperor was finally resolved. Chapter 433. Chen, what are your plans for the next period of time? After settling Murong matter, the mess created by Long Chen could be considered to have been successfully resolved. Hence, Zhao Qingyun asked. Murong also listened carefully. Long Chen was only 17 years old, but he was already the strongest expert in the Zhangyang country. If he continued to stay in the Zhangyang country, he wouldn't have any room to grow. If that was the case, he wouldn't have any room to improve. A young man like Long Chen should go out and explore the world instead of staying in a small place like the Zhangyang country. I plan to return to my hometown, Yuanling City, and wait for Zhangyang country's matters to be settled. After Xiaoyu ascends the throne, I will leave Zhangyang country and go to the god Wuxia Sage dynasty. Long Chen had already made up his mind. Whether Lingxi was by his side or not, Long Chen would go to the god Wuxia Sage dynasty. Long Chen and Lingxi's family didn't find her. It would be best if she could follow Long Chen. If Lingxi left, the only way out would be the god Wuxia Sage dynasty. Only through the god Wuxia Sage dynasty, Long Chen could go to other places. As for returning to Yuanling City to see his family, one of them was to help Lingxi recover. The other was to help Lingxi recover. The god Wuxia Sage dynasty. Zhao Qingyun nodded. It would be more suitable for Long Chen to go there. After hearing Long Chen's words, Murong eyes dimmed. If that was the case, it would be difficult for her to see Long Chen again. Long Chen could go far away, but she had to take care of the overall situation here. To her, this seemed a bit unfair. However, her achievements today were all due to Sky Devil Palace's nurturing, so she didn't have any complaints. Long Chen had restored her appearance and given her the Emperor Sword. He had already treated her very well. By the way, Chen, do you know how to get to the Wuxia Sage dynasty? Zhao Qingyun asked with concern. When I went to Jiang City this time, I found a heaven and earth teleportation formation in the Snow Peak Mountains. That should be the heaven and earth teleportation formation that leads to the Wuxia Sage dynasty, right? Asked Long Chen. You even know about the Cosmos teleportation formation? Zhao Qingyun was a little surprised, then she nodded. Indeed, that is the universe transfer array that leads to the god Wuxia Sage dynasty, but it has not been used many times. The people of the god Wuxia Sage dynasty will not come to a small place like ours, and we will not go to the god Wuxia Sage dynasty. The main reason why the people of the Zhangyang kingdom did not go to the Shenwu sacred dynasty was because of the sky-connecting elixir. In the Zhangyang kingdom, the number of people who possessed the sky-connecting elixir could be counted on one hand. Master, how many divine pills will Xiao Lang and I need to go to the Wuxia Sage dynasty? Asked Long Chen immediately. This was what he was most concerned about recently. Zhao Qingyun estimated for a moment, then said, about 50. The Qian Kuan transfer formation consumes a lot of connecting heaven pellets. With your and the wolf cub strength, you'll need at least 40 connecting heaven pellets to complete the transfer. 50. Long Chen was really frightened. He only had 100 connecting heaven elixirs in his storage. He needed 50 connecting heaven elixirs to use the heaven and earth teleportation formation once. He didn't know if the remaining 50 connecting heaven elixirs would be enough for him to reach the reaching heaven state. Long Chen immediately burst into tears. What? You don't have enough divine pills? How many divine pills do you have? From the Sword Emperor? Zhao Qingyun asked with interest. 100. Long Chen replied. Zhao Qingyun's expression tensed up, and he said with a bitter smile, "My heavenly demonic palace has been passed down for so many years, but we only have 70 connecting heaven elixirs. If little Yu wants to reach the reaching heaven state, she will need around 30 connecting heaven elixirs. Since you have 50 connecting heaven elixirs left, I won't be supporting you anymore." Long Chen was speechless. Of course, he had never thought of asking for Zhao Qingyun's supreme elixirs. He was about to go to the divine martial sacred dynasty. As long as he got there, he would be able to get as many supreme elixirs as he wanted. As for the remaining 50 supreme elixirs, he just needed to have enough supreme elixirs. Thinking of this, Long Chen hurriedly healed Lingxi's body. He said, "Master, I'll leave the matters of the imperial city to you for the time being. I'll pass down the order later. I haven't been home for a long time, so I'll go take a look now." "You are in such a hurry." Long Chen nodded. Actually, he was not in a hurry to go home, but to heal Lingxi's body. Zhao Qingyun nodded and said, "Go." Long Chen bade farewell to him and Murongyu, then gave orders to the other forces in the imperial city. The demonic palace master was a reaching heaven state expert. If Long Chen wanted them to submit, how could they not submit? Hence, Long Chen called out to Xiao Lang and hurried in the direction of Yuanling City. Now, Long Chen was about to face the most important moment in his life. This would be a huge turning point. To be honest, Long Chen was very nervous. He prayed in his heart that if he successfully healed Lingxi's body, Lingxi's family would not come looking for him. Lingxi was reluctant to part with Long Chen, but how could Long Chen bear to part with her? Long Chen only persisted in his heart. As a man, he definitely could not let Lingxi live like this forever. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. She was on Xiao Lang's back again. Another gust of wind quickly swept past. It was yet another sea of bright starlight. Night fell. Under the starlight, Long Chen stared blankly ahead. At this time, Lingxi's small body, glowing with white light, flew out of Lingxi's sword. Long Chen extended his hand and let Lingxi sit on the back of his hand. "Chen, you are very nervous." Lingxi's eyes were full of worry. "Nonsense." Long Chen shook his head. Then, he looked at Lingxi solemnly and said, "You just said that the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit has already been harvested for about 4 months, so a lot of its medicinal effects have already dissipated. If we let it continue to dissipate, the medicinal effects of the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit will no longer be enough for you to reform your body in less than 10 days. Lingxi helplessly nodded. She originally didn't want to tell Long Chen about this and let 10 days pass. After 10 days, the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit would be useless and she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. However, Lingxi knew that Long Chen definitely wouldn't forgive her if she did that, so she chose to tell him. "That means, I must let you refine it as soon as possible, at least within these 5 days. After 5 days, we should arrive at Yuanling City. At that time, I will let you refine it, understand?" Long Chen thought for a moment and made up his mind. This time, he really had no regrets. No matter what, he wanted Lingxi to have a healthy body. Only then would she be a real person. This was Long Chen's deepest wish for the past 6 months. When Lingxi had refined the mysterious sky jade lotus and obtained a body, Long Chen had been overjoyed. When Lin Zichen had forced Lingxi to give up the mysterious sky jade lotus, Long Chen had given him a broken body. Big brother Chen, have you really chosen to do this? Ling Shi's eyes were brimming with tears as she said faintly. For you, even if I die, I have no regrets, Long Chen said through gritted teeth. But I can't bear to part with you. Ling Shi's voice was heavy with sobs. This was like a heavy hammer hammering on Long Chen's heart. But in the face of absolute power, someone as weak as him could not do anything. Power. It's all because of power. If I had endless power at this moment, even if Ling Shi's family came, I would still be able to chase them away. However, I can't. That's because even now, I'm still weak. The path of cultivation is endless. The current me is still just an ant amongst all living beings. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart was bleeding. From the bottom of his heart, he had a strong desire for power, an endless desire. Blood-colored dragons, billions and billions of them, roared and seethed in his body. Not only did Long Chen crave power, they also crave power. To a divine dragon, Long Chen was so weak that he couldn't even compare to a tentacle. Hence, he needed to grow, and grow even faster. The night wind blew Long Chen's long hair. Little Shi. Yes. Long Chen sighed and said, I don't know if my decision today was the right one. I don't know if I'm a fool. I gave up the chance to be with you for the rest of my life. But I really can't make that choice. Chen. I understand you. But my family has unimaginable power. They are at a higher level than the godly Wuxia sage dynasty. Any one of them can destroy a dynasty. My worry is not without reason, any one of them can destroy a dynasty. Long Chen was stunned. This was the first time Ling Shi described to him what a true expert was. Presumably, to those true experts, Sanyang Kingdom's number one, Long Chen, was a frog at the bottom of a well. To Long Chen, this was a pressure as heavy as a mountain. He took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the endless starry sky. Mortals could not control the evolution of the stars. Because to the stars, all mortals were fragile. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly had an idea. What he thought of was that the mortals below the starry sky were like ants. Even those who could destroy a sacred dynasty by themselves were just mortals below the starry sky. They were just thicker ants. He, Long Chen, possessed the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. One day, he would be able to reach the heavens and the earth, pluck the moon and pluck the stars. Why would he be afraid of these thicker ants? At this moment, Long Chen's eyes exploded with great confidence. He realized that his potential was limitless. His trump cards, the mystique from the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and the void dragon talisman were not simple. There was even the dragon jade that Long Chen knew nothing about. With so many earth-shattering trump cards, he, Long Chen, was destined to become the number one super existence in history. The force behind Ling Shi was indeed powerful, but so what? The boiling blood made Long Chen's heart burn. Little Shi, I have decided. When we reach Yuan Ling City and Biyao Town, I want to see you refine the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit. You are my woman, forever and ever. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.